had a record-breaking streak. They have won spring season in dominant fashion. They made it to the finals of MSI, and they faced tonight a team that took the first place spot away from them for so long. It felt like Damwon Kia, ever since their world's title, T1 was never going to catch up. The torch had been passed. There was a new legacy. Not anymore. Now, once again, T1 stands on top. The big favorites going to this best of 5, meeting old rivals in a different light this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Here is Damwon Kia. If you guys missed it, once again, Burdol is going to be starting on this roster. He played all the games that we did have against KT, and he's going to be given another shot here. I thought he was a bit shaky in the first couple of games where they actually were winning. But then as things got a bit more difficult, he started to show more consistency.
He certainly did. I think he's shown us both sides of the coin in terms of top performances as well. And I think Renekton could be a huge part of the series tonight. Aatrox as well. The rise of the popularity of that pick and how much Yuumi has been getting through drafts. So I think that he's got a tough matchup ahead of him. We didn't really focus as much on the Zeus-Burdol matchup in points of the match because Zeus had a bit of a slump at the end of the season, and Burdol didn't play during the season. So yeah, definitely a really exciting matchup that we didn't know we were going to be getting at the start of playoffs. But our key player matchup is going to be here in the jungle. Now, Oner has only really had one rival this season, and that's Peanut. No one else has really come close, but Canyon's performances in that KT series were massive, and of course he had that amazing kick play there at the end of regular season, so definitely on the rise, back on the up and up here, so definitely an exciting matchup to zoom in on here. Notice his playoff stats significantly better across the board besides his gold difference at 14. It was a close series. Yeah. KT had the lead a lot, but kill participation way up, 94.1% in that KT series.
He was definitely a big catalyst in their playoff match. And one thing that kind of surprised me was that he didn't go for any weird picks. There was no real, AP jungler that Canyon pulled out of the woodwork that was kind of crazy. No Karthus, no Fiddlesticks, no... I don't even think he played a game of Talia. It was all Showmaker. Like, they had that flex, but he was just Trundle, Wukong, Viego, like, pretty straightforward from him, and was still, getting great performances, so... not what I expected, but still, of course, got the job done.
The longer you can hold those types of pocket picks, if your goal is not just to beat KT, but to then beat T1 and then beat Gen.G and take the whole thing, want to hold those as long as possible. As I thought Danny's drafts were pretty conservative. I do agree with you, much more than we expected to see from Damwon Kia. We'll see if that continues to happen here as we go into the series against T1. So difficult to ban out the bottom lane, but I think the focal point will definitely be, at least in terms of AD carries, on the Kalista and the Draven for Gumayusi. Everything else is really up in the air, because Guma's not your carry Zeri player like we've seen so many other players actually perform to the late game at the utmost level. Hasn't been him as much.
Yeah, and I feel like Deokdam on the other side, outside of him playing the Lucian, which he was very much trying to be that huge carry role for his team in the playoff match, has just been more of a conservative, consistent damage dealer, not necessarily dragging the team across the finish line or anything like that. So bot lane should be interesting. I think that Deokdam and Kellin certainly rose a couple of ranks in my mind in that last series, but now they're up against Guma and Keria. Not going to be easy.
Deokdam pulling the Neela out, we did see yesterday too, a pick that I absolutely believe we will see in this best of 5, much to my chagrin. I'm not a huge fan of the champion even still, but it definitely has its power points, and I think the Renata Cryo goes up with it. Just really the best deterrent right now in the meta at stopping that from happening. Strong in lane, strong for lane Cryo, just does so many things. I don't think Kellin will be allowed to play it. As for me, what's been so incredible is Kellin has really outperformed Deokdam. He's been a more important part of this team. Yeah. And just a few weeks ago, we were saying maybe Bible should be in, maybe he should be the guy, but then Kellin really stepped up.
Yeah, I think part of it is the fact that he was able to get Renata Glask. That champion is busted. I don't think that should just be allowed to go through drafts. I think it can go with a lot of AD carries, and even in other lanes that you wouldn't expect it, just based off of its
draft started, man.
Let's see where the Renekton goes as well.
No Renekton,
a lot
please.
of first picking of that yesterday. I think that certainly both of these top laners could try to get their hands on that.
The Lucian ban, well played.
Away from Deokdam straight off the bat.
That
is gone now, and I imagine that we'll see the Kalista ban here from Damwon. It's pretty straightforward, pretty easy
ban
call to make against Gumayusi. It's been his best laning champion this season. He's been very rarely allowed to play it. So will be Faker's Ahri. The Ahri prio has risen so much. Faker took his, or rather, Chovy took his first competitive loss on it last night.
Renata Glask is going to be banned, so not coming out for game 1, and just in general, but also against Kellin. I think on blue side you can afford to ban that out here against Damwon. We'll see if they stick to that ban when they go to red side.
Let's go.
Yeah, I really think the Kalista needs a look. That is the one I think that is kind of non-negotiable. As it will be Faker's
daring Guma to play
trying to leave a lot open right now. As
they are daring Guma to play Silver.
Has been how T1 won so many of their regular season matches, especially in round 1. But it's not considered to be as strong of a pick right now, despite some buffs. Night Harvester coming back on the champ. As T1 banning the Kalista here shows they don't have that much interest in the pick. And are not fishing for a first pick there. It might be, you know, saying, okay, well, now we're going to take a Draven and you have no answer. But I think Damwon Kia will be wise to ban that one away. Where that leaves open the Yuumi and a lot of other champions.
Yeah.
So
Sivir, Zeri, just a lot of power in the bottom lane. So Damwon Kia says, we are going to get one of those.
Yeah.
But not the
Yuumi, Zeri.
So that's a big issue right off the bat.
This is Damwon Kia also taking away one of the best counters to the Zeri. So if Damwon are not planning on picking this right now, I think this Nautilus ban was a mistake because you have the ability now to as T1 say, yeah, you'll play Zeri into a Yuumi lane. We have a lot of different options like Sivir.
Deokdam, what you're thinking, just take it.
You don't need to take the Zeri if you take it right here.
No.
You have no answer if you leave it up. I mean, not the answer, but the best answer.
Oh my god, GG.
Is taken off the board. Damwon prioritize Renekton.
T1's gonna win 3-0.
We'll see what they do.
T1's gonna win 3-0.
I think the best option is honestly to take Sivir here.
God.
You try to pick away the Zeri, feels very weak into this Yuumi pick.
Look at Canyon, so straight
like
face. See the
Renekton from Liv Sandbox.
Shit me.
We saw this exact response actually to the Yuumi.
Let me see, my friend is
and that left
still stuck
Sivir
in the toilet.
And it made Sivir Yuumi come out and absolutely dunk. I expect nothing less from T1. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't go for this. Even
just
if
take Sivir.
You're totally
DK already lost ref, man.
Anyway, plus Yuumi. You also get a Zir for Faker? Like, I understand that Renekton is insanely strong right now.
It's a 3-0, I don't want to watch anymore. Bro.
Oh shit, what happened?
Hello, are you here?
And giving over
what
so
happened?
Many huge picks here for T1
oh shit.
I say what in the butt?
Bit of a head
I
scratcher
see that crocodile.
Yeah, boy, the Louis Vuitton bag is here.
And can be quite strong in the late phase and works.
Yeah, baby.
And
oh
so
boy, did they not see Liv Sandbox?
Yeah, baby.
Omnipresent on the map. So the
I need to check my mic.
But T1's I think is
I still hear a bit of me, but I think it's fine.
The previous recording, my voice is too soft. I'm like, god dang.
But you record it from your side, right?
No, I mean my OBS got very soft.
You need to put some settings.
Right now,
I need to check the...
I think you put noise compressor should be enough.
One thing we cannot at this moment in time solve.
Yeah, I got put
if it's gonna be Neela into
monitor and output testing. Hello.
Yo, mama.
Yo, mom. I mute you first. I mute you.
Oh no.
His lack of range and the amount of work that Sivir can put off, even with her boomerang. But it might be even just wise.
Hello.
To say, well, you can't even play it anyways. So ban Neela, and Neela is gonna have an experience lead in the lane. As the reaction from Deokdam here.
Hello, man.
He kind of
hello, Lupin, our scene.
Well, looks like he said a
Hello.
I like how you just tried to read the lips.
Yeah, that's what I do now. It's my thing. I'm like,
What, Senna? Oh no, they're going back to 2020 DK.
Senna, I guess, but
Oh man.
this is definitely leading into
But the problem is Ghost,
Ken.
the MVP
Doesn't have to be.
ADC is not
Could
here.
also get
The
some
best
crazy
ADC of all
flexes
time is
where
not
we
here.
Even see Wukong go bot until the end of the jungle.
I am muted your ass.
I don't think so either.
It's
I
an
know,
option
what?
If they feel like it.
Tom
Wait,
Kench
wait.
into
They still muted, right?
Amy Sivir doesn't feel great, to be honest. I think this is
I am
Hello.
muted
a
if
surfing angle. But I think that the problem with that is you don't have
They are going
On right
focus
next
AD in your composition. They have Ornn now. They can itemize very
what they gonna do? Senna Tom Kenshin.
I mean, just taking a somewhat tanky jungle here for Oner.
That might be good.
Trundle fits the bill just fine. Poppy also works, and you can control that bottom.
Senna
line
Tom
as well.
Kenshin, I don't think they do
It's
anything
really
against
jungle.
Sivir.
So,
Yeah, Zeri is not
and
take
even Seraphine
Lupin.
here for trying to
Ugh.
control the waves.
Zeri
Deal
Senna?
with the bottom
Ze-
bio
no
pressure.
way,
I like
Zeri
more
Senna, man.
Tom Kench.
Oh,
What the heck?
No, let's go,
Oh.
let's
Play the
go.
Yasuo.
I
Too bad
think
it's gonna
that's,
be T1 win
good enough.
anyway.
Oh, maybe it'll be Kellin playing the Senna.
Looks like it. Looks like it.
Which, you know, your AD carry on a more mechanical...
Zeri's only been good on ruler
doesn't make
recently.
sense, but yeah, you know, if you're gonna go down this line, I think it's much better to go for something like this than the Tom Kench.
So the Tom Kench, I think, is very bad.
got two
because
knockouts.
Sivir Yumi will just constantly poke it out with
This
Ricochet,
is-
with
it needs to
Q,
be a
with
Canyon
Dodge
gap
as well.
again.
So that's just to make it clear to everyone why we don't like the Tom Kench, even though it's
Canyon
very
has been
common with the
underperforming.
Senna and works
It's
with
always
side lane,
been-
etc. It can be very
The-
tough.
However
the one-
DK
He
goes,
also
Canyon
has
goes.
pinball, into those projectiles.
The
so
one
it'll be
time
very
he's
nice
good
if they
is when
can
he
try to
kicked
press
Teddy
it
and that's
really
it.
hard with the heals.
Oh,
that
you
Senna
see, you
can
remember
do.
that highlight
Just
play
really
that Lee
really
Sin.
damage is kind of bonkers, and he is going to be very strong in early to mid-game fights.
I tried that combo, you know, because Kadra, he talked about that combo. So I'm like, oh, that's how you do it.
I don't want
And then I tried it.
Looking good.
Oh shit!
But
I'm like
the
that
composition of
that
T1
Chinese
is
TikTok Lee
definitely
Sin.
going to be, I think, the more well.
Oh,
fly here, you fly here, fly there.
Control, and if that
Oh.
bottom 2v2 goes wrong for any reason,
Oh,
the game
Oner
basically
equals
ends
Canyon.
there, because there is no backup.
But
There is
Canyon's
no
more
late
important
game
to
damage
DK
that's gonna
than
come through
Oner.
from the Senna if she falls behind, and her range and her sustain won't matter.
For DK
So,
without Canyon,
T1, I think, definitely had a better draft, but Damwon
they
gets
cannot
thrown
do
as a
shit.
curveball, something we expected to see a little bit more against KT Rolster, but
Oner
we're gonna see it
just
tonight
needs to
in the very first
like
game here on
see-
red side.
see
If they
mid
can win
lane
game one with this draft and,
and
pull it off, gives them
see
such a nice
if he
edge
wants
here
to
in terms
help
of side
top
catch
or
and
bot
going
side.
the rest of the best
He needs to
line.
focus on one of the
Really
lanes.
comfortable draft from T1.
For
I
this
think that
lane,
Damwon are
it's-
the ones taking the risks here. And we'll see if it pays off. Could
I
get
think
them
if
started
he
in
gets
a
bot side
good manner. But we'll have to
ahead
see
is
first. Game number one.
GG.
E1 right now, I don't know what's the problem. It's either the meta shift to Dragon and they still focus Hero, or it's like, I don't know, man.
All right, here we go into our final round 2 match, which is basically the final match before we do get into
Keria start
finals
E
of
instead of
summer
Q.
here for the Udibank LCK.
He wants to
Summer
get to that
playoffs.
boost earlier.
It's a good time to
Bruh.
be a League of Legends fan. There are playoffs happening all around the world.
It's not like it's
especially
gonna
for
fight
the
level 1
LCK.
anyway.
We've had some really
Showmaker
entertaining
brings
matches.
Spellbook
Really back and
again.
forth, some unexpected stuff.
Yeah.
Even Damwon
Showmaker's been
being
spamming
voting
Keria.
voting for KT. Did
Got
not
me.
happen.
Last
True. Yeah, I
they
think it
fought
was
to
a pretty
not the
Yeah,
last
eh?
match. The last match they like 3 games of
I thought that series was going to
Keria.
go knockout the way I expected it, and we were
What,
all
they
kind of
3-1 who
flexible
already?
about it. Yes.
AT?
Well, he read the script.
Yeah, KT, yeah.
You're gonna get it that perfect.
Showmaker played 3 games of
Green,
Keria, if I remember correctly.
Well, so I think this lane, if it ends up being Deokdam and Kellin end up getting a nice lead down here, you know, if
The
they can
only
find
like
a
good
lead,
Keria
Deokdam
players
has
I've
a really
noticed
nice
like
knockup, they can
Rookie.
trade and become self-sufficient, then the top lane becomes a focal point for
Keria
They can,
is
of course, try to
not
get
that
the
strong
Burdol,
against
Renekton
T1's
to get
comp.
ahead, and then
The only
Keria
one
can
with
kind of
dash
bounce
is
between
Faker.
both bottom side and
The
top
good
side
combo
here
is
of
Keria
both
and
because of her
Poppy,
passive where she can rotate
but
very
Poppy's
quickly.
always
She's
banned.
gonna aim to get prio against Faker once she gets a few levels.
Oh
she can
god,
move tiers,
the way
she can
Keria
move on,
play
she can
Yumi
trade.
reminds me of you.
So
You just go forward for no reason. I'm like, oh shit.
Hey, I get a shield for my passive anyway.
I'm like, oh shit, what you're doing? You're just a cat.
I'm a good bait. That's how you're supposed to play Yumi, man.
Without a hitch here.
The master bait.
Oh, Burdol is 1 and 0. Oh, oh.
Oh my god, look at that Renekton, it's broken. Oh, look at this dude.
Oh, look at this dude.
It's the same as yesterday. Oh my god.
First blood going over to Oner.
Oh my god.
Here we go again.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Fail Flash, who's seen the exact spot of the map here. We saw it yesterday, unfortunately, from Dove. Burdol will join the club.
Oh,
it was a top side.
History happened yesterday. What is going on right now, man?
At this stage of the time from Oner. Level 3 gang comes in against
it's the same war, just different side.
On that flash, he does miss.
Same. Look at these two pictures. Find the difference.
It's the same picture.
And now it is flashless. No flashes expended on the top side of the map for T1. And this is the opposite of the start.
Oh, he's gonna go 0-9, baby.
This is just disastrous, unfortunately.
And it's the same matchup also. It's on versus Renekton.
It's the same champion.
You're like, hello.
How did he? You need to put your cursor on the furthest you can put.
Yalla.
Oh, the LCK pros should know this. Even I can do that, you know.
Right, and Ornn was available. We saw the two bans in the second phase for Gwen and Vi, which, you know, strong bans, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of answers for Oner, or rather for Zeus to pick. And that's why I was kind of saying...
They're tilted already.
It's a very comfortable draft. You're not really denying anything.
Oner already has the cauliflower hammer.
They have a fantastic team composition.
What the heck? Caulfield Warhammer or some
so much
shit.
protection for the Sivir,
Yalla.
for the Azir. So it's,
4 wins is on Showmaker. Oh.
Only he's playing it, man.
Renekton that they first picked is getting behind. You're gonna feel terrible.
It's actually, I feel like it's like more stable Azir, but he's can be counted as a more stable Azir.
Players like Fate pull this one off as well.
The thing about pro players is right now, whenever there's a buff in a patch, they just spam that champion. They're like, oh, Renekton is buff, we gotta pick Renekton, he's OP as shit, and then he does this.
Look at this dude.
You know, she's healing right back.
Push the way. Push the way.
Push a deer?
No, I mean DK needs to push the way.
I mean, if they forced it, they get a big wave
going.
Oner
is behind.
Cleared a bit.
It's a very big.
Obviously, Yasuo doesn't have much wave clear. And
Oh shit!
Very nice show by the
Zeus is playing smart. He's playing defensive. Here he comes.
Slow on this one. Oner just showing.
Hi, they are not even doing anything.
Opening up some space for Guma to take
They're too healthy to kill anybody.
But Trundle's doing the right thing and trying to help the bot side.
Basically permanent power. Like it was about to fade away.
Zeus should be fine weak side.
Coming through the way it did. They can't actually.
He's weak side, but he's ahead in CS.
But unfortunately, will not.
Yeah, Trundle ganked once, I guess.
And the wave will be allowing this free back for Keria. And like this attempt from Oner.
Why did they pick Yasuo bot again?
In terms of setting up a kill, but I think it's still successful as
There's
mentioned
the Wukong.
It gives them the faster back timing, so this lane is just going to continue to have prio.
He's just using it out.
He's going to get it 100% up here as Zeus is still going in. He's got full health.
No, you need to kill first.
Doesn't have to kill him.
I feel like never mind. If you eat the tower, it still hits.
Due to just getting more of the creeps, and of course the kill as now.
No, you're not tanky enough to tank the turret shot.
Chip away at some plates. Generally, it's the
Get that
Renekton
plate.
that just ignores the Ornn and gets plates
what he
himself,
did.
but not this time.
Zeus is ahead on every top lane he plays. What the fuck?
To trade back a little bit here, but
Ain't no weak side for this
right
bitch.
now for T1 at 75 seconds before the streak. Oner, even with this topside control, could start taking away this buff, and they can hover around there.
Where's Nuguri?
Yeah, losing a little bit of
and they will suck in Nuguri when they lose, for sure.
At this moment in time, you're like, okay, are they doing Drake? Oh,
and then it will be a Sejuani first pick. Yeah, boy!
Instead of Renekton, they pick Renekton 2.0.
Only level
Oh,
4.
baby.
Okay,
Oh,
going in for the play,
feels
gonna
bad.
force the flash out of Showmaker. That is a pretty standard one that we see many times.
The ult
with
is
the
too damn
into
slow.
Immobile mid carries.
Showmaker has 1 full second to flash.
Although he does have unsealed spellbook at least.
He has ghost now.
Keria also in this position knows
He has
that
TP.
jungle is not on Drake because they were able to go identify that and ward it. So there's only one place he can be, which is very likely coming towards.
Oh, Zeus is
mid lane
freezing.
for the
Oh,
game.
oh, oh, oh.
No,
knows that
no
even
more.
if he gets hit by the Emperor's Divide, there's follow-up coming. Otherwise, could have maybe rode that one out a little bit longer.
Oh, look at it go.
Canyon's
shit.
going to try to come over here and take away blue buff. That was warded. So at least he's going to get this back in terms of money here in the jungle. And will be very impactful on this upcoming Rift Herald fight with his level 6.
You cannot dive and all lah.
Still going to be strong here, but in terms of overall team fighting, pretty amazing for
They're
Damwon
still gonna
Kia
try it.
if they can get set up prio. As
How
the
you
bottom side of the map here is really just about a wombo setup here on the fight, so everything has to go right for Damwon Kia if they take a straight up 5v5, but they're now trying to, as they have these levels online here, pin down the Yuumi Sivir.
Overall, it's a
Start to
pretty
eventually get back
even
to the
draft,
cover
except
for Kellin.
top lane.
This is the turn that you normally see with the Senna lane, where in the beginning it looks really rough versus the wave clear, but you do start to heal through and have that extra poke.
Faker doesn't have ult, but
Senna not on
shouldn't
six,
matter.
so that won't be able to help here. As
It's the hero fight that you
Oh!
love.
They got Showmaker.
But a three-man follow-up
Showmaker's
knockup could be
dead.
enough
They
here.
don't-
Fixing
they don't
the
have
blow.
health.
Oh, who got
But he
the
will
smite?
survive as Oner now looking to bite the dust, but will not go
Oh,
down
yes,
just
Yasuo
yet.
is here.
Jerome up on
Sivir.
the bottom side. He's going to get here first.
Shit,
And he will
out.
be able to secure a
I mean,
kill
Q,
for his
stuck
team
Q.
as Guma with the
Oh, he
cat on the
didn't
book
throw it.
on his back. Does look to extend, but can't do much at this point in time.
So Damwon Kia trade back here, grab the Rift Herald.
Is that worth?
We saw the potential of this
Ooh.
wombo in the team fight. From
Canyon
him.
got
Really,
the
Zeus
Herald.
controlled the fight with an excellent wombo or knockup. I keep saying wombo. Not every.
Wait, no one
CC is a
died
wombo,
on
but he
DK?
countered
I
the
think this
wombo,
score screen, but
of the cyclone.
Wukong
coming
died,
through
right?
the,
It's 3-2, it's
Semifinals
not 3-1.
angle
What the
for
fuck?
Showmaker.
Update the score screen,
Without
bitch.
Yasuo there isn't enough follow-up
Wukong-
here to win
Wukong
the fight
died.
decisively. Let's look at Showmaker's setup here. The Oren Horn is so massive to help lock.
Wukong didn't die,
Here,
Wukong
he
didn't
gets the
die.
follow-up knockup.
He flashed to get the hero,
Did the
and
Rift
then
Herald kill him? That's why it doesn't count. in
No,
the
no, no,
score.
no, no, no,
Oner
no.
nearly dies
Just
twice.
Showmaker died.
He gets a Triumph proc, I think. He also has Subjugate, and then he smites the Rift Herald for the kill, but also to live.
yeah, only Thunder died.
And the fact that he lives for so long.
Correct lah, only
Oh,
one
wait,
kill.
I thought it was 3-2.
Yeah,
I'm high as
so
shit.
much there. It cost them the Rift Herald that he had to smite like that, but
I thought you're
worth
always
it.
high.
Oh, bit of a bait up here on
God
the top side.
damn,
No
damn,
dominance
man.
for Burdol.
Oh,
I think he's gonna be
Zeus is
on the
playing this so
field.
well.
He does have a second dash.
Zeus the
There's
master
the knock,
baiter,
but
man.
straight to the pillar.
Oh,
And
oh,
another
shit.
movement, but actually going to amount to anything. Very nicely baited by Zeus. No
It'd be
dominance
like,
for
la, la,
Burdol.
la, la,
Makes
la,
it
la,
an
la.
insanely easy kill.
Really
But
easy.
Oner's the
Wukong
best
in this early part of
ganking
the game
jungler right
isn't
now.
going to be able to compete here. He isn't nearby.
Just be like, oh no, I'm
Burdol is
alone.
too far up in the lane. He's trying to do a Renekton
Call
thing. He's
an
trying to
ambulance,
pretty
call an
aggressively.
ambulance.
He's coming up over here
But
for
not
the
for
defense,
me.
but he's immediately spotted.
But
He's
not
getting
for me,
knocked up.
bitch.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
he's also going
Oh.
to be just chunked down to below half health.
Zeus almost has out. I think they can
Backside
fight
of
this
that.
if they
Doesn't
want to.
necessarily have to do that, but he's going for a bit of harass, I suppose, or just in case they do decide to hard commit.
Yeah, I mean, Burdol is forced to teleport, otherwise he might actually die there and might have wanted to walk back, does teleport through.
Oh, look at that. 1 and 2
With
crocodile.
No real objective fight coming up here for Damwon Kia. I mean, yes, the Drake is up, but like, I don't think it's that bad to subjugate there to get a little bit more control of top side. He's got the TP to come hold this wave.
That
Herald.
one's for
No
sure
other
going to
resources
hit.
committed here
It's a
to
little
stop
bit too
this.
far. Okay, you
He's
can walk
going
in
to
front
get
of
a
it.
charge. Should just
It
be
hits, but it won't
Burdol
destroy.
is able to walk in. We saw Showmaker also leaning topside, but does not elect to try to make any dive or anything happen. No reason to really do that right now. Still just get the 2 plates and back away.
Showmaker here.
I don't know about you, but I think Wukong's outline doesn't do any
So far in
damage.
this game, not getting control of the lane, I think like he was
It doesn't.
supposed to.
It's like just a CC
Spotted
chain.
very late, and Canyon doesn't have much tankiness, but he's knocked
You
up
cannot-
right at the last moment. Doesn't
Oh,
have
he
a-
used the...
Is he gonna get away?
He's still alive.
Wait, he
Oh
could
my
have killed
God.
Canyon.
Actually, still on the chase,
Oh.
and Burdol will be able to swipe him away.
He could have
Those
killed
fans were
Canyon.
already cheering for Zeus living.
Not this time, unfortunately, but he played it as perfectly as he could have there. Knockout comes through. He's very tanky, very difficult to kill him. Burdol will get the slice there in the end to finish.
He used his W a bit too early.
First turret of the game, so a lot of extra money.
Oh, Yasuo, they cannot pitch the Yasuo.
Or try to do.
Oh,
Yeah, looks like actually T1 are not going to go for this.
Oh, Asaki, oh.
It's, you know, they have very defensive summoners when it comes down to it. You are going up against the Yasuo, which if he does get a 3-man knock,
Hold up, wait a minute.
CC'd forever. So, that's the scary bit there.
Yasuo is exposed again.
Point is T1.
Yeah, so a lot of jungle traps topside really paying off for these two teams. Somebody called Ma wrong, and that was his MO here in the LCK before he moved over to the LCK. Finally, enough control here. Damwon Kia say.
Zeus doesn't have PP, so 4v5. Nah, they're gonna give it.
They give her.
Will not be able to stop it. The scry it. It's the sad scryers of, could we steal this? The answer is no, and they back away. And you know, unfortunately for Zeus,
Keria buys the supportive
a lot more difficult
item.
Extremely long lane he's in now.
Lehens
some good shields here.
At this stage in
Lehens buys the big dick item.
Himself on the map right now, taking Raptors, trying to get
He buys the big balls item.
A lot of souls are lost here.
No, it ain't no.
Just pointing that one out, Kellin.
He bought the
Doing
Shill.
a decent amount of roaming. You'll note that there is a 2-level gap between him and Deokdam, who has been left to solo lane. It is Yasuo after all, and it is support.
Oh, Burdol bought Gold Drinker,
Fine
baby.
that this does happen. He could just hang around, get some wards down.
Oh, you're gonna go on a rant?
Yeah, once he gets his
not this game.
that's when he's going to make a really big impact on the map too. And
Oh, he can kill the
kind of
CS.
control we were talking about Damwon Kia would like to have in the mid game with this
Oh,
composition.
completely broken. 10 CS. Oh.
Yasuo is going for guild boss, I think.
So she's not on her own able to clear wards. Trundle can very safely, but still.
He hasn't bought the third component, so he don't know what it's going
Showmaker
for.
looks like he was
Showmaker.
Oh, here come that boy. Oh, damn, he's fast as fuck.
Trundle juke that.
What
the heck? That's
stun. Cooldown, but it's still a
Oner and Keria is like, hello, I'm here.
Keria and Oner. They all pile on. And
Hello, Senna. Get your
not
ass
being
out of
spotted,
here.
but a little bit of a zoning ult as they're just going to take mid-turret at 15 minutes into the game.
They're just like, yeah, I'll take that, thank you. One small error from Showmaker, and T1 are going to get a huge trade back of money.
I think OT1 is back. Yeah, they push leads very fast.
We've talked about this a lot recently, where
They
it's been a very
group
common
mid
strategy
lane.
is put Sundisk
It's
up
like
in the
OT1
and
again.
in bottom lane to control the bottom objective and get that extra prio. They'll use it this time to just take a free Herald, and well, could have used it to set up for this Herald. It will be Damwon Kia who starts it first, but they can come over and contest.
And ODK is back for the Rift Herald.
Get this trade point controlled.
Yeah, I mean, it
Risky.
looks like
Zeus
they
gonna out?
should be able to get this objective, but you see that T1 are looking to fight.
Zeus
through
just
the
use
finish.
out.
Zeus
There's no
doesn't
out.
Knockup not going to hit anyone as the
Oh,
wall
Wukong.
comes in, and Guma's like, yeah, you
Oh,
really
but
could
oh,
be
look at that
taken
crocodile.
down,
Oh.
But this does mean that Guma's not in the rest of the fight.
Oh, they're pushing them
So
away.
he's going to
What?
die, and the rest
Oh,
of
look
the
at that
team
croc- oh,
of
oh.
Damwon
Look
Kia
at that
is on the
crocodile.
run as Deokdam will get that knockup. Does not even bother to last.
Oh.
As everybody's just being
So many
taken down
stands, so
here
just
by
like
the
confused what's
Lightning
happening.
by the Azir as they are going to get this kill.
Canyon
onto
still has one
Zeus.
out.
But Oner is basically
Oner
a
is
boss
not
at this
tanky
point in
enough.
time, and Gumayusi is just solo farming.
Yeah,
Oh,
Guma's
Gumayusi
like, "Hey, you guys
chased
can have me
down
there on the top side.
Showmaker, yeah.
One trade, and I'm gonna get some damage to this inner turret. Take the
He
extra
didn't
farm.
follow that,
And,
but
you know, Damwon Kia, this is a pretty risky call to go for
They
the
get a
Herald
tier
here,
two tower.
considering the amount of control T1 had on the map and how this composition works with Call the Forge God, Emperor's Divide, and Sivir. With
Oh,
Kraken
Canyon
service
has-
in the game versus
Canyon has
Yasuo, he could fight, he could skirmish
the Rift
well.
Herald.
The setup has to be perfect, and if you're turning as Damwon Kia's comp, you're really weak. And they get a trade back kill because
they're
of
gonna
that
get a
turret
lead.
topside.
Wow.
A little bit of a, you know,
Wow.
error there in how they set that up with the Cyclone trade back.
Look at Thunder and Yumi. Look at Thunder and
By the
Yumi.
scanner.
Yeah.
Kellin just
It's
barely
like
missed
gas.
that. Sidled over to catch a little bit of it, but did not spot the ward.
Thunder Yumi is a good
Two,
combo.
that turret going down, and then notice Damwon Kia try to turn this with their composition. Showmaker's on the edge, but has to come into this fight so
Let's
late.
see, I
Why
see
the
the bot side,
Burdol is
but
down
I didn't
for
see
that
this.
Canyon who has to get over the wall, and control
Oh.
is given to T1.
Showmaker
They do first
wall
get the
off
Herald,
himself.
and Guma flashes on him for the kill. Things go a little bit awry here on the top side of the map with this turret.
I guess Keria is like not much
But still, T1
mobility
getting
outside
everything
of
they
the
want out
house.
of this. They come over, get the back timing, and win a fight. Get control of mid, push Showmaker out.
Look at Thunder, it doesn't
ultimate
feel
control over
shit.
the map now.
Yeah, it's you know, you look at
It
the
don't
golds and
feel
you say,
shit.
hey, Kia's not that far behind. This feels like it is a stomp, okay? Like every single fight is
Lupin,
going in
isn't
favor of
Lupin
Damwon,
like
it feels. Damwon Kia did get the
a
one
famous
mountain drain, which is
assassin?
nice, but you don't have any traditional tanks on
What?
your team, so nobody's going to be getting like huge.
Oh, there's a
percentage
viewer in
gains.
my
It's
chat.
definitely good. But it doesn't feel like much compared
Lupin
to the
Arsene.
2-0 and 2-0
Arsene
who had
Lupin
a
is
pretty
the
free lane.
famous
The
assassin.
1-0 Sivir who had a pretty free lane.
Isn't
And all
Lupin
the
in
gold
like
is
FGO?
going into these carries with the scaling composition.
Oh shit, they're going in!
I don't know if he wants
The
to go in.
No.
Yeah, okay. Deokdam is like, maybe I do a little bit of
Oh,
damage to this
Zeus got
Hornet.
caught.
In fact, with the last breath, it should be enough. The armor will be penetrated there.
Oh, Yasuo's getting
Is
some
able to find a follow-up kill.
damage.
All right, well, now T1, they go very far down the lane without hard committing, without that information about where Canyon is, and then they kind of half commit. Half the team realizes, okay, we can't push this. The other part is too far forward. Now they have Cryo on the
Zeus
grid.
doesn't
He
know how to
should be
time
coming
his
through
W
the Burdol,
correctly.
and
He doesn't use it
there's the
to
flank
cancel
angle.
CC.
Yeah, they try to push away the Renekton here. Renekton, no
Oh,
shit.
dominance.
Showmaker's
Oh,
no
shit.
wall.
Very nice wall.
Oh shit,
no,
he's
cross-
flanking.
cross-
Oh, 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 oh.
Hello, mate, look at that! Louis Vuitton bag is coming for that free money. Louis Vuitton, Louis
One of the
Vuitton.
carries will be Gumayusi.
Oh, oh, oh! 100 gold, you can buy that at the Louis Vuitton sales shop.
Those are really nice now, but
So
He's like, oh,
what I love
oh, I'm
about
flanking,
T1
I'm flanking.
in
Oh
these
shit.
situations is they overextend.
Showmaker is like,
Nobody. They can't win Drake fight, but
okay,
they're like,
look,
I know where the
you just
Renekton
go
is,
chase
kill
the
them, and you
Renekton.
stop and push for it.
yeah.
Oh,
This is
oh,
how
oh,
you
it's
lose
the...
This is how you
It's-
lose Drake.
You watch and live, Sandbox?
Oh shit, it's
And I
raining
just
really
wonder, a lot of
hard.
other teams that are like, no, we have to force a fight here, or oh, we got to try to zone them. Even with the Talia wall up, we've got to go in. T1 are extremely decisive.
Oh no, you guys can hear
Renekton
the rain.
trying to
Fight
fight here,
here.
and now they're going to force a fight here.
Yeah,
No, I
they
cannot.
have so
Thunder
much
is coming.
control right now. They're looking for Canyon, but this
Canyon
plan
should be fine.
exists in the
Oh!
game, so he will be able
Oh,
to
nice
get away.
wall, nice
Good
wall. But I don't think they
Oh.
would kill them. It was too far.
I love,
But,
I love the subtle shade on the plants always.
yeah, I'm just not a big plant fan. I don't think they add too much to the game.
My stream's still alive?
That's just me. It is going to allow Canyon to.
I don't know, man. I'm watching the official LCK one.
Yeah, I'm
Losing
checking my
control
channel.
of the top part of the map there momentarily. Burdol with no vision around Baron right now. Outside.
Oh,
of
it's
the
alive!
Small amount of vision he has with his minions.
Oh shit.
I hear.
They gotta push anything
Hello.
forward here in side lane at all. They have no vision whatsoever of T1. And the vision they had around the Drake they took.
Oh, it's raining real hard.
was
I
visual,
can't
but,
hear anything. I'm gonna change to my
you know,
earphones.
Time for their Renekton top side. This allows Oner to push freely here bottom side, because Renekton showed, so he can just delete all of these minions. And for Damwon Kia, getting from their base to the available farm right now with those turrets down, the turret down in mid, top
Hello,
side
hello.
down, and
Okay.
no vision control of top side is really difficult.
Yeah.
So T1 are just kind of saying, yeah, you guys got 2 elemental drakes, but I don't know if it really matters. Those 2 isolated.
But it's really bad for
We're
DK.
now
It's a
looking to pick up.
fire drag.
It very well may be a soulless game in terms of the drakes here.
I don't think DK's gonna get any more dragons from here on out.
I will not overextend, and I will deny you from getting CS. They can
Oh,
for the end,
Canyon?
goes bottom to save that
Nah.
bottom turret, and
Burdol can't even do it. Like he is sitting in his own jungle, doesn't know if he's.
He
gonna
won't
be on
push
mid,
too
and he's
fast,
stuck
lah.
in a bit, so he's like, oh well, I can't go bot.
Yeah, I hear double.
might look mid with my
Huh?
team
You hear
for a play,
double?
but we
What?
can't really engage in
Now
that
I hear
because we're
double.
behind.
if Burdol goes bottom, T1 collapse on him.
It
kill the
shouldn't
turret,
hear
and
double when-
bottom and are like, thanks for trying to defend your turret.
Oh, I'm so
As a
confused.
result, Damwon Kia's options are so limited here.
Yes,
and
eh?
this turret means they can't even get mid prio. That's one of
I
the
hear
reasons
nothing.
why Azir
I hear
is
nothing
wrong.
now.
Oh, what? Oh,
When
okay.
he's this fed.
Oh, Burdol.
Kellin not in the best spot, has to
Kellin?
kill and go on the run.
So, oh,
As the rocks will be put on the ground to deny any follow-up.
I was gonna say
down.
Burdol is flanking
Faker
again.
is
Oh,
in there
Faker!
with his extremely
Oh,
defensive
smash!
isolation. He can
Oh, that was a clutch flash.
At all. His crown ends on yes.
That was.
So like,
But he has no out and no flash.
Oh, Gumayusi.
Oh, what?
And he will be flashed on and maybe killed. He's
I don't. That's too far.
that goes, and he will be able to get away.
Oh, Guma at least
Oh,
can run
Burdol
away.
is dead.
Who now does not have flash
Again.
Lamau.
Pillars and the follow-up will come in from the side.
Oh,
Oh,
Yasuo.
Yasuo.
Trying to turn this one
Let's
around.
go.
Zeus is gonna get low.
Oh, Baker is
Oner's,
dead.
Oner's just gonna eat him up.
Have the damage to make it through him as
Look,
Showmaker
Yumi,
nice.
Yumi Trundle is broken, dog.
The Yumi still here.
Look at this
still
dude.
dealing through all of this damage.
Oh, Kellin. Oh,
Wasn't
shit.
a clean fight, but it is going to be T1's
Oh,
hand. This three of
oh,
them
that
will
spell
live.
shield.
A triple
Oner,
kill for
Yumi
Oner, who now has
just
7
chomp down the
kills.
Yasuo like it's
The only
nothing.
question will take the Baron.
And there's your plant as well, the other one. That's going to give
Oner
enough
is a
healing
raid
here to feel
bot.
they could take this Baron down, and I think they absolutely can with the Yumi.
Oh, that's too much, too low. They're too low.
Burdol is alive and he's teleporting in. So.
All right.
Look
fair
at this
enough.
dude. It's a big ass tank.
Damwon Kia is one of the best I think they're going to get for the rest of this game. Like Guma goes down to low, so T1 then have to fight basically completely 4v5 for most of this, and they get a good wild breath.
How did Guma outrun the Senna at the front?
And yet still Zeus.
Oh, he has
turns
ghost, no
over, they get the
wonder.
pick here. And then the nice last breath that comes through.
Look at Trundle.
But then Faker
He's
somehow-
in.
Oh, sing.
Bite the Yasuo. Buff. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom.
That is a problem. And if your damage is going onto the Oner, it's not going on to anybody else. Like this extremely tanky Trundle that can't be killed. Damwon Kia is so far behind, and they don't have a true 80 carry.
Wait, how does the Azir out not block your own teammates?
Faker dies, but he does so much damage.
It looked like Trundle walked through
No,
it.
no.
Trundle walked through the Azir. I was so confused.
Yeah, you don't block your own teammates.
Oh, that's nice.
See that Zeus has to go for a bit of an awkward teleport over to his team. But
Oner needs. No, Zeus needs to out.
And they have it in a good spot here. Canyon's looking for that epic flank, but he's spotted. So they know exactly where he is.
Wait, they see Canyon, they see Canyon.
Yeah.
Right on top of the Drake.
Look at this dude.
Oner is like, hello.
Has to hop out of the pit. That is going to be a free Drake here for T1. As Baker goes
Oh, look
in,
at Burdol, look at Faker and
but he's
Burdol.
totally fine. Again, he's very
How?
defensive.
Oh,
He's
smash!
out of
He got
He's
him.
just going to get 100 to 0 basically on this immobile.
Deokdam.
Oh, dead. This is a lost fight.
On the Faker who does not care at all.
Yumi is
Has
too.
more armor
Is
than,
very
Deokdam
balanced.
can penetrate through.
Yumi is very balanced.
Again, we have teleport into mid lane right now at a Faker.
Oh, nice
As
W
everybody
from
else
Zeus.
Dominus being pushed away.
Finally.
Great clean fight here. All they needed to do was
GG,
one
well
team
played.
vision there. They block
It's
him out.
another Renekton back get.
With the Cyclone in the fight, T1 could just front to back it here.
It's a Louis Vuitton get.
In Damwon Kia's roster, a Senna sitting on an Umbral Glaive isn't going to cut it. Wombos or no, knockups and last breaths or no.
They're
Oh!
ending the game. They don't.
Oh.
They've had enough. They've
He's
said this
dead
is
again.
Too easy. Let's just end this one. Zeus gets extremely low, but he will survive. And as long as
Oh,
they
Zeus is not dead.
and try to survive here, as they should be able to, and yes, they will.
Stop
be at
Nuguri
exactly
in, please.
25 minutes. An extremely
And then he's gonna
clean
play
victory
Renekton.
here from T1.
Stop Sejourney in, please.
But then they still won the fight anyway. I think this started from Draft Kingdom.
And then he swapped Sejourney in and then missed R.
DK took a risk.
Ah!
Did not fail.
And Damwon has been so indecisive in the mid game. And
They took a risk? Who took a risk? What?
They took these nuts.
Ahead. And you could see from behind just how strong T1 are. A lot of teams will be able to turn
Renekton
around
ran
by
in and died.
control of Drakes, right? They had the first Drake lead. And they were like,
Wow,
"Oh,
just like last series.
strong. If we get 2 Drakes, we're going to extend this game. The Senna's going to get...
What are they talking about?
A little bit more power, and our Yasuo will be on a 5v5. T1
Zeus
like,
is telling Guma,
fight that.
oh, it's a top game,
You're
GG.
You're flanking Renekton because you guys are trying to force a fight. We know that. We're not going to take the bad fight.
Nuguri
Use the
is
Celia wall against
not
you.
here.
You can't actually come over it and help out your Renekton. We're gonna
Oh,
take
he's
that
here.
off, grab a turret top side.
Oh shit, he's here.
Oh, look at this dude.
Have ultimate control
Oh,
of the
look.
map. T1's vision game, their control over
He
objectives,
took a sleeping bag because
around them.
he's gonna
I think it's
snooze.
been what's really set them apart from a lot of teams, you know, here in the middle of our...
On has
standing,
double
right? Those teams who made it
damage
to round 1 of playoffs.
than
I think T1
than
is
the
kind of
Renekton.
a tier above, and
Oh, look at the
the
Yasuo.
draft, we'll have to see a more standard draft from them, a better response, I think, to the Yumi.
They probably pick Yasuo for the on.
Because this was a creative answer, but it absolutely didn't pan out.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you do that? Just bring Braum lah, same shit.
They had a lot of backing in that one, but that was game number
Senna
one.
Braum also can lah.
Let's see what happens after the break, but first we'll have the analyst carpet space after that break.
If you want a wall, just get Braum.
They're gonna build a wall.
What? You pick Yasuo just for the win wall?
I feel like this game ended too quick.
It's 16 minutes or something.
Yeah?
It technically ended at 16 minutes.
No.
Look at this dude. He's fast as fuck.
I'm waiting for blue side Renekton, baby!
And then Zeus play Renekton and actually carry.
No. DK is gonna be blue side.
Shit.
Isn't the loser gets to pick their side?
Yeah lah, loser has prior lah.
No, the red side will pick Lucian Nami.
No.
Oh yeah. You know, it's been raining today and yesterday, but there's no water coming to my house. I'm so confused.
Oner be like, nobody's touching me, I'm gonna kill everybody.
No one has money for grievous wounds.
Oh, that spell shield on Guma is actually beautiful.
At least Yumi know who's the real carry. It's Oner, bitch.
On is actually so big brain. If he use his Q, he can still use the Thunder Pillar.
Oh, true.
Showmaker did nothing. He did nothing.
I'm gonna go in Genshin.
God dang it, boy.
No, I don't want to see any ads. I'm out.
You don't want to see that eye drop ad.
Yes.
That eye drop ad is 200 IQ. Clearly conveyed the message.
Clearly conveyed my ass. It clearly conveyed coming.
These two junglers are staring into my soul.
Yes. No.
Oh shit, you're gonna turn off the music?
Oh, I turned off already, you know? Wow, my chat says 92% is T1 will win.
And what's that 8%?
DK lah, what?
No, that 8% is on Nuguri Johnny.
Stop! Don't do it! Don't do it! Can Nuguri pick? I really god dang it.
No, he's gonna pick Renekton again. DK is gonna be like, it's a player get.
Burdol, Nuguri, show Burdol how to play Renekton. The Canyon goes Nidali, yeah baby!
I totally forgot about Renekton Nidalee. What? There's no ads for 4 minutes? You serious? What happened?
The ads are the highlight of the LCK broadcast.
There's no ads, I'm just looking at Oner and Canyon.
Aren't they beautiful?
Look at Oner's hair, look at that hook. This game ended too fast.
What you wanted it to happen? It's Renekton, man. If he doesn't win early, it's GG.
It's not like there's Zeri in this game, it's a Yasuo. What late game threat is there for T1?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They can secure late game as well.
Wow, it's actually 4 minutes of nothing.
Ah! Oh, artifacts are ass. Give me good shit.
We are back already, boy.
What?
4 minutes is up.
Oh shit. No.
He won ban Lucian, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, they did, no?
Why?
Because that champion is too broken.
My balls? My ass is broken.
Oh, your ass broken. Need to go doctor. Is it draft? Not draft pick yet, man. Cabo!
DK ban Galio for what?
I think Faker's Galio is okay.
That comp... I don't know. Technically this game 1 is very similar to... Oh, they're gonna replay the Flash again.
No, don't do it! No!
Oh, look at this. Look at this master bait. Oh!
Okay, this is the last one. I'm coming back.
Canyon got jungle gapped again.
Did the owner get POG?
He's probably the POG.
I feel like it's jungle or top. It should be.
It's Oner lah. I think it's Oner lah.
I think Keria did well as well. By getting off silver.
How about this? 10 votes for Oner, 2 votes for Keria, 1 vote for Zeus.
That's not how POG works. You can't share that shit.
No, I mean POG is Oner, but I mean the votes, the 13 votes.
Ah.
That's what I mean, boy.
I'm
No, you don't know. No.
What are they talking about? What they talk to?
How do we feel about this extraordinarily high Renekton priority?
How do we feel about this extremely high Renekton priority?
I think the champion's overrated. I don't think you should be giving up Yuumi, or you should be giving up.
Yep, he's overrated as shit.
At the same time,
Yep, I understand the white dudes.
Play better, do well. Even at 0-0 and 9 Renekton, the Dove pilot.
Why you gotta be so racist?
People out of team fights later, so I can see.
Yeah, the Korean like Renekton, then let them like long.
Picks it up on the top side of the map. It will be Oner.
Oner!
It's the Trundle play. I thought that maybe there'd be a few.
He got top side ahead early, and then like mid game he helped the bot side. He keep getting.
Yeah, this is the 3rd time.
Beautiful.
I mean, Oner has been just the rock solid pillar. For
That's the 3rd time that Flash is shown on screen.
Ah, yeah, baby.
Do it.
And it failed 3 times.
Fans in playoffs as Oner gonna be a big part of overcoming Damwon Kia, given how strong Canyon can be on those carries.
You need to put your cursor halfway, at least halfway through the what the heck is called?
The T1 have struggled a little bit more.
The wall, yeah.
Don't you bring that up, Atlas. I don't want to think about Jin.
Oh, 13 for 13. Oh.
13 as well for Oner.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely overly dominant performance from the T1 jungler. Let's see whether he can do it again as we move to game number 2. So let's throw it back to the casters.
So that means this game is jungle diff.
It's jungle diff.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers, for that wonderful
It's
breakdown.
jungle diff.
But it was very straightforward, right? From the draft, Damwon took a big risk. It was a gambit. It did not pay off at all. T1 came out here, firing shots, ready to go. And now we need to see something.
What did DK gamble? What?
Might turn into a bit of a
Gamble
series
on
that T1 kind of just
a Louis Vuitton bag.
Yeah. I mean, dude, that was my expectation. That was my prediction.
Is that the gamble?
Had that expectation.
Hey, what is crocodile skin called
Blue
again?
side here is going to be where we find out if Damwon Kia could
Lizard skin?
No, what's that?
In the same way that
La leather.
manipulate the draft in order to get a dominant.
It's a leather game.
Because if they don't, and even if they do, you know, I feel like we're a little bit worried right now about their chances here. In terms
Look
of
at Pope.
coordination, it's been way better for T1.
He cut hair, D.
Showmaker's Talia performance there in game 1. It was a bad sign.
Oh, look at his notebook.
Uncharacteristic.
Oh,
He's
it's
been
notebook
so
game.
good on the champion. We showed the stats. Like, we've talked about it so much, but just an off game from him. The missed flash on the top side of the map for Burdol. These small mistakes against a team like T1 could cost you everything.
They definitely
Nuguri is not in.
It's just a little bit too much pressure
Oh my
for
God.
Damwon to handle. You know, they go 5 games,
Because they know.
off, and then right back into another insanely
What are you gonna say?
matchup.
Because they know if he sub him in, he's just gonna one trick
This will be a big
that
sign, a big
that good.
tell for us, because if they go ahead and ban a bunch of stuff and then they first pick Renekton,
He loves them big old Ionian booty.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what?
Now, if they
Brilliant booty.
control the bottom side waves with the Renekton too,
T1 is smart, they ban out the broken support.
Ban Silver.
Very strong in this meta, but if you can,
I don't think
maneuver well
Kalista's
to at least not lose
okay.
really hard, can't put all your eggs in the Renekton basket.
What way are you?
Yeah.
Oh, they ban Silver.
I think this is really smart.
They didn't ban Kalista, what are you
Oh,
talking about?
not yet.
Yumi
I'm just
also
predicting,
will
man. What you want?
take Yumi Zeri, and you guys will not have the
Kalista is not even top
so I think T1
top 5
T1's
AD.
drafting the series has been they're leading and Damwon are following. I think they're playing a lot more reactionary, and this can be an issue. As let's see what this final ban does end up being here. You can see that Sivir ban. Damwon's like,
Ban
oh,
Nila.
they know the plan.
Adam.
Will be the Nautilus once again.
What? Nautilus?
We did see that in game 1,
Yeah.
where we considered that the Zeri
Is that Lucian?
for T1, and we were a little bit confused.
Yes, let me see it.
But let's see.
Let me
for
see
a
it.
bit, The moment of truth.
I think
Yes.
that's the Yumi.
Look at this
Is
dude.
this-
Renekton, we are.
Is
seriously
this Burdol?
concerned.
Yes. Yes.
Oh
Not
my.
because Renekton
Yeah!
is weak, but because of what they have given in exchange.
I'm not
It's
surprised.
3-0, baby.
Yeah. The T1 have the world.
Look at
of
Zeus, he be like,
possibilities
fuck's sake,
with
it's
Lucian and
it's
Silverban,
GG.
and Deokdam hasn't looked fantastic on the Draven pick.
He's thinking, what other top laner can I smash?
I mean, Callista is
He's
also
like,
good, which is crazy, but I mean, if you pick Callista here, you're just saying like, I dare you to play the Yumi lane. We're gonna play hard on the bottom side, and if
Wait,
you do
DK
wanna
can
play
pick
the,
Sivir. What?
Yumi,
Whoa.
Whoa.
2v2, and it won't matter what the Renekton lane on the top.
Oh
side.
no 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 no! You tried it once. It's not good.
Just-
Funny
If you wanted out, just pick Nocturne, man. What the fuck?
Callista Wukong, strong.
No, he didn't go for Pantheon. He didn't go for Pantheon. Thank God.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for the
I was
Zeri,
like, oh
just
my
in terms of pure
They didn't
power.
even buff
I know
his
there is
damage.
stuff
They
that,
just buff his
has
efficiency and farming in the jungle.
lane, try to get them very far behind.
And they are willing to play the Draven.
Yeah. So there's that as well.
Yeah, I thought we might be going down a different path here. For
Deokdam and
Damwon.
Guma are the
We're gonna
only
fight
two
fire
AD
with
that
fire.
play Draven, right?
And I think this is.
They're the only two
old, but
Draven
also
players.
smart from Damwon.
Yeah.
They can pull it off, of course, and will mitigate some of the pressure from that Callista lane bottom side. It's also something they haven't looked fantastic at in the past.
But here's the
For
thing,
all
it's
Draven,
like,
it's also somewhat
Draven needs to
more
get killed.
current.
But it's not like DK and T1 have the
Nuguri
best,
coming here on the support
like,
slot. No shocker there with Renata.
a lot of kills bot lane.
I think Damwon Kia is showing a lot of confidence in this draft, and that's one thing I could definitely say about their start here.
It's another Draven Braum. I think I've seen this last time from DK before.
No, my point we made earlier in the points of the match about Gumayusi in his late game, he hasn't looked amazing unless he's very far ahead. The Zeri Yumi into Draven that Canyon could have picked up here would mean that one small mistake from Guma means that the game has to go down that late
Zeus
game
doesn't
as well.
even need to
And,
pick the
T1
pick the
haven't looked
on
as
right
well
away.
on that late game.
I think
It's like-
Showmaker's gonna LeBlanc.
Grabbing Callista.
Oh god, and it's gonna be a bad
In their own
pick.
right. Obviously going to be a very dominant lane. The Azir ban, not a surprise.
Nobody's gonna dare pick LeBlanc into the OG LeBlanc,
The
man.
next on the mid-tier list is Silas.
What is gonna happen? He's gonna pick LeBlanc.
Talia also taken away here
I'm
from
predicting it
Showmaker-
already.
something a little bit
Showmaker
different.
doesn't play LeBlanc. He plays Zoe.
LeBlanc.
He's
still
been playing a little
could be a
bit
bad
of
pick
LeBlanc.
here for Damwon Kia if they want to take that one away from Faker.
Even Chovy's a better LeBlanc than him.
Yeah, but something that we did see in the playoffs early on was Corki, who made a return. I don't think that really suits either of these compositions very well, especially with the Trundle being banned here.
And
The
Trox.
ban I like a lot more because this is essentially saying we're going to win Renekton top side here, and the bottom lane's going to be more stable for us as Damwon.
Oh!
To actually duel out against a Renekton. And win.
Hey, did you hear what Wolf said?
Want to weaken your
What?
power there.
They said, oh, DK ban out Aatrox because we're gonna win top
There's
side.
no Trundle on the other side. The Trundle was banned away, so
Ah!
no move from T1. No, no way to really duel around first objective very well right now.
But
with
Poppy is
Damwon.
actually really good.
Unless they can find another way to get mid prio.
You know,
True.
if DK wants to win, pick Zoe.
Because
Cause Silas steal that out is useless.
Worked very well for him this season. We've seen Victor
Pick
and
Zoe.
Silas
Pick Zoe.
doing success. This is the big question
And
mark
then
right
he's
now.
gonna.
Is Zoe or LeBlanc?
He's got something to say about that. Let's see what he has to say because Showmaker has not said anything just yet.
Showmaker's. Oh, look at this! I know he's gonna pick it.
Be pretty good into the Silas.
Look at this!
That is what will be selected.
I know it! This bitch.
Backline access is normally what you grab LeBlanc for, but T1's composition just in general has very high resistances. Oh, it's the old Quinn response.
Oh
for Renekton.
shit.
You sure, Queen?
This would be very interesting. It would allow T1 to have 2 late game threats in terms of 80 range damage. But I like the Gnar here much more.
No.
I think as
Zeus
Damwon,
Na is
you
built
wanna win these
different.
fights early,
Zeus Na
just
is
trying to
literally
not necessarily blow
5
the back
champions.
lineup, but actually just add that extra chain CC.
Zeus Na is like I think he's the best LCK Na.
Bar up, stuff like that. But otherwise, this LeBlanc pick.
But Burdol's the best LCK Renekton.
is very survivable.
No, the best LCK Renekton is Morgan. Lord Morgan. It's not even Burdol, it's Morgan.
Can Damwon Kia get ahead? Can they get those early objectives under their control? Can they buy a lot of time that way? Get a cash in early for this Draven.
I need to ask, is Mike okay in the
If not,
chat?
once again, I definitely have to throw my hat into the T1 ring. And
I know there's
that's
like...
the better draft here.
Who's Mike?
Just like game
I
1,
mean, I'm asking my
have a
chat.
different approach to how they
You
want
have
to
a
handle
chat?
this meta. But it's
How dare you.
high risk, and the coordination and the execution has to be very good and much better than it was in game 1.
I do think
Oh god, what?
Damwon, at least, if they get a
What's that,
snowball
fan
run,
art?
it can be
The good shit.
very annoying to deal
Oh,
with.
is that
right?
face?
Renekton on one item, you've got LeBlanc on one item, Draven on a couple. From ahead, there's a lot of ways.
The casters still think Renekton is a good pick. My god.
They are staying PC.
Just looking for executes even before a game. Or
They don't want to hurt like the
so that
5 Renekton mains in Silver.
outside of boomerangs, you know, or Silas stealing an ultimate or something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely true. On T1, though, they're basically fighting fire with this draft, and if they win, their comp snowballs, I think, even
Wait, they pick
harder.
Poppy first before Silas,
The
right?
biggest fear for Damwon Kia is T1 actually
no.
early skirmishes, getting a lead. And
They
just like
pick
game
Poppy
1,
after they
all
pick
that.
after
Definitely happened.
T1 picks
That is
Silas.
what happened in game number 1. So let's see if T1 can do it again.
Then
here.
Faker
Top
can
of the red for
probably.
game
I
2.
think Faker's best out is Poppy out. Other than that, it's like the LeBlanc dash.
Wukong out? No, never mind. I mean,
I remember Valdez. Oh, well, we don't have time to remember.
Oh, shit!
shit, Burdol.
You won.
Getting in there. This is a fantastic.
Oh, Amu has another
And they're looking for Burdol.
Q.
They
Dude.
haven't much. Faker's tanking turret
Q?
as well, looking for an
What?
angle, but not going to amount to
Didn't he have 2
anything.
Qs?
Outside of Burdol's
Yeah, like what?
Very nice.
Yeah, Damwon Kia were like looking at Showmaker. That you feeling lucky? You think you can find him?
You're like, oh, Burdol no flash. Oh, he's
Going to
gonna
be able to
can't
focus
top
on
again,
Damwon
baby.
Kia.
Yeah, boy. Oner be like,
Level
yeah,
starts
boy.
here for Oner, and
Coming for the booty.
had decided
It's gonna be a jungle gap again.
Position. He is not, of course, going to be doing that, and Damwon will try to potentially set up a 3-buff
Oh, Oner is smart. He go top side.
into the Wukong early.
It's like they're definitely bot side. I'm not going in.
Guma just going to come over here and try to check
Oh
this.
no.
Oh, not really that much CC in this comp at level 1, so it's fine.
Yeah, just going to be Canyon picking this one up.
If Oner is smart, he will take Raptors and then run the other way around to kill Burdol.
I know you do. It was a
Run through the river.
Remember when it was
Oh, he's not doing that.
at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
This is the exact opposite of that. Is fight all the time, fight aggressively. Every
Oh, they see Canyon. Look,
Speaking
Oner
of, we're
sees
also
Canyon.
fighting,
What the
potentially
fuck?
here.
They see Oner also.
Here, looks like Oner pretty confident to take this with the red buff. But Phase Rush going to be very nice for Poppy to just say no to that fight.
And T1's gamble.
That means Canyon has Hex Flash.
Really leading to a kill on a Burdol, grab his flash, which is quite significant.
Usually, if you want to gank like that, that means you have a Hex Flash.
The biggest winner of this exchange.
Wow, Canyon is 2 and 3.
Bottom side Prow here, level 2.
Bruh.
First for Deokdam and Kellin. This is a very annoying lane to play out now as Guma.
Probably the only guy that has negative win rate on Poppy.
Still a little bit more power there.
It's
for
a
level
jungle
1.
diff.
Yeah. And Silas nowadays, the laning phase is, it was never really where he looked for his power. Unless you're in like solo queue or something like that.
Only Zeus 9 has a positive win
Showmaker
rate.
is going to be poked out just a bit, and Showmaker has a hefty amount of LeBlanc games under his belt as well. Not quite the number that Faker has.
I think
but
Showmaker played one game of
experience
LeBlanc
in the LCK
in the last match.
Oner's gonna
It was
come up and try to
three
punish this extra prio
three
setup.
Talias and one LeBlanc.
He's damaging
They won
Nuguri,
3-1.
but he's vulnerable.
Oh,
Faker definitely trying to sell it here a bit, but
nah.
no distortion does come in. And so Showmaker is totally fine.
Yep, doesn't commit to the distortion, so only easy. And there's unfortunately no follow-up CC from Faker there or Oner with level 6. So, not a successful gank, but it does relieve some of the pressure, allows Faker to back here.
What pressure? There ain't no pressure in that last game.
Does not actually commit to his blue buff here. Once
DK is coming again.
dive.
Fuck.
Or catch a Wukong coming over here to set up
They know they walk there.
They did spot Canyon coming in here, as Canyon will be spotted now, and they're
Oh.
trying to engage
Oh.
him as in comes
Canyon
the
is-
team, but immediately you're already so deep in here, and Deokdam takes
Got
two third
him.
shots. Keria will not even go down.
Oh,
Nice.
Keria's dead.
For
Keria.
T1
Oh,
reads him
Oh,
like a
potion,
wins this
baby.
early game.
Could have just backed off and taken his blue buff and taken a 3-buff start and been very happy with the lead he had while they already had bottom prio.
Canyon ganked twice and he gets spotted twice.
But you're the side that has the
Bruh.
Gnar, you're the side that has the Renekton.
It's
that's
the
gonna
jungle
actually
different.
start to win out against this Gnar in the lane. They tried to force
Jungle
this so hard,
did.
and 2 kills over to the Callista on Damwon's play is just a disaster.
Yeah,
Oh, Canyon's not even farming.
Gangs to happen. Zeus looks like
he immediately
he
goes
knows
to
this is coming.
Zeus.
Can he get out of this one is
Oh.
the question. He's just gonna hop.
None
on.
of them are gankable. What the fuck is he doing?
I mean, it's Canyon with no buff.
He is tilted.
He just died, right? So it's like, oh, okay.
He's running
Not even
mid.
farming.
Oh, never mind. He's taking
They're a bit
Scuttle.
desperate here for the Damwon Kia jungler.
Just really forced, unfortunately. And I get the idea, you know, you had a lead from T1's, you know, level.
Oh,
1
level
not
5
going the way
dragon.
they wanted it
I mean,
to,
5
but
minute dragon.
This is just
Got the
really
sticks,
impressive.
man.
With the ward here, Keria is just instantly bandage tosses him, and then Deokdam tanks turret shots here on the dive. You know,
Bruh.
that's the end of it. Like, there's nothing else to explain here. It was a call that was made, and Kellin will lose his
Oh,
flash
is
as
that
well.
what at the mid tower bush there?
At this
Yeah.
point, obviously on the Amumu, or rather on the Draven,
Good.
but not that high.
Keria's having a great time, by the way. He was smiling in game number 1, and now even, you know, shouting, oh, I'm going to live, or maybe he was saying I was going to die. I don't know, it was too loud, but
Oh,
then he gave us the thumbs up and the
Oh,
good.
oh.
He's having a good time, and he should be. Things are going very well.
They
for
saw them already.
him and his partner down here on the bottom side in the bottom lane. And
Wukong's is just staying under that
right
that
there
bush.
for his team.
But it's they scared Poppy is coming again.
Yes, but it's not going to make up for the 2 kills that Guma has.
Yeah, he'll need a cash out before we can start talking about him reaching parity. Does have a small experience lead here too, so all for naught, and he will still be able to control this lane. But the unfortunate truth is that T1 have such a massive amount of gold on this Callista now that the Draven won't be able to keep
Oh, he
up
is
with
coming.
these fights, and that's kind of the tipping point.
Oh, Lord, he
Who
come.
wins those first few objective fights? The first Drake fight, or if there isn't one,
Guma and
it's the Drake,
Deokdam
and
both
who
won.
Gets the Herald. You can see it's a 4-2 right now.
Oh, now it's Faker's turn. Oh.
Canyon's ganking like a madman.
Distortion gonna miss.
Oh, he don't give a damn.
Will hit as trying to
Oh,
stop
smash,
it,
he
but
got
that's not
smashed.
gonna
What?
land.
What?
That cancel.
Canyon is on the follow here.
Wait,
Will
that
not
looks so
last as
weird.
well,
What?
But Oner is right nearby. Can
Faker has
Faker
W.
player at the last moment. Does the
Oh,
flash in from Showmaker.
Oner
Will
doesn't have
secure
out.
the kill. As now you've got Burdol coming in from the top lane, actually. And
Oh!
now Oner's
Oh,
Oner
he
failed the
didn't.
trying to get this
He
kill
didn't
onto
go
a
through
lobby,
the
not gonna
wall.
He
happen.
failed.
Low health, and DK were able to pull off 2 kills here for Showmaker.
Yeah, Oner was, I don't think, even really very close to level 6.
That's all the red times I see a T1 player play a flash.
Now on that regard, if he had 6, of course, you could turn this around very well.
What
I think
was
it a
that?
cool attempt.
Poppy R.
He ends up getting
It
trapped.
hit
There's Damwon
Poppy,
here ready
but
to pull
Poppy
the
dashed
trigger,
through it.
and
What the fuck?
Damwon
What's
now
that
2 kills
interaction?
on one of their
Is it
carries
unstoppable
here.
or some
Luck
shit?
Getting very far ahead of the Silas here. Faker gets caught out. And now this game gets a lot more interesting. So we have 2 strong points for
I don't think even Faker know that will
Calista gonna
happen.
look a little bit better at this
He's
stage
like, what the
for those
fuck? He
first
dashed through
objectives.
the hammer.
I mean, how long do you need to charge that Poppy out before it can like fly away?
Gets Luden, has a lot of
Like just 1 second is good enough, lah. 1 or half second.
Is it like how long you fly, how far you fly is based on how long you charge?
Yeah lah.
Yeah, it means that the LeBlanc hits a one-item.
But look at this shit again.
Extremely early on, and I think it's going to be in the hands of Showmaker to really try to.
Oh,
What the fuck?
This early game there.
What is that?
Charge
He
there
dashed through it.
stops him from using the ult against him, as Faker has obviously level 6 advantage. Oner comes over.
But Zeus is still farming top.
But it's a flash from Showmaker to secure the kill as Oner continues to go back in here and gets chained and knocked into the wall. Like
At this point, you ping the top lane like question marks.
Very optimistic, especially considering
Ping,
that
ping,
they
ping,
did
ping,
not
ping.
come down.
No, Burdol didn't do
If he did, it would've
shit
been
anyway.
even worse, I think,
In
but
fact, he lost
kind of
farm.
an odd choice by Oner to decide to not walk away from that loss and try to turn it around.
Yeah, it was definitely a very close play.
Look at this dude.
He's ganking again.
Either way, big rotation now up to.
Oh, it's 8
the
minutes.
First Herald, which has been the name of the game.
Oh
here.
shit.
For
Everyone's coming,
Had a
baby.
huge fight breakout in game number 1. Take a look at the vision control right now from T1.
Yeah,
it is insanely.
They want to catch Canyon
Oner has
first.
6 now, and he is unseen.
Oh,
on
Canyon.
Control ward. They all committed to control ward.
Burdol, Burdol,
They
Burdol.
could spring traps, but Damwon Kia playing this very patiently, clearing out the bottom side of the vision. Now Faker's isolated.
Oh,
a little
Faker
bit.
is not in a good spot.
Keria looking to come in. He's
Oh,
gonna find
Deokdam.
Deokdam, looking for that big
What?
mummy trap as he will.
Deokdam
force
flashed
the
away.
flash out of Deokdam, but a huge
Oh, Oner's got
Burdol.
Burdol.
Front to back though. Guma pretty fed, looking for that damage. Faker will be able to pick up the kill
Ooh.
in the chase.
Oh,
This
now they
team
can chase, now they
this
can
team
chase.
Can chase so easily with this comp as Flash comes in.
Oh,
For
that's
Deokdam
slow.
is flashless, but did you
Oh,
go too
puppy.
far? The
Canyon.
answer looks to be yes.
Oh,
So
Guma,
Showmaker,
why?
is
Oh,
looking to get in there.
Deokdam is still
Faker's
going in.
trying
Oh
to
my
zone
god.
for his team and will
Oh!
take down Deokdam with a huge coup, still alive, and even zones
That was
away.
really greedy
Showmaker
from Deokdam.
trying
What the
to scout
fuck?
here with his clone, but
That
will
was
not be able
greedy
to
from
follow.
Guma.
Not going to be able to get close enough to Faker to take him out. Canyon does have Hex Flash.
Guma keeps
Regular flash is gonna be
overextending these
chasing him down.
days. Like,
Either
why,
Burdol
man?
teleports mid, and the Herald was
No,
not
it's
taking advantage
always
of this, so
overextended.
looks like they have a bit of a teleport war here.
It's just that Keria plays some change just to save his ass.
Canyon does not back. He's super low and might have to smite here early. I think Burdol should be able to pull the aggro away from him. Looks like he will be fine.
Oner is here
T1,
already.
You have to be, aware of the fact that they can rotate into this choke point. They don't have control.
They don't want to
of
fight
where
Zeus
the
is
tunnel is
TP.
set up.
I mean,
They will take
Faker's
the front
TPing
line.
bot already.
Very close fight there, but I think the Kalista lead actually being so huge for T1.
Oh, Guma. Oh my god.
Already, well, not even on the Ludens. Thought I saw its proc there, but I guess it must have been the electrocute. Either way, still an insane amount of damage already in this game.
Yeah, this fight for T1
That flash
was
out is
so
not that
forced,
good.
I think, based on the
He
vehicle
missed
that the
the
Cyclone was set
Draven.
up for, and the damage is real here. Like, they don't get the combo they were looking for with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but they still just have so much raw damage in skirmishes with the Kalista, with the Silas. Like, Damwon Kia don't really have a mid lane.
Hey, look
that
at
can do that
Guma.
same sort of damage
Somehow
long term at this stage
The Poppy can push her
But
in.
then,
Like,
they
what?
chase a little bit too
They
far,
should have
and
backed
Damwon
out
Kia
after
will bring back
this.
some kills and grab
Look at
their
Deokdam,
share.
man. What the fuck?
Very close fight, however, that I think T1, despite the engage not being perfect for them, I mean, it was very good. Still, they end up winning the fight. Not enough health bars there at the end to secure Herald, which will go into Damwon's favor. So still a very close game at this stage.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
We're looking to get on top of
Oh, look
Braum
at-
here. Kellin doesn't
Braum
have
is
anything,
dead.
so he looks to be dead. Oh, he has a stopwatch.
Oh!
Missed that one. Might be able
Oh,
to
he hit the
Guma
clone.
is going to pull the Ren, and actually
Oh,
it's Keria who is taking
Silas
out
wants
another
that meat.
kill, as this game is going a little bit off the rails as Guma now on the run. As this Callisto
Oh,
flashed
what?
on
It
into
flashed.
Canyon with the slow.
Oh,
Should be able
oh.
to select that
Canyon
kill.
got it.
As Faker not quite able to lock down another for himself.
Yeah, this is what these two compositions are looking to do, is to fight all the time, fight
Oh,
non-stop. They both
Faker
have
got
high
Poppy
damage
out.
and the burst, plus good CC, especially in T1's composition here. So the fighting and the skirmishing non-stop is what T1 want to do, but I think they also need to respect a little bit of the power in Damwon's comp defensively, especially when they
Okay.
get
Oh!
extra time.
Ominous here on the top side. Zeus is getting pretty low.
Flash.
Not quite at that Mega Gnar. He's trying
Oh,
to make it
Mega
happen,
Gnar,
and
so
actually,
close.
In the Mini Gnar will just be able to walk it out.
We'll survive here.
Not even
Afraid,
close,
of
baby.
What?
I guess no ultimate.
Not
expiry
even
to
close,
say
baby.
We'll get Burdol's dominance, but he wins out in the exchange, and we'll be able to push this wave in. First Drake still not taken. We're reaching the 13-minute.
You know where that
mark
comes
here.
from, right?
Damwon, a very late first Drake, but Damwon should now have enough control
Donkey?
over the map to do
Yeah, boy.
said Drake, as they have vision control on both top and bottom of it, and Deokdam is going to have this extra push. And they did not see the Gnar backing. Zeus
Wukong's running down bot.
So still a lot of considerations.
It's a dragon fight again.
They can't just start this up because it's very tanky now.
Oh wait, not again. It's the first dragon. What?
5v5, but they had so much control and they really didn't use it here. This is the kind of stuff we
They
were
don't have bot
criticizing
prio
for
yet.
KT.
This one's pretty
Oh,
close.
smite! Oh, got it!
From Oner, trying to burst that one down so they don't even have the scuttle vision. Vision control taken by Damwon. And very scary, as you mentioned, on both sides. You can
Faker is no out.
if you want to. So
They're always
for
gonna
T1
time
without
out.
vision, they're like, oh, well, we can't really enter that river right now.
I guess it's like a 40-second cooldown.
Point in time.
Something like that.
Rift Herald will go in full money here for Canyon, as the LeBlanc will not be.
They sort of have a time window.
Still just trying to get a little bit more.
Zeus
starting to break up, despite the
is not. It's gonna be mini now. They can try now.
Done for a while here for Deokdam, and he's Draven. He has a lot of stats. He does a lot of single target damage. Just wants to continue to build up some more stacks over here, sitting on 61 as he pushes this through. And Damwon are just saying, I don't want to start a fight first because your comp is also good at skirmishing, and if we use any cooldowns or lose any health on the Drake, that might just do us in. Even if we have this immense amount of vision control around that part of the map. You're joking about the Corky Azir handshake. This is like the Draven Kalista.
What's their
clash,
replay?
you know, like this. Both of these teams want to fight all the time, and fights like this where looks like they have the jump on a support, but he has stopwatch, and then you're like, oh man, Damwon and Kia also have a ton of damage.
I hear double from you.
Disappear. It's crazy how much damage the Draven
Whoa.
has. The stopwatch buys just enough time for him to get there. And you can see just how variable these fights are. The volatility of these two drafts in the clash is so insanely high, and that's why this game is so high kill so early here.
What about right now?
And why Damwon, despite having insane vision control, do not start up that first Mountain Drake, which is now at 15 minutes, still untaken.
I think it's okay.
It looks like Keria
I think it's because I'm too close to my mic.
on that objective now. Very curious to see when that one is going to go down. The Amumu at this point obviously cannot solo it, so that's not going to happen. The top lane looks like Burdol taking more and more aggressive trades, which means that, you know, he has been able to gather himself a slight CS victory here, which is pretty common for the Renekton, as now T1 setting up for the straight.
This is the longest dragon teasing I've seen.
Just clear vision and back away again.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it looks like. This Renekton
You think like Liv Sandbox man fight for no reason?
Still having some trouble putting the pressure onto Zeus' Gnar. We haven't
Pick a fight and lose?
The Gnar pick, we liked it in the draft, but it is important to note that it has fallen off massively, but it is
I see like Kalista these days is rapid. No, Gumayusi. Oh, Faker.
Says the trade heavily taken by Faker. Or
Smash?
was it a bait all along? The pop
He didn't stun.
alone can't really force that further trade. Stopwatch available here for Faker as well.
I hear Wolf on your side
You
also.
know, in the draft, it does feel like T1 are
Yeah, I'm
playing
further away a bit now.
Patch 12.10 or 12.11,
Oh.
you know, the Silas Gnar.
Oh, they can
comes
take
back out.
a dragon.
It's pretty interesting to see. I think Zeus on his Gnar, I
Zeus?
mean, able to
Oh.
do
Oh.
able to get that last auto. Don't think it would have killed, but still. Damwon are just gonna
Rip Herald is also not
So
up
after
yet.
pushing Canyon back, they knew they had
It's
It's
up
up now lah.
Yeah.
the top side there. Zeus has the range advantage, wants to build up his
Canyon
bar
is
bar.
rushing
They look for a
over.
gank onto the Renekton, but the second they pull the trigger top side, Damwon Kia Spring onto the Drake bottom side. So Damwon really
They're all running out.
had so much vision control still of this bottom objective. Now trying to rush over here and deny.
Oh, got him!
So that's an Gnar gone, and this is getting pretty low. Canyon in smite range. And
Oh,
it goes to
he got
Canyon
it!
as well. The fight here looking to be taken, but the bandage.
Oh,
is
but
going
those
to
were the
come.
sacrifice
Keria
for their
still
sins.
Thomas Renekton as the dominance taken here by Faker, and he will survive for quite a long period
Oh,
of time.
Showmaker got the thing.
Collect that one very sneakily on the backside of that fight.
Deokdam's getting a turret.
The crocodile gonna die again.
Oh, LeBlanc.
Showmaker
Ah,
is
never.
going to be so slippery here. So still this game very much on a knife's edge.
It really is. Damwon Kia walk away with the eye and a turret, but
Oh,
T1
the
still-
just out to
I
clear away.
still
I still
walk away
hear
with the
them on
victory
your
here
side.
in terms of
What?
getting that extra gold from the kill, but what it means on the map.
My
for
speaker's
Damwon Kia
not
already have a
on.
lead in Drake. I think they definitely went out on this exchange, and Had Deokdam been there, I think there's a real world where they crush that fight, but he was already kind of halfway committed to taking down turrets, so he decides to stay for that. Notice how late he is to this fight. He doesn't have teleport like Faker does, so Faker can actually join into this fight right away. By the time Deokdam gets here, he's like probably too late, so decides to back away. As soon as the fight goes south and Damwon try to retreat, he instantly makes the call.
Oh, look at this dude.
You can see that there on the minimap is Burdol. Yeah, he's chain CC'd. Damwon want to maybe turn this one around, but without their Draven, they cannot make it happen, and T1 would have just retreated topside if he had rotated over.
Stash.
So the eye, we'll see where that ends up getting dropped. It was picked up by the LeBlanc, so she'll get some value out of a turret if she does get it down. You do, of course, have plates on.
And just throw a bot, and that's going to be 2 turrets taken already by the side of Damwon. That's a huge amount of map control, and in games that are this close, it's so fantastic to get big vision leads like that early on.
Jungle has a lot of money on Poppy.
He couldn't come out down here and get any of that stuff. They almost stopped his back too, and this might just be an extra charge. Look at the defensive setup they have on the bottom side of the jungle here. There's no way for T1 to come over here easily and contest without really...
Dude, it's still on your side.
Draven gets free mid push, even if they take this Herald out. Which they do.
I swap back to my speaker.
T1 just barely hold this off without any losses. Minus the turret itself, like past the first turret, and just barely defend.
Top lane still being defended by Burdol. He has not let go of that one just yet. The CS number is more even at this point in time. Zeus has been more and more annoying after completing his Trinity Force already. He does have a nice, about 1,000 gold in the lead for himself. Really, a big chunk of Damwon gold lead was in the jungle, where we did see Canyon about almost like 2,000 gold ahead of his opponent in Oner.
Full utility Silas right now.
These two team comps are gonna collapse into each other later on in the game. Like we're already 20 minutes in. It feels like we're trapped in early game because of the amount of skirmishing we've had and stuff because of these two comps. So we haven't really seen a straight up 5v5 fight. They've been crazy fights for early objectives.
Actually, really need to go to the toilet.
You know, skirmishes on top side or bottom side, ganks gone wrong, etc. What both of these comps have are a lot of damage with very low range. Obviously, the LeBlanc is the exception.
They end the game now
because she can do damage with her Ludens and can do damage from far away and try to assassinate somebody. But that's going to rely on a little bit of vision control for Damwon, which they've been good about on objectives. Haven't been able to get deep wards because this game is so close. But then also, what the fights will happen with these fights besides the low range damage is how that is set up via CC. And I think T1 have the far superior set of that between the Amumu ult, Cyclone, Gnar, and Silence.
I gotta hold in my shit.
Everfrost. So, in terms of how everything has happened so far, we're still sitting at only a 400 lead for Damwon, which is now no longer the case with that turret going down bottom side. It's very even. Like, we're basically dead even in terms of gold.
Actually, can't hold it. I gotta shit.
Much easier to pull off in the later parts
of the game. God dang it, why you gotta tell me?
End up looking because Damwon kind of coasting through this with a nice LeBlanc 2-0-2. Draven getting that cash out early. Has a lot of gold himself, picked up a collector early. But will they be able to team fight in a straight up 5v5 when T1 have so many options for CC is the real question. And I think Showmaker is going to have to be the difference maker. He's going to have to be the one who threatens the backline and has to maybe threaten the Kalista once or twice, or try to bring the Gnar low while he's trying to set up for his Gnar bars. Stuff like that is what Damwon need in terms of X Factor here, because their CC in terms of Wombo and straight up fights, not as good as what T1 have to offer. Their single target is insane.
Yeah, I have a lot of my faith in Showmaker, who's nearing this Shadow Flame already, right? Like, he's already doing his job very nicely, just hopping in, poking damage. Now, Deokdam can't get caught like this, as Baker is looking to just take him down. Deokdam will flash away, but Kellin looks to bite the dust. As in goes Zeus as well, looking for the
Zeus, holy
carry, and he will be able to pick it up as another crazy skirmish breaks out here. Showmaker picks up a kill onto the Gnar, who dove also. Canyon goes in and takes out the Gnar, so turns once again into a bit of an even trade, but T1 with a slight victory.
Yeah, T1 with a slight advantage, and that might be enough to grab the second Drake of the game here. Showmaker looking for some poke. Chains won't hit. This is still a very difficult fight to take here against T1 because they have a Kalista. She's going to be doing massive damage here, 3v2. Canyon just looking for a steal and walk away.
Yeah, might be able to, as nope, it's going to be Kalista with the Rend pull at the end of the day, as now on the chase here. It doesn't look like Guma will continue after getting chilling smited
And we colloquially call that
That
the
Na
second
combo
spike here
is
in
crazy.
League of Legends because of how much damage it does when you pull that out. And it was a tough steal attempt there from Canyon, but really at no risk to him, so might as well go for it. As this is just the CC I was talking about for T1 at work here. Kellin will go down. Zeus has an amazing set of plays here, or, dive CC setups to try to kill Deokdam with burst damage. He is picked. They also do collapse here with Burdol onto Faker and trade one more kill back there. But T1 trade up, they grab the Drake. And again, this is still not a 5v5 fight per se. It's a very big skirmishy one.
Yeah.
But Showmaker, I mean, the more money he gets, the more of an impact he makes, and he still hasn't died yet. He's still ahead of the curve right now. And I'm liking the threat that he could put off in this game, as you were saying. He's already doing his job very well. But he can't be giving these Drakes over to T1 if he can help it.
And
I'm
this has
back.
got to stop happening.
Holy.
He's just gonna die. Like, this
I'm
is
back,
just him
baby.
getting picked
What
so
happened?
many times. He's died 4 times.
Zeus is
And
MVP,
that's
man.
just
Zeus
a
is
free Baron
MVP
now
this
for
game.
T1. I mean, it's an excellent pick once again. T1 are finding every single angle.
Yeah, and it's a flash Gnar, from far away. You think you're safe, you're
I
not
need to
safe.
see that again.
Not against this composition.
There's just
Zeus
too many
did
threats.
like
As you
2
were saying,
amazing
there's just too many ways to get on top
engages
of
onto
Damwon.
onto
T1 are playing
Deokdam.
this out beautifully. Canyon trying to get close, but he just gets a moo-mooed in the
Like his
face.
pick combos are crazy.
So that's another objective going down after a mid tussle goes up in T1's favor. And it's kind of funny considering that the turret that's still up for Damwon in the mid lane, I think is why they have felt safe to farm like this. But the turret has actually kept the wave in such a space where T1 could threaten more.
A
Canyon?
little bit of a play here as the Braum is knocked away, and T1 are turning
Guma
this one
flash
around. Huge
just in
cyclone
time.
onto the both of them on the second.
Oh, he's going in.
As that is going to be enough. Zeus is going deep now, and he is so tanky.
Zeus is too tanky lah, he don't give a
This
damn.
game was so close, and now
Whoa.
it is so
Oh, Keria
one-sided.
Zonyas.
T1 are
GG.
just pushing down the mid lane
mean, they
and
have-
taking lives.
They have Baron still, and they're going to push even further here, I think.
Is this
Maybe
the
take
end?
out an inhibitor. I mean, we're 25 minutes into the game. It doesn't
No,
feel like
not
it
yet.
because it feels like it's just been a non-stop early game. We could never get
Oh
out
wait,
of
they're
it.
gonna
T1
end.
are like, I think we might be able to get even more here.
Oh,
Showmaker's like,
Faker.
"Man, what do I gotta do?"
Shoemaker or Show
You know, like,
Faker?
3-0-3 on the LeBlanc, just not able to do enough.
Oh my
Goes
god, that was
into
a
the
big
top
bomb
box.
bakutan.
That might be his demise, actually.
And then he
As,
died.
gets 1 kill, and T1 are just
Copy.
continuing, as it is a little bit
They're trying to
risky.
Zeus is-
At the end of the
Zeus
day,
is mega now, Zeus is mega now.
Should just be enough. They're gonna target
Yeet.
down this next
Yeet, that ladder back.
in 25 minutes. T1, they weren't winning, and then all of a sudden, they were dominating.
And it's right as we were talking about the CC
Oh, man, I didn't-
and
there
the
was no
setups they
replays.
have and the hard engage that T1 has.
Zeus
Play around
did
that
like
mid turret.
2
Damwon,
amazing
yeah, felt
picks
so
onto
safe on that
Deokdam
mid
and then they
turret.
win the
Both
game.
of those
This
plays are
is
like, oh, we've got the extra turret
this is
damage.
Zeus
That should
MVP
be
for
enough,
sure.
right? That should deter them from diving. Gnar, he's not that tanky. He's tanky enough, and the single target damage with this pick, the Callista, is massive.
Come on, just
will
replay.
die. You will get then followed up by an Amumu. You will get followed up on by a Silas. The damage is so high, you are never safe under
He
your
won
turret.
so many
Unfortunately,
people.
as Deokdam in this case, he's picked twice. Baron goes
Is that like
down,
Dengue
and
or
like,
something?
Oh, do it a third time. This felt like a shade of the dominance we saw from T1 in spring season. Absolutely ready to go all in on plays. Everybody's on the
Canyon
same
is
page.
like,
Zeus
ah
is
shit,
the
what am I
true
gonna
hero
do?
of this game.
Ah
Nobody
shit, this
expects to
Renekton
be
is garbage. How do I
leaping
gank for
long
these two?
range, Gnar engaged to shove a Draven out from under his turret and kill him, but that is exactly what Zeus did several times to lead to T1's win. Notice the gold difference, otherwise less than 1,000 for a majority of this game. It's really, for T1, that pulling the trigger under that turret and pulling those objectives away is just enough to, with the damage we've talked about, kill turrets too and push to end the game.
Shout out to Faker too, because he started a couple of those fights as well, just making it so that Deokdam was never a player in this game. And Deokdam felt safe. No, he's got
After yesterday, the way T1 ends games is very refreshing.
The guy just doesn't get to play the game. And Showmaker survives. LeBlanc, he can't do it all alone. He was never given the time because
T1 is like, no bullshit, just end the game.
Before he was given any time. As guys, we are done here at the second game. It is already 2-0.
Yeah, Showmaker's like after
We're gonna take a
COVID
break.
or
We'll go to the
something.
analyst carpet space. We'll be right back.
We will be right back after these messages.
Pretty sure there's a replay here. You see the replay later. This Zeus is like goddamn crazy. Zeus now is definitely built different.
And it's crazy, like recently no one's picking Na suddenly. And suddenly everyone forgot about this champion. Yeah.
Like Zeus in the air use Q to stun the Draven, man. It looks so damn crazy. He's literally like Hulk smash, you know. He's like in the air with the Q hammer down.
I think this series is another Renekton gap.
Isn't it always a Renekton gap? I think it's after this highlight, after this fight. This fight.
Ooh.
Wait, this is
not.
no, this is god dang it.
They're just putting the team fights, not the pickoffs.
This is already the final team fight, bruh.
What? They skipped through.
They skipped through the best two parts.
I was taking a shit.
They skipped through Zeus's best highlights, like bruh. I think they're saving it for that what?
POG.
That carpet space top.
Nice.
Oner is laughing his ass off. He yeet the
Yeet.
he yeet the Renekton and then Oner left his ass off. Oh, now there's an ad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, boy.
This Damwon. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
No. Oh, check in.
Oh, BBQ! Oh,
Look at
oh
that.
look at that golden! Look at that golden chicken. No.
No. Oh, it's again.
Oh, again. What is that mayonnaise? See that little plate?
I don't know, man.
What is that mayonnaise?
Oh, it's green shell chicken sauce.
Oh shit, it's Faker again.
Oh,
Oh, he gonna drop the beat. Oh,
oh. Oh my god.
he looks so damn fake.
Wait, who's that guy beside Zeus?
The what the sub.
Who is that? What?
It's the sub.
Sub conditioner. Oh, LG. Oh.
LG is fine.
They are talking like League of Legends uses really hard graphics.
My ass.
You don't need this damn monitor. Oh no!
Here it
Let
is.
me out! Oh my god. Hey look, the keyboard! The keyboard, there's nothing on the keyboard! I'm out of here. There's so much wrong with this ad. I'm out of here.
Oh.
No. Unless you remember every key on the keyboard, later you forgot, oh, what does this button do? What key was this shit?
You know that windy effect, you know what that reminds me of? It's like you eat that what? That candy that helps soothe the throat.
Is it Halls?
Halls.
Oh god.
It reminds me of Hall. Or is that what? A chew 5 gum?
Oh. Double mingle.
Experience 5 gum, stimulate your senses.
Oh. I still remember the Pizza Hut ad. 1-300-882-525.
Oh shit, you're gonna get copyrighted?
Yeah, we did. I still remember the number to this day, but I never called it before. Later you call this number and they be like, bitch, call Grab.
Call this new number, bitch.
Fucking this number is 20 years ago.
Is Nuguri gonna come in for game 3?
Yes.
And then pick Sujani?
Yes.
Yes!
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
The plankton meme.
Collaborative Cup Space. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler. That is Cubby in the TV. And this was a slightly better draft here from Damwon.
Well, the analyst is a proper analyst. He got the gaming chair.
From R1 to B1 was not what I found to be my favorite thing.
No, and the Renekton to me isn't even the biggest part. I truly feel like looking at these games, this draft feels to me a lot closer. I don't think
Even Chronicler is so done with Renekton, he's like, bro, why are you first picking it again? He's so done with Renekton also.
Right, and Damwon Kia are just looking kind of lost there. And
Kinda lost.
It is a combination of T1 actually getting the Kalista, the Wukong picks that are very, very strong. You were the one who was calling for the Kalista B1, and I'd be kind of on board with that. I don't know how comfortable Deokdam feels on that one, but you gotta try something else. But also looking at that Nar pick,
They gotta try something else, and then they pick Renekton again.
Back to his old form, which that's the one.
Try something else, yes. Change mid and jungle picks. Yes.
I gotta say, I also didn't love.
No.
DK's
Try something else. Pick Sejani
I
instead.
think that if you want
Said Johnny jungle me.
Stelios, that
You still can get Renekton, baby.
whereas Draven plus Braum, Draven wants to be able to walk up. I think a Leona could have been a better pairing. Maybe get.
We are not watching competitive games. We are watching comedy.
Maybe actually go make plays and help out the Poppy with the engages. Instead, with the Braum, really felt like Poppy was the one that had to go in first, and that just was hopping into a mincemeat machine. As T1 were just shredding everyone on Damwon.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, bro, I think I put another poll.
Our first highlight here, though, and show that
Oh
Damwon
my
were able
God.
to fight back, and I think that their avenue to success probably lied in that mid lane, but Showmaker sort of just wasn't able to get enough done.
And this is the type of disjointedness I want to talk about, because
Burdol has flash and he doesn't flash. Like what?
Overall, and a pick like this really does feel like it scales to player skill. What we're
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
here is
Who wins game 3?
right? Like we're going for Herald, but the rotation.
Oh, I can't vote on my own poll.
They get the pick up the turret. That in of itself doesn't really feel like it's enough. And overall, every time the
Did they
T1
not
starts to
show
fight
the
in this series, you're like,
solo
okay,
kill?
they're winning. And then if Damwon starts to fight, you're like, is that
No, they didn't
Are
show.
we on the same page? Are we actually
Maybe
on the
after
battle?
Pop they will show Zeus highlights.
If it's Zeus, then it should show.
And we do have to credit T1 a bit.
It has to be Zeus.
Fight and to make sure that it was so one-sided for them. But when you have these big team fight ultimates in the Amumu,
Zeus is the one that started everything and got everything.
For DK, it's easy for T1 to dictate the pace of the game if DK's not up to a 3K gold lead at 15 or 5K at 20. Their comp really fell off and it showed.
Certainly did, and it started to fall off very early as well. We have to point out the fact that the dive attempt that was set up by Damwon just straight up didn't work. Deokdam tanking turrets, losing 2 kills to the Kalista in the early game, and Deokdam was able to at least lane well, but the gold lead just never existed for the Draven. It didn't quite work out.
Ah, it's this one.
Oh! Because this
is the second one. The first one is more crazy.
Give it to me, everyone. Yeah, and Zeus, this was
That was a flash out back.
That made many of us very excited for
This was the second catch. The first catch is more crazy.
He had a no catch
After this, the game just ended, right?
It's the mid lane team fight and then end.
And good news for T1 fans. I mean,
Braum didn't really help with anything.
Job's not done. Still have a game to win, but you gotta believe if T1's gonna have any chance in the Gen.G in a potential finals matchup, their best chance lies in their top side. I think Zeus and Oner both played very well this game, so that is a good sign in playoffs. See those two players in good form.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that the way that T1 are playing as a unit is so much better now than it has been in the past.
Yeah.
Quick final thoughts, gentlemen, though. How does Damwon turn this around?
Play like 2021.
Copy.
Try scaling.
Well, let's have a look at the Zeus of the game. Bring that. Oh,
What?
it's gonna be fake.
What?
Never
What?
mind. All right. Well, that surprises me, given
That's
Even
amazing
Even Atlas said Zeus.
player of the game.
Bro.
His name here this time around. Absolutely flubbed it. But Faker definitely.
Guess he
having
did
good
some
weeks.
stuff.
Really excelling.
He caught Deokdam once, but Zeus caught him twice.
Able to get multiple rotations of Kingslayer, the chains, and your passive, and really playing on the edge as well. Really staying alive here. And then
He caught this once.
The bandit shots was actually Faker setting that one up, and this was.
It's after this one. It's after this one. You see? Like, what the f...
So for T1, well, I call it late game, but...
Lol.
Did you see Zeus?
Yeah.
He used the Q in mid-air and then out him into the turret. Like, holy shit.
That was pick up from Faker. I think that was a pick that DK were looking to grab
It's
themselves.
it's 5 for Zeus, but 7 for Faker.
What was that one I didn't
And he
see?
didn't exactly have the
Gumayushit.
to play with.
What? How?
But speaking of which, it is now match point for T1, so let's throw it back to Valdez.
What did he do?
What is potentially the final game of the series.
Thank you,
You sound so
for
happy.
that great breakdown.
He did
Yeah,
shit.
I kind of felt like what Mao said was right.
It's Guma-Uzi, baby.
Extraordinary.
Gumayushit.
In the end, I feel like was just the better team, and they were just ruthless in some of those picks. Deokdam feeling a little bit.
Oh, is that
Oh.
my
As
boy?
Nuguri will finally be subbed in. It comes down
It's
to
my
the final
Nuguri.
game for them potentially for Nuguri to play.
Yeah, took this much and Burdol.
Look at this dude. He'll be like, yeah, boy, it's a Johnny coming.
T1, he has been a bit of a weak link.
It's like, I'm
it's
gonna
crazy to think,
play my girl.
just remember, cast your minds back. These were the
Nuguri's
two
an eagle.
biggest prospect top laners last year. Like, Nuguri goes, or sorry, not Nuguri, but Burdol, of course. Just to make that clear. Burdol and Zeus. Now,
Yeah.
Burdol sits behind Rascal on Gen.G, isn't really utilized that much by Gen.G until he comes to this team to replace Khan, Hoya, etc. And Damwon Kia, you know, on the other hand, end up playing him here only in playoffs. Zeus just trounces him, really. And it's not about the 1v1, it's about the 2v2 where I feel Canyon has had a characteristically weak season and an uncharacteristically weak season and uncharacteristically...
Yeah.
No, yeah. Just make sure you put the...
Really, don't some of the the
week best of 5
coaches
you know,
can
the-
use like an iPad, right?
It's been shown that Canyon is just straight up right
No.
now in terms of...
None of them
form
use it.
weaker.
None of them using iPad.
They didn't ban.
What year is it?
Seems like it's an error, actually. We're getting the
2015.
the update on that one for you guys.
Oh, we got an error already.
Maybe
What?
this means that draft will be
Look at that first ban. It's blank.
It's just not showing up. Okay, there we go.
Well, T1 didn't ban.
Yeah,
What?
just maybe a bit of an API.
No, it's just the picture didn't show up.
So yeah. Anyway,
T1 is just banning that boy.
We saw it twice here in this playoffs, but it will be Nuguri.
He just keep banning that boy. He's like, nope.
Burdol always playing behind.
I mean, like, it's working.
Critical moments is. Do see the Ari taken away from Faker, no Zeus, Gwen. We've seen the Gwen when it very rarely is able to appear is very strong in this meta.
Let's go, DK. Let's go.
Damwon have been prioritizing it very
I'm
highly.
waiting for that Sejuani first pick.
Silver is gone.
Let's
That one
go.
here. And this Nautilus band just continues to be the third choice for Damwon Kia. I think there's a lot of
All T1's bans are good bans.
here for Damwon to take away if they want to.
Look at this dude.
Renekton. And here on the Rift, they will not change the style. Yeah, that's all you could say in response.
I don't know. Let's see what the first change will be, because we even have, like, are we watching the draft from, well, actually no, because Renato was banned first on red side by 2-1 in game 2. But it is still the same bans and the same picks that are coming
Oh
through here.
god, here we go
Salty run
again.
back.
We're running it back, baby.
Here in
Salty run back. Let's go.
yesterday, Live Sandbox ran their comp back, but banned the Renata, and it looked completely different. I don't think there is a option you could take here as Damwon Kia to feel way better. Now, you could ban the Silas away or the Gnar. I think the Silas is definitely the one
Oh,
I
I'm
would be
crying.
leaning towards.
I'm crying.
Danny on stage here. To change up how these comps play, maybe something different comes into mid.
Is this a joke?
But this does not inspire confidence.
This is not a tragedy, it's a comedy.
Avoid some of the picks of T1, but you won't be able to change your player's form that drastically. You can
Wow,
change
they banned Sam.
Wow, that's the problem, baby.
Play much better around top side if the drafts look the same. As we do see the Gnar still available, they take away the Silas instead.
Yep, it's a Silas ban instead of an Azir.
I'm telling you, Faker is gonna pick LeBlanc.
And
Could be both.
yeah.
He's gonna pick LeBlanc and show Showmaker how to play.
Rocks, which was the second ban on the red phase, or the second phase, I should say, for the.
Look at that face.
I really worry if they give this a 0 over.
Oh yeah,
Especially
I'm looking at
considering Ari is gone.
Wow, Azir.
Wow, Azir.
Ban it, and they do.
Wow. This sucks. Hey, that's good. That's actually quite
Yeah
safe.
lah, it's like, oh, you want LeBlanc, like?
They've been so ready.
I'm gonna out your ass when you come in.
Deliberation. There's no.
Showmaker's like, fuck.
I'm gonna play this. Feel good about
That
this.
inspires confidence.
It's like, oh
It
shit,
does.
The
oh,
opposite side.
Ah, God dang it.
And
I have to pick Zoe.
the Lissandra here
Oh,
is going
what?
to be blinded, but it's a very safe pick and it works with her.
Morgana, huh?
Nobody
Oh.
cheered when they saw this Morgana pop up on the screen. The interesting thing
That's
is that
for
despite them playing
Canyon.
mid,
Yeah.
definitely can be into the Lissandra. We did see a lot of focus on Showmaker.
Just
now,
pick
it
something that can
will be, it has been a
stand
choice
behind.
so far, the 3 times it has been picked.
Canyon Jungle, Canyon Morgana.
It's a lot of magic.
Are
there.
you sure?
As well as the Renekton in terms
Well,
of
it's
double
it's
pick.
jungle. Braum is support already.
We don't know what it's gonna be just yet.
What?
And
Renekton mid.
okay,
Ornn mid.
Ornn mid. No.
Swain.
Swain.
Swain mid. Never mind.
Draft it has a lot more
This
synergy.
champion does dog shit.
So far, and the Morgana
Renekton is still
very
top
strong
anyway.
into the Wukong engage into Amumu, just shuts down any sort of hard.
Zeus is like,
Pulling
decisions,
in
decisions.
Lissandra can control that line.
Unga bunga.
And
To say an Aatrox.
But Aatrox is here. Let's kill that
the
bitch.
right call here for T1, considering they basically
Yes.
just want to take this comp and go even more all in on it, and not rely on Gnar engage. It's just rely on Aatrox's power.
I think Aatrox is big brain because Morgana and Swain needs to come close.
So you can't.
So
stop
Aatrox
all
can
of
just
them
go
right
in
now.
and just
T1
suck
can stop
everybody.
Aatrox and the Wukong and the Lissandra and the Callista and the Amumu.
Aatrox is a big, it's a big brain move.
And on the on that note,
Oh my
at least
god.
absorb a lot of that pressure with his ultimate. will be able to use his never move ability as well to stop T1 in their
So DK is like,
trying to collapse
okay, the problem is
and
Burdol, you
Morgana
get up.
also, her ultimate, we usually don't even talk about her ult that much.
Nuguri, you play
T1's
Renekton.
composition here as well, because she's just going to press R while everyone is trying to get in there. They have the black shield to shut down someone.
Everyone going and unga bunga, baby.
Stop the Amumu engage, but overall, I think it's going to have to be a great performance.
Yeah,
from
what's
Ken.
home?
Once again, this is on him, I think, in terms of how they're going to control the top side of the map. Don't want to see any more crazy bottom dives go awry. I want to see a clean game of League of Legends. I want to see a clean early game.
You want to see a clean
No
game? That's too
pump side
bad.
picks, no fail flashes. I want to see the best of what Damwon Kia has to offer, because in games 1 and 2, I think they
Best of Damwon has to offer.
potential we saw in the regular season.
They're gonna offer their nuts.
Lots of great signs here. Most of them just calling for, you know, let's go to Gangneung for both sides. They want to go to that finals location. And
They want to go to finals with this pick. You serious?
Location to go up against Gen.G.
Let's bring Renekton to the finals, baby.
Can absorb the pressure, which is
Did you see Zeus first picking Renekton? No.
This is the best team League of Legends has to offer.
Here by T1, who is on a roll. Let's go, guys.
They smartly leave counter pick for Zeus. They leave last pick for Zeus. They don't first pick Renekton for Zeus.
So this is how it ends.
Go into this one. And yeah,
In
really
the flash of
doubling down
lightning.
here for T1. Not
I forgot the
silent,
original quote.
A little bit of longer engage and
Oner is like, hey boy, I'm going back top, baby.
Yeah. The
the Aatrox also very all in, has to be in range to actually do damage. A bit different from the Gnar, who has a bit of back.
In that back room, Nuguri must be like,
fire with fire type.
I can play this champion.
Are like, yeah, we're really good if you're running all at us too. Because we have no range, but we also have a lot of damage, and we have some survivability, right? And Renekton, the Morgana.
He's like, I can win with this champion. I'm gonna play this champion.
You know, I saw that coach interview you showed me.
Not gonna hit anything.
And the Danny said, oh, we got so many, we got a plan for T1. You plan my ass, what do you plan?
T1 here, they have, I mean...
They plan 3 games Renekton.
Like, I'm not even gonna go down.
You did once.
I did once.
Their ace in the hole is that LV bag.
Each champion has like, some extra forms.
Wow, Renekton picks
I'm not gonna go all the way.
Conqueror.
Level 1, definitely where Deokdam is going to get a lot of power here. We talked about this last time around. Amumu wants to be able to use Bandage Toss, but Braum kind of shuts that down, so great response here. We'll have a bad time if you try to counter-engage as T1. So
Oner puffs down.
Similar start to the game as we had in Game 1. We'll see if Deokdam can play a game where obviously Guma doesn't get 2 kills early and have a little bit more impact, you know, in fights.
Morgana's gonna
Not
full
really
kill,
there
looks like.
every single time. The fights were very disjointed for Damwon. And we usually don't make these sorts of comparisons of what happened last game to the next game all too often, but when the drafts are this similar, kind of have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's going on with these salty runbacks these days?
Not sure how much this is really being played in other
Did they not
regions,
see
but we've seen
Canyon?
it 3 times now in the jungle in the LCK, as might have to hold the point about the Morgana jungle because Oner is getting.
Oh, Oner smartly just wait. Holy.
Really looking for a play here onto Canyon more than anything else.
He's waiting.
He's not waiting anymore, what?
At the
He'd be
wrong
like, oh,
time.
bot lane
I say
3B.
wrong maybe for going onto Canyon.
Oh!
Maybe exactly right for going into the bottom lane.
Bottom.
The engage
Oh, no,
comes
it's
in.
Kellin. They're gonna aim Kellin.
You can see with the red buff, Kellin is just fresh
Boom.
meat, and down he will go.
Fresh meat.
Fresh meat.
Already. And this is the kind of setup for a smart jungle pathing. Like, this is the kind of setup you see from players like Peanut, like Oner, where you leave yourself a back door. You are both threatening the Morgana, but you have a way to say, if Morgana doesn't show here, doesn't come over to red buff, and I'm not going to be able to look for an advantage there, I can then also back off and take an advantage against the enemies, and the enemy 2v2 who is pushed up. The enemy bot laners are exposed, so I have
Morgana's
two
running to
real
the
strong angles
top
here at the same
starter.
time, and by not seeing the Morgana there and not going on her, he is able to correct.
No, he's going straight to the crocodile.
Going to be on the bottom side, or she's
Like this fish needs my help.
If he comes over there and Morgana took a different path to
Oh, he warded.
He loses a little bit, but in like the game theory of this, he's basically 60.
Actually, Canyon does this a lot.
The gank is
He
successful,
full
right?
clears and then
It's a really
goes
smart play from him, and
the other
that's a
side.
lead to the bottom side already.
Wow, 17 to 5. Wow.
Wow.
You know, it's gonna push back the enemy Braum.
He got the OP pick.
Not gonna be sitting under turret this time around for Keria.
Yeah, definitely relieves a nice amount of pressure. Guma, for now, alone. Keria was going on a little bit of a walk down towards that mid lane, but it didn't amount to much. You guys saw that the win rate for Renekton into is actually pretty
Wow.
good.
Look at that win rate. Look at that win rate.
This doesn't mean shit. Those 80% must be from 5 years ago.
Extend that in that top lane, which for now is going to be heavily prioritized towards the Renekton.
That stat must have been from the Renekton Nidalee days.
For you.
Back in my day.
It's a bit more versatile, and the ability to get prio control definitely feels pretty good for him in this matchup, but it's all about how you play it. It's a very skill-based matchup. Faker just showing his claw. Commit any further. Yeah, basically, like you could hear him do it. Like you see on his player cam, that's fake old footage. He actually stuck his hand up and made a claw-like motion.
Definitely.
That you guys could hear Valdez doing as well.
No question.
So it's a very slow early game outside of that bottom pick. And, you know, the ways that this game goes Damwon Kia's favor, I think.
Oh, he hit the thing.
So getting prio early is huge.
Oh,
Look at this. He can't fight.
Oh, Zeus is level 6.
Yeah, right as Zeus is hitting level 6 as well, so gotta be careful about that one.
You get close to Aatrox, he's just gonna third kill.
Probably calculating that for why he was getting aggressive there. Nuguri, a very aggressive player, as he will go in with the dominance, does not care.
Hit the third kill, baby.
Zeus is going in. A heavy trade that looks to be in favor of Nuguri for the moment, as Zeus is trying to get those cooldowns back.
Oh no.
The follow-up will be there, and Zeus will have to back and teleport to this lane.
Yeah, Nuguri doesn't want to all-in for the kill because he knows that he's won this trade enough to where he could just save his flash here, grab a plate, and get a free back himself. Really nicely played by Nuguri there. Looked like maybe he was going to overextend, but he played it so well. Super patient there, despite the World Ender coming out. Just having that extra health with you know, Doran's shield on the Aatrox.
And yet.
Gonna feel good about the damage.
Oh, he used the black shield too early.
There. He's going to get binded though, so no follow-up. Swain, you know, definitely can absorb a lot, but at level 6, his ultimate.
Oh, he has cleanse.
It's good.
Boring shit.
It's not really going to keep him alive through everything, so potential all-in with Ignite.
I don't think cleanse works on the... Huh?
Could have definitely done him in.
Yeah, look at the passing here too for Canyon right now.
I think it does.
Did back, did use his World Ender. Kind of up towards the top side. Definitely could be looking to make a play here as the wave pushes back through.
It definitely does.
First buys for Nuguri. Grabs Executioner calling, so has that extra heal deny plus the whip here. So a lot of damage. It's actually Oner who comes up first here. And it looks like Nuguri's...
Oh, he's going...
Doesn't want
He's going Godric.
Making the call to go elsewhere. And this is the best start.
He's using the old build.
All 3 games here for Damwon Kia. No errors, no mistakes.
Godrink's like only good on like 2 champions. Is Aatrox and Set.
Mid going swimmingly for the early game for Swain. And here's that Morgana rotation top. A little bit late this time, but they will have the better setup for the Herald as a result. Is Guma pinned down? Keria going to try to sneak away, maybe come over and make an impact there. But the timing not so great here for T1. No level 6 for Oner either. Well, he's about to get it.
Should be getting it off of these Raptors. There it is. Kills just
enough for 6.
To get level 6, as now he is in position.
I think he's too late.
With Faker, who is going to get in here first for the fight.
Oh, he got hit.
On to T1's jungler. It's now the follow-up fight. They're going to try to burst down Faker, but he immediately goes into that ult, and then Oner's going to be followed up on, and that's a double kill already for Nuguri. In this top river, they get the Rift Herald as well. Very
how did Oner get bursted?
Very clean. This is the kind of play we need to be seeing in this best of 5. Damwon Kia, decisive call, hovering around top side there. They have enough prio. They want to engage onto Faker here because they're like, okay, he's actually the one who's vulnerable. Oner wants to go in with a Cyclone. They bind Oner, so they buy a few extra seconds there. Then they make that collapse happen. And, you know, with the damage that
Renekton is supposed to do that.
Game, it's quite massive. He picks up 2 kills. And this topside matchup, which was already looking pretty good for him in the early parts of it, is now going to be so much more comfortable. Bottom side, again, very self-explanatory here in terms of the Draven lane. As Keria, we did see, is going to try to take the scuttle.
How low was Oner?
Look at the decisive way in which Damwon Kia play this out. Draven ult comes through, but Nuguri just instantly comes in and deletes him. And with the binding there, the Cyclone is not going to be able to stop the collapse.
He's like the softest Wukong I've seen.
This is a Nuguri call.
It's early game, there's no defense.
He does call for it, I was going to say. And he just comes in, takes out the Lissandra. It's a double kill.
Yeah, pretty stuff.
Yeah. Whirling Death helping out with that extra damage onto Oner, who at this point is not very survivable, obviously. On the Wukong early on in this game, you see T1 are like, maybe we could take this Drake. The answer is no, because of the Damwon Kia bottom side just presses a couple of buttons.
This is the one place where Damwon actually had to make a big rotation happen in order to force a fight on their terms. They did it. They kept bottom side control. Deokdam used his ult only to join the fight, as you just mentioned. Yeah, he's not ahead in terms of gold very massively, but the prio means that T1 can't cross map. They can't take anything else. So just the rich get richer here.
Showmaker buying the Andreas.
Damwon Kia starting to add that up to significant gold lead here,
Well,
over
to see the
2,000.
Imperial mandate bullshit.
T1 won't be able to get anything back here without a fight. And it's so difficult to fight into the composition of Damwon Kia. As we've talked about, they've kind of drafted the anti-T1 comp here in terms of hard engage for T1 trying to go into all of this CC and AoE. Not going to be easy, especially at this early part.
Oh, Zeus messing up there on the dash. Dominus already pressed, trying to bully Zeus out
Oh,
the lane. Even
that
getting some
Swain.
help from his buddy Swain. And Zeus doesn't look like he has to leave.
Oh my god, he's
Not a
winning.
great trade for him.
We'll use his World Ender. But unlike the name, not going to
To
be
be fair, Oner has not been topside.
Will, of course, with the low health here, feel pressured now to back away.
Oh, Keria is coming.
Over from Canyon. Even
Keria is coming, but he's very slow.
Look at that scry from Showmaker, spots this out. It was able to
Morgana is topside.
too hard. So we can
Not
actually
they got
stay there.
taken Baron.
It was actually really well timed.
Dragon.
Showmaker just get some extra vision there. And I mean, it's basic, it's easy, it's simple what Damwon Kia is doing this game, but it's working. And, you know, I really like this draft, but more so I really like how the players are playing it. Like, they're decisive, they're not any big errors, it's like the nerves are gone. And we usually don't see a big change like this with just one sub in, but it's Nuguri. He's got so much experience under his belt, you know, and Burdol has spent most of the season on the bench.
Yeah.
It's like Nuguri just comes in with the keys to the city.
Oh, baby.
Oh, I think I've seen this one
A
before.
lot of trouble here, actually. Does not have any cooldowns. Just going to try to get burst down, but actually he should be okay. Nearly trades
Double
it back.
flash.
As he will not be okay in the end.
No.
In fact, Zeus will shut him down.
Only Oner flash.
Oh.
Down here, cross map though.
I saw
the
him.
bottom side is saying Canyon drops down this Rift Herald, and that's going to be first turret and the extra plates here going over to the side of Damwon Kia.
He's gonna travel really
coming
far.
through here defensively as well.
You just want to clear the
A
minions.
little bit. There's that first turret. And, I mean, this is unfortunately no farm for Kalista. And yeah, Renekton will lose some, but this is way better for Damwon Kia despite that pick. And he almost trades it back. Extra charge, too. Man,
Yeah.
this is like, if you took nameplates away, like, you know, is this T1?
Yeah, how did they get blue side? But yeah, Canyon might have overextended here. Going to be spotted by Keria. Denied on
Oh, he
that
wants
one
to
as now
take that one away.
Well, he's
going to be
still
denied. In
safe.
fact, no bandage toss. Faker still trying to press the issue, but he's pretty much alone at this point in time. You see that even Damwon just taking the safe play. You know, they got the second charge, so they don't overstay, and they don't get caught by the rotation from T1.
And look at where everybody is on the map. Faker is not in lane, so the call is really easy for Showmaker to make. Like, I'm going to push mid, you guys dive bottom. We know that Oner is topside and Faker is missing, but he's not going to be able to defend as Lissandra. That Herald on the side, he'll actually put himself at risk of further getting dove.
No, they're setting a trap. T1 is setting a trap.
They just instantly
Okay,
know
we
what to
go
do. The
again.
response is super quick.
See, there's
Good
4
game
people
from Canyon so
topside.
far. The speed at which she clears too, Morgana, is going to give him pretty
Hi,
significant
TP.
CS lead here as well. Over Oner has spent a lot of time trying to make impact in the lanes.
Oh, Deokdam. Oh, Deokdam.
God.
And a Braum. And a Morgana nearby. But when you're in this position, you gotta try to look for angles with the comp that T1 has. This isn't the comp where you sit back and you're like, oh, okay, we've got, you know, Zeri, Azir, we're just gonna chill from behind, that's fine. No, they have a Kalista and a Lissandra, so.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
Gotta make plays.
You gotta make plays, and especially with Rift Herald spawning, you want to make those plays at this exact timing, but they already
It's Rift Herald, baby.
Faker goes mid, and they identify this, put him back down there, catch that wave, and they will be able to start this one up first.
Zeus wants to push. They want to push bot. They don't want the.
Like Swain
They don't want the Herald.
Renekton should TP bot now.
Angle here with the 80 carry they have chosen. It's more just an anti-T1 style of comp here, and he's just going to have extra damage, extra harass in the side lane. I mean, just straight up 5v5 fights. So it's kind of an awkward situation here for T1. They're trying to make the most of cross map, and this is exactly what T1 does best. We talked about it, especially in game 1. Like, hey, you guys got an effective, we got something greater. This time around, not so much the case, as Deokdam is going to have
We can probably cash out Nuguri.
Have an escort for him, and it's a trade of turrets plus second Rift Herald going down. Well, that's assuming this turret does go down, but I think there's a pretty good chance. And all the while, you know, T1 here still not catching up in the farm for their bottom laner. And I think that for T1,
they're going back to defend already.
A straight up good 5v5 fight with their hard engage that they have in this composition.
Yeah.
But Damwon playing the map so beautifully. This is what we want to see in the KT series that we just did.
Wait, Canyon back.
Yeah, and in terms of taking a fight, you know, the gold difference isn't that large at the moment, but we have at least one item for every member of Damwon Kia, plus a couple of extra stopwatches.
Canyon should just play AP jungle.
Of Damwon. You'll note that finally we're getting some completions of the items. Right before I started the sentence, Zeus didn't complete it, Guma didn't complete it, but they did just go back and at least complete their items. So if you were going to fight, this is probably a decent time to go ahead and do it.
There's a ward behind Faker.
Drake, potentially. Showmaker, like I said, with this build, he can actually compete in a side lane against the Lissandra. Imperial Mandate, much more difficult to do so. And setting up for Imperial Mandate for a Draven, this is not that kind of game. It's not about how many hits the Draven can do with extra damage. It's more about...
He wants to swap to TP to go to the dragon. Oh, Nuguri.
Oh, look at this dude.
Oh, look at this dude. He smells something.
Like, okay, they're going to find him, but no follow-up here as Swain even from range, and the rest of the team trying to make their way down bottom side, looking for a potential teleport into this bottom wave. As Faker's just, you know, minding his business, pushing top. He's like, good distract, guys. It's just Ocean Drake, whatever.
I mean, he has teleport, so he's really at no risk of giving this Drake up necessarily. He will give up the prio for this, but it's going to be money into his pockets. We did see the commitment of Showmaker to come down bottom side. Damwon Kia better be able to get this, or the trade will not be a trade. In fact, it'll just be a robbery. As here comes Faker
can TP
from the flank.
He's got a really nice.
Oh, that's a nice
teleport. Should be spotted.
Faker flank.
Spotted on time. Faker's getting.
Oh, Faker!
Get into that back line, and they're going to decimate.
Everybody's dead.
Nuguri got slowed by the.
Oh
shit!
Shit is a raid boss.
Oh
nope.
And T1, they do it again. This time from behind.
Faker came from behind.
All it takes is just one ward. One ward teleport comes in from
Hey, you saw the Ocean Drake slowing Nuguri,
What, for real?
Yeah, Nuguri tried to flank and then the Ocean Drake slowed him.
Falling flat on their faces.
It's like, ah shit, I cannot engage in time.
All the advantages they had, the
Bro.
all comes crashing down. Is one
What is that?
angle from Faker. He makes the play.
It didn't even hit
They didn't
minions.
know that he was coming from that side. They had a control ward put up as he was engaging with Claw.
Wow, what are they doing now?
Consolation prize chance? No, not even that.
Showmaker TP for no reason.
For Damwon Kia. They're trying to get tempo on the map, trying to look for something here with the Rift Heralds.
Oh, there's a
Might
Herald.
be able to get something, but you know
They both
it is a
TP in.
huge swing in favor of T1. You see Deokdam trying to set up for this push in mid. It looks like they will get this mid turret at least.
Yep, it's going to be the second charge here potentially as well. So that's something for your troubles, Damwon Kia. Still maintaining a small gold lead here. They're going to try to force the whole turret down.
Faker again.
And even with the Lissandra flank angle, it looks like Faker just got his ult up.
Oh, that's just
Not
a pro.
happy to engage there. Not going to actually try to force a second fight on T1's terms. So Damwon actually will get a huge influx of gold.
Yeah, they do get that. It does feel like a little bit larger than just a small consolation prize, but
Let me see that fight again. It's
keeping
beautiful.
the tempo on the map because T1 kind of had to, after the push, go back, buy their items, be back.
You look at Nuguri on the right side of the screen. Hey, you see Nuguri, you just look at Nuguri. You see the see, he's slow. He's slow. He's like,
stopwatch usage. You mentioned the stopwatch advantage Damwon Kia had, but you're just buying time for the inevitable. Unfortunately, as Nuguri does what he can, but Draven dies basically immediately, so there isn't any follow-up damage. There is no long-term fight with both these comps, just like game 2.
This champion's a joke.
If the fight is going longer, it goes longer in favor of whoever won the first 2 seconds of it, basically, each and every time.
Oh,
so you have
Oh,
looking a little bit like game 2 as well, where
I feel like you could have out.
no, there's no minions.
The game just lands.
Otherwise, Nuguri is
I
dead.
thought they were going to kill the Renekton. Not quite the case.
No, Faker was in range for out. Just out.
There's no minions. There's no minions.
He has Zhonya's, he could have tanked for a little bit.
Set up here potentially to try to catch a straggler, but
What?
to stop that recall this time around.
Look at this
Been able to
dude.
Try to force a 5v1 or 5v2 if he catches 2. He's not able to catch anybody. Keria gets a little bit of a delayed back, but won't be, of course, in range of anybody. And
Hey, what was that Joker? What was that Joker quote again?
They don't have to start a Baron up at this stage.
We live in the society.
No, that's tragedy.
T1 is to take, but T1 getting all that extra gold really puts them on the map. Like, this looked like a fairly doomed game after those really nice exchanges for Damwon.
I'm using that for the title.
I don't think they were going to try to take both those turrets that they traded earlier and the Drake and take a 2 Drake lead, which would make you feel less bad about Faker getting a topside turret. But it's not meant to be at this stage. That advantage is now in T1, who does end up grabbing the mid turret, grabs the Drake. All that extra money on a team comp that was otherwise significantly behind in a lot of respects.
Oner has Ginsus now.
So, yeah, we're not having that conversation anymore about Nuguri's Renekton advantages.
Yeah, it's kind of like now both tops are pretty gigantic, but Zeus took a bit of a leap ahead of his opponent. Death Stance is really incredible right now, especially on Aatrox.
I've got nothing to say. I can't believe it.
If he had 1 item power spike, he's got his 2 item power spike.
Oh, it's that Linkin Park song.
Which both of
I've
those
got nothing to
really
say. I can't believe it. Oh, fuck, well, damn it.
He's just going to be doing huge amounts of damage as long as he can get into the fight. There is a slight lead in the 80 carry roll to Deokdam, but it's not going to matter if he gets to auto basically like 1 or 2 times. He actually needs to be there the entire fight alive, where, Gumayusi with Cleanse and Flash and being Kalista was able to survive much better fighting front to back.
Exactly, and that's what the flanking Lissandra will get you. Plus the really nice engagement over there on the Cyclone, and I do want to see what happens if we see a fight where T1 will actually have to force their way through a choke point. I do want to see what happens if T1
Renekton has a chainsaw.
Angle, which gives Damwon some collapse potential. Like, there are ways this does not just go default T1. And clearing vision is step number 1, so that those teleport angles.
Faker!
30 seconds until this next Drake spawn, but Faker's already got a look. He's trying to find an angle here in the Drake pit.
They see Nuguri.
They do know he's there this time, but Ghost to use, and he's got his happy feet going here a little bit. Still has flash, but he has been isolated. Nice amount of damage.
He should have flashed. He should have flashed over the wall.
As then he will go down.
Yeah, and
he should have flashed over the wall, but he didn't flash.
You turn on him, you kill him, and then suddenly a flank.
Oh, Baron, baby!
Look like they might try to make this a trade of objectives with the clear here mid. Damwon Kia should be very aware of this, but these Drakes have more health.
Nuguri just wants that bot lane.
So long to take down T1 though. They're walking into this.
It's just a free drag.
It's realistic to try to take this one, and they will back away.
As soon as Faker looks like he's gonna get caught, he wants to have started Baron.
It's a totally different story. We don't get to see a follow-up fight, and as T1 without your Lissandra engage, despite she almost buys enough time for them to come in, they just don't.
Faker has flash. He should just flash over that wall.
And it's crazy how both these games 2 and 3.
Zeus is like, fight me, you won't. And okay, looks like he just barely
Oh.
got out of that one. Yeah, TP
Oh.
does come in. Nuguri in a rough spot here.
Oh, he cannot win. He cannot win.
Teleport
Fight me,
himself.
faggot.
Faker gets over the wall.
He cannot win.
Kill secured here for now. The 5-0 Aatrox. That is Zeus. I don't know
cannot
if we're gonna
win.
be able to roll this in too much. A lot of pings though towards the Baron, and now teleport used. Looks like they want to make a move.
Yeah, they
for
want to
this
get
play.
They want to get more control here. Damwon Kia. It's not a whole lot of vision here anymore. on the Baron
Whoa!
themselves.
What?
That hurt.
That's some Morgana for you.
Morgana
You end up
Morgana
getting
the
a-
mill and
Oh!
There's some money in your pocket.
What
Finally,
the?
Deokdam gonna get a cash in here, and
he has
on the
flash.
80 carry, and just like that, one ward over the wall.
Gumayusi, are you gonna be the downfall of T1?
Bull on the 80 carry,
Bruh.
and then from a million miles away, Deokdam snipes him. Who says Draven's not long?
I
range?
knew
Magic.
it. I knew it's gonna happen.
Teleport coming on.
I knew
Still
it.
here.
Guma will
He is
destroy
behind,
T1.
Looking for it now, as we do have double smite here for the side of Damwon. As Faker gets in and gets blown
Oh,
up immediately.
shit.
And Zeus is like, well, I gotta get out now.
Deokdam gets black shielded here. There's no Aatrox angle for him. This should be the Baron.
Oner does get in, and nope, it's gonna go the way of Damwon Kia.
Guma, not again.
The dominoes do fall here.
But to be
Another
fair, it was
kill
Faker first,
into the
only
hands
after
of
that is
Deokdam.
Guma.
They pick up the Baron, and Damwon Kia now 6,000 gold ahead.
Damwon Kia's so good at punishing Faker in these moments. So this is just
Oh!
one control ward.
Yo, also the
Think
swing
about
eye.
it.
Oh, no wonder it was so
Wing
painful.
poke from his birds coming through, and then the perfect whirling dervish comes through, takes him out, and then watch this. As soon as the claw's down, they're like, no claw for Faker. Root comes through. Everybody turns on a dime, and that Lissandra is.
Oh, that
easily
Renekton
dead.
flash
Root
W.
shot
Now he needs to wait 5 minutes to be a champion
Died
again.
Anyways, doesn't have it this time, so can't buy time.
Nuguri
Oner
keeps-
with a nice attempt
Nuguri
here,
likes to
but
stand on
T1
that-
giving up
that
2
wall.
kills and the Baron. It looked like it was theirs by default, but just one play from the Morgana. That's all you need. Agent Canyon 007 now. Secret Agent making this game viable for this team. And I mean, now
Canyon
with
should
Baron
just
buff on
pick
the
counters
cards here for
Morgana,
Damwon,
like,
see how many
bro.
advantages they get with it, because you and I were very critical of what they did with it against KT Rolster. Small edge for them now. Gold lead, massive. But let's see if they can get some deep vision here, take some permanent structures off of the map.
Yeah, should be able to get this top inner. Doesn't look like T1 are putting up much of a defense on this. So this will be pretty free. Should continue in towards the inhibitor. And when you get a couple of team comps that are very fiery, they love to fight, they love to skirmish into each other, and one of them gets a big lead like this, you know, again, unless Deokdam dies immediately, I think T1 are going to struggle when it does come to this fight, especially because they have heal deny for the Aatrox, so it's going to be much more difficult for him to go, you know, 1v9 in some of these fights.
Yo,
Push will
they
continue.
have
Faker's
quite
got
a bit of
bit
poke.
angle, and it will scare off Damwon Kia enough to push them back for now.
Not anyone in a side
not
lane.
auto turrets
No
left.
5-man push top here. Nobody bottom, nobody mid. So T1 group up similarly and burn the clock. They run the clock out super hard on that Baron buff, and there's no pressure elsewhere on the map. In fact, just a naturally pushing bottom lane here is free farm.
Guma gets caught once and then is bare.
Fight around Baron.
Bruh.
Take enough of the champion
Standing
off of the map for them to
here,
actually be able
I
to successfully play hard
realize
for
you were
inhibitor.
just
And as
like
a result, they
me.
get some
Trying
gold
to
here,
make
but
me.
not the advantages they were looking for in terms of money, in terms of structural damage. But what they do gain is the
But why
line
doesn't,
of
like,
wars
Kalista
that's
buy
now
Runan's
of
Hurricane?
course, on the top side of the map near Baron Pit. Now they're using that push to control the third Drake.
I
for
have
them,
no
which will be
idea
soul
anymore.
point for this Cloud Soul.
Do you really need armor pen on this champion? I thought there's like health based.
How low range and
What the heck
how low
that?
they both are on engage.
You got a health percentage cut on from your
Huge
attacks
zoom
already.
here from Jonah Strong. Really trying to point out that a lot of what Dominant
Oh!
is in these bindings.
Yeah, and also, you know, Morgana's Siege is pretty insane. She can clear those waves with Leandri's very fast, and even if she hits, you know, 1 or 2 black pools onto a champion in the mid lane while she's just pushing and sieging, their health goes down low enough, they have to back, or they won't be able to come over and contest an objective. One binding hits, like you say, and that's actually the call to go and blow somebody up with the follow-up Draven ultimate. Instead, they will just push the waves, grab this Drake, and
Deokdam's buying
Dom
material.
maybe gotten a little bit, squeezed a little bit more gold and experience off of the map, probably. But at the end of the day, they still get what they want.
Hey, material doesn't give lifesteal anymore.
Massive leads in gold already, massive leads in experience already.
No, I don't think
Full
so.
level up
Oh,
right
I
now.
remember back
Over
then it
Oner,
was so broken.
2600 gold ahead,
It
and
gave
is
like
carry,
MR,
not
lifesteal,
engaged.
and the
Oner is
Q-Sets.
unfortunately going to be relegated
This
to in
is
this game. One that can be shut down by a binding, shut down by a Zonias. 2 players have Zonias, 2 players have stopwatch, so 4 on the side of Damwon Kia here. Plus, they have, of course, the Quicksilver Sash for Deokdam. So, feels very difficult for T1 to actually win a fight. Like, almost miraculous is what they're going to need, is the perfect angle, the perfect fight for Faker. And he's probably pretty reluctant to look for a flank angle. Yeah, the teleport one worked, but the next 2, not so much.
Zeus needs to smurf next fight.
I think that it really is going to be up to Faker when it does come down to that as well, because, you know, besides that, unless Oner gets a really sick kind of like stealth submarine engage into that backline, even then, it can be difficult to make sure that they get on top of the Draven and kill it 100-0. It does look like we might be waiting for the next Baron, perhaps. I don't think, you know, especially after the KT series, it feels like a lot of our teams here are like, yeah, okay, Cloud Soul, you know, you're no longer friends with Cloud Soul. Certainly not in trades for your base. So Damwon Kia are getting these Cloud Drakes. It's nice, but it's not going to be hugely game-changing at the end of the day. So T1, they're pretty much biding their time until they'll have a nice angle on an important
Faker finally has
Baron.
Zonias.
Yeah, the Baron, or, you know, an Elder Drake, even if we get
I thought he had Sonya.
9 minutes into this game.
No, he only had stopwatch.
But yeah, for now, that's basically why we're just going to chill out and clear some waves and stuff like that.
Nuguri having teleport here is really important because they have vision around Baron, and he can side lane and push that through, and we'll be able to potentially set up flank angles when they don't know where he is. I like the line of wards that are kind of being panned near.
Deokdam has GA, Deokdam is not gonna die.
T1 have for Renekton.
Oh, GA already. Yeah.
But still, I don't think they want to force a fight here unless they can find a single target. Otherwise, Damwon Kia just kind of kite back for this Baron that's now spawned. Nuguri doesn't even need to teleport.
Renekton has Sterak's gauge.
Faker with the extendo scan, going from mid over into their jungle. Gonna clear out at least the 1 ward in that brush that was spotting T1. Very important to do that.
T1 also have 4 stopwatches, 3 in the Zonias, or 4 actually plus a Zonias. They have 5. Like, they have the whole team can go into stasis here. The problem is, if you don't win the fight right away, like, the engage has to be perfect, so when you come out of stasis and you have to time them and stagger them to where you just...
This is like League of Zonias.
Like, it's just crazy, but we might actually have 8 stasis in this next
I
fight.
mean, it is
quite
quite
very likely if Damwon Kia win it.
Yeah, you know, we could have had 9, but then Deokdam finished his GA, so...
What a hater.
Very I'm not really liking that right now.
Hey, I said 8 stasises, right?
True.
If he goes into his res form, you know...
Wait, I hold back.
Is that a stasis?
I take that.
I think so.
That sentence back. There's like 9 Zonya.
You are invulnerable. You can't take damage. You can't do anything during it as well. It's basically the same thing.
But the thing is, once Braum dies, there's no front line.
Alright.
No, you have that.
Like,
Leather
this
back.
whole game is going to be decided on one fight.
Not exactly the same, though, because you can Zonias with, like, ult Scorn and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you can also... And
like
you also
Victor and Swain.
You can do it whenever you want. Like, it's
Oh,
definitely not
Faker's
the same
poke
thing.
did no damage.
We were so close!
Oh, Keria.
Like, this lack of confidence here from Damwon Kia, even though they have a teleport on the Renekton who could be side laning, is not a good look here.
Oh. Kellin.
There is a lot of
Guma,
players
why?
here, not just Kellin. As now the engage not going to work this time into the concave.
Guma has no
Zonias.
Zonias.
They're
But
running
T1 can
in.
control the Baron from this if Zeus can get out.
Oh!
Binding. There once again, Faker has to stay.
Oh, Oner needs to go out to save
Kia. They
Faker.
back straight up into that concave.
They can just push. They can just push here and say, you know what? We're going to actually siege up
That's
your
too
base
much
and then fight back
damage.
to Baron.
That's like 3
Cycle that down,
Zonias
as you
used
say.
already.
Maybe it's just Cloud Soul for them. Knowing Damwon,
Knowing Damwon.
they do not want to take any risks.
I mean, you're on match point. You mess up once, you lose the series. And even though this is not necessarily optimal, they're trying to contest.
Yeah, and this
Oh,
is a little bit rough.
Nuguri, what are you doing?
Now the flash on in. Now
Nuguri.
on top of Nuguri, who is all alone. And look
Nuguri,
at
what was
right
that?
Now, Baker gets into that ult.
Oh! Oh, the
Oh,
LB back!
Isolated and killed as in goes Keria.
What? Keria?
Not sure about that one, as he's just gonna die.
Oh,
Everything was
Showmaker.
Guma!
for T1,
Guma!
but now they're just being vacuumed up down the mid lane as Baker is on vision, just trying to clear that wave.
Oh, that was all almost hit.
As now, no, they're just gonna back to the Cloud Drake.
Baker is like not even close.
Was very sorry for a moment there for both teams.
Look at that face, he's like not even close.
Now for the next fight, but just isolated and zoned there. T1 so much more decisive than Damwon and Kia, but then in Keria's case, perhaps a little bit too decisive on the return engage. So there isn't a follow-up here. This is the moment Faker teleports in and Nuguri's like, oh, my team is not here. He's caught in
What did Nuguri go? No, always a Baron. Yes, sticking Baron.
They want to get Guma-Uzi again.
Oh, where is Nuguri?
They're
Oh, they're running. Oh, Faker start?
his call use. 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Oh, I thought that was Deokdam's out.
So nice little try from T1, but they don't really have the Baron damage without their Callista.
In a comp like what Damwon is running, binding is essentially just the golden gun. Like if you hit somebody with that alone.
Oh, I will move.
Oh, what?
Trying to
Flash
get on
out?
in here. There's only 2 of them now. They're gonna force a flash.
Going for Canyon,
So now the binding comes in. There's that golden gun. Oner is rolling death away from actual death.
Oh, the collector would have killed him.
Though he was on vision, Deokdam not able to land that one.
Okay, here we go.
David is gonna be like cha-ching.
Again of the T1 jungler.
They have
Easy
these
cash
blue
money.
tickets, and they're just spotting out the whole jungle here. T1, everything they're trying to do is seen.
Yeah, all low, they need to
They
back.
literally hold the door here and try to stop anybody from coming
Oh wait,
over.
they are back to full health again.
Hopeful. Okay,
Oh, Faker isolated, he went in there.
Yeah, pretty clean take here from the side of Damwon Kia. As they will just take it to, you know, they didn't even have to kill anyone to take that one down. And very current Damwon stand.
Oh, now Nuguri is not gonna
We talk
die.
about the range, the hard engage, right? And the war of attrition
Burdol
between
was the
the
problem.
fights will probably be decided.
Look at that GA.
instantly. Like the game, you will know in the first 2 seconds who won the fight, probably because T1 either blows somebody up or blow 2 people up, or the longer fight happens. and
Guma gets
Damwon
caught too
Kia
much.
Either blew people up at the beginning or won that fight, and Keria.
Oh,
Canyon is
Canyon's
so
running in.
fast.
Oh, got him.
Also actually
Keria's
helping out
dead.
alongside of the Cloud Rift. He
Deokdam's
could
easy,
not,
cash money.
be ran away from.
Yeah.
Keria just dies.
You get bound, you are dead in this game. That's how it works. And in longer fights and in neutral, the poke of the pool, the binding threat means T1 can't get anywhere near Damwon Kia.
I thought
They have Baron buff.
Oner would have cut the wave off.
And they're just going to use
He's
it.
going for the red bar up top.
Engage angle here for T1. They're just going to use it to push down an inhibitor. There's nothing that T1
They just
want
wanna go to game 4.
They don't want to be anywhere near Damwon Kia, but Damwon Kia are closing the distance. Now they're in the base.
Yeah, really trying to set up for this follow-up.
I feel like Zeus, this is not the best Aatrox game I've seen.
Might make a last stand
And this is
here,
his
but
first
another claw
Aatrox.
blocked by the door, and T1 not ready to make the play. They're waiting for their Amumu.
Zeus is not comfortable with this
Very
champion.
respectable once again. They have Baron buff, but they are not going to get caught out.
T1 just have to bide their time here somehow for 80 seconds. I mean, there's so much siege here, so much poke with these pools.
Okay.
Oh, Keria.
Faker needs to go, is forced to go in. Oh shit.
Doing too much as they are not
Oh.
the back line this time around. Guma is hopping it out.
Oh, Zeus.
Cyclone.
Oh, guy.
That is
They're
not
all
what is that?
nearly enough.
There are trees on you.
Feels like
Smack
it's a bit
ya.
heavy here.
Showmaker.
And they will be able to
The
take at
GGs.
least 1 game in this series and bring us to 2-1 as Damwon Kia will push to end.
Oh, finally the crocodile win.
Oh, Renekton was a carry. Oh, I knew it.
The bindings were great from Canyon all game long. Out farms Oner. After being gapped by him in the first 2 games, he comes up big. Faker unable to use his Zonias in that last engage, in that last fight. Don't know if it really would have really mattered because, as we said, you have to win it instantly or you don't win it at all. He stasis and comes out and dies anyways. There's just not really much to say there as T1 with some desperate engages. I thought they played that game.
Oh, look at these
beautifully
egos.
Despite being behind, their Baron setup there.
They're so
potential take by
excited
take
now.
Onto Nuguri there. Looked hopeful. Looked like T1 maybe had an angle. They were playing a lot more decisively than Damwon Kia. But Damwon Kia win in the end. Just the threat of that Morgana Q was so high. And with the blue trinkets they always had, they had 2 in their inventories constantly.
Illegal casting.
Where T1 are, who's backing, where are they standing, where's the flank angle? Faker.
I don't think it's illegal if I have like 5 viewers.
Watch the fight. And I thought that was going to be the game-defining moment. His next 2 flanks, though, he's turned on and caught. He's blown up. They isolate him first, and without him, the engage for T1 is a little bit flat in the mid-game. They don't have their items yet. And Damwon Kia just, as a result, had full control. They lived and died by this Lissandra. And we're going to a game 4.
We definitely are.
Oh, what Morgana's broken, dog.
By far on this Morgana. You know, we weren't sure what to think about the salty run back in the first half of the draft, but the Morgana and the Swain end up being the key picks that are able to keep them safe in this one and bring it home. So, we do have a game number 4, but first, guys, we will have a break in the analyst carpet space.
Oh yeah, I didn't predict this match. Well, whatever, man. Na na na. Na 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 na. Feel like I need to see that last fight again. Like, the Aatrox did nothing. He bought like semi-tank bruisers item. Na 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 na. Time to mute. Oh, never mind, wait a bit.
나 존나 있는데?
나 방패 쳐. 할리 노플이야. 끝난데?
우.
평타. 세타 아니네. 나이스. 야 미안하다.
나 근데 비싼 지대를 못 찾았네.
그거
얘기도 많은데 시작할게.
얘기하긴 했어.
까비.
잘해보자. 단판. 화이팅.
Fighting. Bruh. Oh shit! I got a mute. Ah, la 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 la. No songs. There's no song. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Oh shit. Oh! I'm high. Oh shit! Oh, come on. Where's the long stick? What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Did you go to the toilet?
What?
Hello? Oh, he's back.
And
Poppy.
Wukong with and Poppy with like 2 items. That's not real Canyon. It's not great.
You just
This
want
is
Karthus
great.
every game. What does Cubby want?
I mean, Karthus Fiddle after this would be great.
Oh no, I'm surrounded.
Yeah, that's true. It's a great setup for Morgana. Like, you have winning lanes, and then you have the ability to Black Shield Draven into a threat overload composition that T1's trying to throw at it. We saw Draven suffer because of that in the last game. I think the Black Shield and Canyon's Morgana was really big in making sure that this game went DK's way.
It was absolutely fantastically well played. But things did start off okay for T1. There wasn't that catastrophic bottom lane incident, though, this time around. I think that had a big thing to do with how Damwon were able to stabilize the mid game. But this was still, you could see what T1 were trying to do with this comp. It's the same as the last one, basically.
And at this point, their synergy is also so on point. Everyone flashing over the wall, making sure that they can connect onto this faker play. And you're feeling pretty good about your status as T1, because Zeus gets so fed, and killing in, especially with the build that Deokdam went for, is actually really hard in team fights.
And I mean, that TP
Oh,
and
shit.
flank from Faker, that was just textbook on Faker's Lysandra. He's making plays, but not enough, as the Morgana poke ended up being so huge in stopping the game plan for T1.
Yeah, the combination of Tormented Soil and the Vision of Empire, if a binding actually lands, then of course the Whirling Death, was so much damage. Let's have a look at how much damage it is exactly.
It's really funny. It's I don't know if there's any any.
Look at how far away everyone is now.
Any Red Alert, any Siberian Sun fans out there?
Oh,
But that's an EMP right there. That gets called in, and you don't feel like it's very fair. And that turns into a gaming play for Damwon. It is legit a single binding, combined with the spell. They tried it another time, doesn't quite work. But now T1's forced to fight without Fate's Call, without a Kalista, and unfortunately, unsurprisingly, turns into a bit of a disaster. And it was a true Canyon Showmaker duo running the entire game.
And I love the adaptation because Damwon recognizes, hey, you're going to play the same comp, be all about going in, executing the Draven before he's able to peel for himself. We're just going to take Sway and Morgana, two champs that love going up against comps that jump into you. Was a huge difference in this game.
It was definitely a much better look here for Damwon Kia. However, they're going to have to win 2 more games. Let's check out the Canyon of the game, though, before we jump into that next one. 1-0-14 this time around. Very confident in the call.
That could have been Showmaker.
Wow, Canyon.
Could have happened. I think Showmaker had a great game as well, but no, it was Canyon. Canyon has been in an extremely volatile form. This split, we've seen him look every now and then, I want to say 3-4 games, there's glimpses of old Canyon, but overall, we don't get treated to games like this where he is able to
AP jungle.
an incredible amount of resources that he is able to absorb on the map to the utmost potential. This is just hilarious. As all the cloudiness going on this map is a little bit too...
The power of Cloud Soul, everyone. You know? Cubby, what do you reckon?
Something like a 93% win rate, I think, with Cloud Soul. Something around there, Alex. It's just that good.
Good job, observers.
The whole observer team, Jonas Strong, Keyson, and the gang, just really enjoying the substitution. So I guess that's fine. We're okay with that. But let's throw it back to the casters and see.
You know what this win means? They're gonna pick Renekton again.
Yeah,
Just
baby.
like Jonas Strong's predictions, sometimes the numbers don't make sense. But I suppose it's all in good spirits.
Well, Renekton saved the game, obviously.
Playing the croc to a high level, but Canyon certainly deserving a huge attention for his performance in that last game.
I remember when I voted for Burdol in Game 5 because I thought he was the one who made the call. Speaking of,
what?
He's back in again.
Oh, what?
I was going to say...
What?
It was Showmaker, in fact.
Why is he back?
But I was going to say perhaps the votes there were, you know...
I'm out of here, man.
I was talking a lot in that early game about how Damwon just...
Coma, what's going on?
Around, whereas in both games 1 and 2, there were...
Is it still coma?
Issues in the early game.
Isn't that coma?
I'm already in a coma from this game.
I mean, Danny loves his musical
Nuguri obviously carried that, man. He keeps catching out Faker.
Yeah, T1 roster, but...
like what?
I'm not really sure, and I'm not even going to speculate at this point.
That's Oner on the left, by the way. So.
Yes.
Oh.
Not going to speculate about what the...
Why would you swap Nuguri out when he did the carry?
Not similar.
What is that? 400 IQ big brain play.
Give Burdol one more chance. Doesn't necessarily think. Just like the drafts from games 2 and games 3, maybe he says, okay, you know, a little change here and there.
A little change here and there. There's no change.
Burdol is the...
they changed back to the losing side.
He looks
we'll see.
Incredible.
Oh, yes, maybe.
He's going to have to keep his mental...
Does this mean T1 is gonna pick
We'll have that
Renekton?
Back through here.
They never pick Renekton.
Surprise.
But now they're blue side though.
Zeus doesn't like that champion.
Will be Ari first. And for Damwon and T1, I hope we get to see a different style of drafting because I do feel like
oh shit, it's drafting
same
time.
game back to back. Would love to move back towards a more ranged AD carry type of game. But these bans so far aren't giving me any hope. Okay, there's the Kalista ban.
Severe Ari, same old, same old.
And then we go down the Yuumi path.
Oh, what?
Oh, what? DK, P1 is not you, bitch!
First, probably here. Unless they do want to pick up one of the picks that has been left up. Other
the Azir is another pick they could go for. Wukong first.
Yeah. Very
dated here.
Zeri's open.
A little bit more.
Nautilus.
No. Smork. There's the Azir.
I guess it's fine.
A real shocker.
It's okay. It's mid tier, I guess.
Talking about here in the extra prio that you will gain in mid. Ari's gone. Showmaker
the thing is, like Azir, like none of the is a most safe pick
this season. So the potential end of it here is Burdol has an opportunity here now to, with the Renekton ban, just play a tank topside.
Why does DK think like Renekton is a god tier face? Why they have Renekton for the enemy team?
Draven is up, so it's still a pretty scary prospect.
Did you see T1 and GEN.G playing it?
Damwon Kia's plan here in terms of what they want
No.
It does feel like
they must be like, oh, they must ban that shit.
Feels too great about the Zeri in general. We have not seen it at all today. Not banned, not picked, just absent.
Yeah, and you know, players like aiming, like Ruler, like Prince, they're the late game Zeri players. They're the scary ones. I think Deokdam and Guma's style is very different. More mid game style players like to get lane prio. All players like to get lane prio in this meta, but still, I think Deokdam and Guma, neither of those players scream extreme late game Zeri carry player. As a result, we will have the Nila here as a bit of a
oh
I think Nila wins
as well, coming through here for Deokdam, a very strong bottom.
Counter picking before they are able picking.
Which you do reach first with the extra experience.
Caitlyn, I think Caitlyn might be good.
In isolation here for T1.
Nila is very close to Samira.
The 2v2 is we don't know just yet.
Pick something that doesn't touch her.
Divide and Nila's apotheosis does seem very strong in terms of some
Morgan
combos to set up in mid-game fights.
Actually,
what's it gonna be, Damwon? It's going to be Silas.
Oh,
so no
Silas.
carry selected for Damwon Kia.
Azir versus Silas again. What the heck?
The quote-unquote counter in the mid lane to the Azir.
I don't even feel like Showmaker's good on Silas recently.
Nerfs and stuff like that, it has become more difficult for the Silas, but Silas in general right now, I think still, if he can get out of lane somewhat okay, is still strong.
Yeah, definitely a strong pick. Showmaker hasn't been one of our more dominant Silas players, of course, but still.
DK's
much better
ban pick priority is up the chain.
And you do.
They've been hanging out with Snoop Dogg.
Tier list Zaya ban here as we're getting into champs.
Is it because of the crocodile?
The crocodile is on the top of the food chain. This ain't Animal Planet.
I'd like to buy a Z. Sir, I don't think you want to do that. Can I get an X?
I mean, Ezreal could be on the list.
Hey, ban? What?
The sort of champion that's going to be strong and an all-in at level 6 into your Yuumi comp. You want to take away the Zeri is still an option.
Well, you know what? If they maybe Yasuo
I don't think
on bot lane, there's an Oner can just out any ADC.
And I think T1 are pretty happy to play into Zeri because Zeri is very slow to get to her item spikes later on.
Yeah.
And the comp is very disjointed if you're trying to play Yuumi Zeri in it because half of your comp wants to
Yasuo?
engage, the other half is like, whoa, hold on, slow down.
Where would the Yasuo go?
Yeah, I mean Yasuo ADC.
The game broken with it.
But it seems like it's gonna be Zeri.
In terms of what T1's scared of,
Deokdam.
I actually take the Gwen ban too in this scenario.
Wow, they're gonna last pick bot lane.
I kind of agree with you.
Wow.
Even though Zeri Yuumi can be just utterly disgusting, like 1v9 power, she does need at least at the very
Is Zeri Yuumi again? She's gonna run around like crazy.
3, right? So T1, they have a very clear objective now. It's shut down the lanes, win the game early.
What?
Oh no.
Exactly.
Zeus,
And
I didn't think you were this kind of dude.
Annoy you in lane, as the Nila coming in here. So, I mean, you could just push super hard. And I mean, anything that pushes with the Nila will be very annoying to deal with. And
Camille support. Look at Keria.
By Keria before.
Ooh, damn son.
This season.
It's actually big brain. You are the Zeri. Zeri cannot run.
Extra lockdown for the Zeri. Could also be playing Sejuani down there, and the Camille goes topside for some extra.
That would be a funny interaction.
Well.
Oh, what? Burdol, what are you doing?
Standing out just like,
very... Okay, well, this could be Silas top too, but Yone into a very unknown lane, because it could be the Sejuani or the Camille, feels very risky. Looks like it is going to be the Camille, which I think we all expected, getting those extra items on the Camille way stronger, because
this could either go really well or really wrong.
Bot, whereas Camille can actually do strong things in side lanes and can be a big threat. So it felt like fairly safe to lock this one in, but either way, I think
Keria is the only dude in
volatility
LCK now
matchup,
playing
and
whatever
you've
the
already
fuck he wants.
Decided your comp is about having the insane engage.
First it was Faker, then it was Hands, now it's Keria.
There is an ultimate ability called Emperor's Divide that is very good at stopping that sort of hard engagement.
The Hands also used to just play whatever the fuck he
I
wants.
think in this case, I feel very good about his ability to consistently shut down those
I
engagements.
remember Viper Timo.
This draft for
Viper Timo?
predicated on
Viper.
Zeri getting ahead through mid-game.
Viper
fights,
got
not
play
through
Timo,
laning,
man? I
not
never
through
heard.
time.
Back in
Usually Zeri
Brisbane.
goes to the third item through time.
I don't
He goes,
remember.
25 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm getting closer to my IE. I'm locking in my IE. Now I'm gonna
Nice
fight.
Timo
But
everywhere.
Damwon here trying to get her kills early through mid-game fights, which I think
There's
against
a
Mila
American
this
girl.
year is a very risky way to play. Criticize the risks they took earlier
Ain't
on
American.
in this best of
Is it
5.
European?
And it's been kind of 50-50
Oh.
on it with how
He
it's
looks
worked out.
white.
Putting it all on the line here, though. to
Bigger
try to
eyes
win
than the
this.
Koreans.
I respect the confidence. That's one thing we definitely can say.
You
Damwon can still
disgusting.
step back tonight.
Yeah.
What do you-
and,
what do you-
That is not going to change here in game number 4. So it looks
Well,
like
do you
we're
not see the
already
right
go.
side there?
Jump on
Girl
board.
looks Western.
No, it's just makeup. What are you talking about? It's just makeup.
I mean, even if it had makeup, it sort of looks. I know what the white girls look like.
You disgust me.
God dang it, boy!
Here we go once again. Game 4. Damwon Kia on the ropes.
Come on, the ice.
Again,
Yeah,
trying to
fucking-
pull off a reverse sweep. T1. After the first couple of games, I thought the 3-0 Pred was going to come through very smoothly. Was not meant to be. Damwon Kia did put up a nice fight there in the third game. And here we are again.
The Burdol sub-in does feel like could have been related to this specific R5 pick they had prepared. And so before we were like, well, let's not speculate. I think we can kind of speculate now, as that's the
Oh, he got the
great
money.
little prowling projectile start. You go there, attach the Silas, grab 20 gold, take away some of Faker's health. You love to see it. Everybody loves Yuumi. All my homies love Yuumi.
Huge fan. Yeah, all of us down here, we're all big fans. Shout out.
Hashtag big fan of the Yuumi.
Yeah,
I prefer Camille support.
shout out to that champion.
At least you can
Very,
lock
very
down
beautiful
the
maneuver there.
Zeri.
In the mid lane. Prowling projectile is such a very
This
interesting
proves
way
that
to name
top
a
lane
projectile
is
skill.
worse than support.
You know, by calling it a projectile. I
Yeah.
suppose, eventually you run out of vocabulary words.
You got that P alliteration going on.
Yeah.
PR too.
This is level 2, so there's the flash from Faker. Not the first time that Canyon has done something like this in recent times.
Well, it's pretty huge to get flash away, especially because Showmaker will get his own Emperor's Divide.
Oh, Zeus is
We were
3-0.
talking about Marong before. I'm like, this is his comfort zone, man. Like,
Yeah.
He would love this meta here in the LCK.
Oh, he absolutely would. He left it okay over there in the LEC, but I think that the
Kellin is
advantage
5 and
that
5. Holy
Canyon
shit.
gets here is quite significant though this time around. As for Keria and Guma in the bottom side, level 6 is such a scary prospect. Like when I think about how this goes, where they get it first, and Kellin can't defend himself with his own, Deokdam won't be able to hold back. Can be very scary, as they're actually getting a nice trade here. Range they do have in their favor. That's one of the other things Yumi's going to grant you into this lane, is the ability
I feel
to
like
actually
Keria
use
can
that
just
ground
ram into
battle,
Kellin.
the double PR. Maybe that's one way to save Yumi's reputation, is put 2 PRs. And,
Yeah. Chovy, the only one to win in this matchup for summer.
And it has been one that we have seen be less and less popular, because we're seeing less Silas here. In the end,
Oner.
of the
Comes
season,
that boy.
as You see a roaming Oner up to the top side, and gank setup here is potentially real. Some nice trading from Zeus.
Yone has no more E.
Going from bot to top.
The wave is gone.
Here on time. T1
Canyon
not gonna
see
commit
him.
to this before they do see Canyon though, so they should be totally safe as in goes Oner as well. Big trade in the bottom side. Exhaust actually used. This
Ooh.
Guma just hops away from that one. And Ignite used. So 3.
The DK bot lane use everything except flash.
And
It's
none-
totally worth.
Yeah. And the lane is still pushing. The wave is still pushing here for T1. So Deokdam going to need a little bit more here. And unfortunately, he's not going to get it right now. Needs a little bit more poke from the Yuumi to connect here and have those healing E's come through before you can actually all in. Canyon will grab this crab and we'll get a little bit of a speed boost down here to the bottom side, but Guma, Keria should realize this. They don't have a ward here.
They're pretty low as well. As Zing goes to this area, this looks very suspicious. As Zing
They just dive in. Nice.
The first blood goes to Keria.
Canyon.
Guma
Wait,
is
what?
just prancing around everybody. He will get taken out by Owners here. For the potential
No, he
cleanup.
cannot kill.
Canyon
I don't think he can
and
kill.
Kellin stuck in the brush. Kellin
my
actually
god.
made that flash, not able to land onto Canyon. Made that very difficult, did Kellin very nicely.
I thought you can Q flash.
Oner's not able to execute.
And we'll take him down low, but can't get the kill. This was very well played, though, from Keria and Guma. Summoner advantage that you talked about right before this, actually so critical in this moment. You know, with that extra exhaust and ignite, they would have actually been well off to get that first kill there and then trade back, but they don't have that extra damage as Keria and Guma don't have vision, but Keria just sets up the knock up here, the stun, super easy. Deokdam taken out first, that's all your damage gone. Without the damage, this fight, the longer one, not going to go in your favor. At least they
If Guma didn't flash away, Canyon is dead.
And Canyon, with the help here of Kellin, plays this so well. Just barely dodges.
Yeah. Canyon predicting that straight line, was already running towards the alcove and is able to dodge that one very nicely. So, bit of an even trade there. You could see that Guma and Keria, the second the engage came in, they're like, what, you're engaging on us? We're just going to kill you. So they have a very absolute calculation in their mind of like, okay, we know that we have the damage to kill them right here, regardless of, you know, the jungler being there, etc. So they did have to use all their summoners. Everybody now.
Zoning out the Cannon EXP.
Cannon EXP.
Okay.
We'll get it soon. Yeah.
Zeus is too good, man.
Not looking for an engage there. And I mean, the early game is a 1-for-1 here. Kill for the Wukong, kill for the Sejuani. Like, no massive advantages here. What does mean that level 6 that's coming up for Keria and Guma, which we are zooming in on this lane, is somewhat delayed, actually, by this trait. So, I actually have an opportunity.
I think T1's gonna win this.
See, Kellin is a little bit behind there as a result of that extra experience.
Should be.
Shared between
I trust Keria to kick his out more than every top laner in LCK.
I don't think Keria Guma can make that play. They're both flashless, of course.
And then next fight he doesn't hit. I cast the curse already.
Big long con play potentially set up here. It'd be very difficult for Zeus to bait this one. There's no wards.
He does have his Exec ultimatum. I think if he can land that onto Burdol outside of a turret, he is 100% dead. With Ignite here for Zeus taken. But it doesn't quite look like it. I mean, they could try to force it under turret, but that's a bit dangerous. We do have a bit of a roam up top now. Showmaker even. Just securing more vision in their own jungle.
Yeah, Burdol is playing this so carefully.
This is a really weird time to gank. It's not even Rift Herald yet.
Okay, there it is. Moves forward. He's on the edge.
He's waiting for him to come in.
The ult comes
will
not save Burdol. Or it might actually. He has to go back, and even under turret, Zeus does step right back in and take his life.
It's moments like these where you just feel like, oh, the player absolutely knows. They know the range. They know it. And he steps forward there with the Q. And that was the moment they decided to go in, and he has ult. Still not enough to save him.
Maybe Oner should have E immediately.
Down Oner for long enough for that damage to come through. Obviously with the follow-up ult from Vi. Super easy to chain that one together.
Wow. What? He's still the blue buff?
Anyway,
Oh, didn't.
That's not the level 6 I was talking about. Well, the usage I was expecting.
Oh, he missed the oh.
Nice try, though.
Level 1, it's a relatively long cooldown. I feel like it got nerfed like 4 patches ago.
Guy doesn't have it for the Rift Herald fight now.
Here's a replay of the top play.
Burdol here, we're like, oh, he's safe, and then he Qs. And Zeus is like, I'm sorry, man, that's it. That's it, you're dead.
Sorry, brother, I had to do it to you.
Zeus waits for him to go back to his clone as well. He's like, I don't care.
Wow.
Dragon. His body, his soul goes back and reattaches, and
Dragon is always more worth now.
No, definitely not. You will be.
Oh lord, they come in.
Working on it.
They're running over.
Okay, this is huge. Yeah, they're going to be going for this one. Showmaker now backing up to his team. This
Yeah,
is
they
over
should
the
have
wall.
it.
as everybody's kind of got a dash here, but they're being zoned out for the moment.
Showmaker. No one has out. No one has out. Just take it.
But in comes
Showmaker has out.
that one will land on
I mean, T1, no one has out.
is really huge. They provide some space, but the Apotheosis does gather up 3. It's not enough, though.
Where's the damage?
Look,
Zeus
Commune
is in
has
there
no
all
out.
alone. The Neela is already dead, and Zeus will be second on top of that.
Only Faker and Guma-Uzi had out.
Fast play.
Remember what I was talking about? They want to use this comp to get kills for Zeri, get the Zeri accelerated, get her items early. And one way to get 3 items on Zeri, time. The other way.
That's why I said it was a weird time to gang on top
We
lane.
usually like to call those Zeri moments here on the LCK broadcast. This was not certifiable. Unfortunately, with just 1 kill going over. But still, a lot of money in Deokdam's pocket here.
It was smart on DK to take advantage.
They used their comp and it's turned so well because Apotheosis needs to actually hit everybody and they need follow-up damage. They don't have it. The ult from Deokdam is way better here at setting up for an actual team fight win. And remember, Keria doesn't have ult. There's no Hextech ultimatum. Deokdam, is he damaged? Is he touched? Is he hurt? Is he under any threats? No. The answer to all of those questions is no.
Well, we're diving top
Shit,
again.
here we go again. Oh, Commune's dead.
Comes down and Burdol is under Derek, killing both of them.
Faker was dead.
And now the nerves are starting to come through a little bit here potentially for T1.
Hey, getting on top of Faker now. The stolen.
Oh no!
Does not have a flash anymore.
He's falling apart.
Going down into the hands of Showmaker as well.
Swoosh! The goal lead is gone. Wipe it away. Damwon Kia take a lead of their own. Massive plays on all parts of the map. They win the Rift Herald fight. Defensive on the top. Canyon will be able to get out of here with that clone and. Defensive ult on top's a double. They get a kill into Faker. Doesn't have his own Emperor's Divide. Hijack comes through. Showmaker grabs Faker. The wall itself prevents.
Holy shit! I hear more and more of your double, man.
Tries to take the walk around. Deokdam grabs a plate down here.
What?
Really adding on to the things that went wrong for T1. But T1 in just a flash. Now no longer in control of this game.
And Keria's on a bit of an interesting path. Not enough damage, I don't think, from the Zeri and the Yuumi just yet.
And Oner's here. This could be a trap.
Oner.
Hey, Oner is here. The damage not there onto the Keria, so it is a nice amount of poke, but even follow up there from Oner. But doesn't amount to a kill or anything
swap
like
back
that.
to Speaker.
Zeri just able to get over walls like that. Never really had any risk, unfortunately, for Oner, who didn't have ult there. But this is the play here, top side. See, the ult has to hit double, and it does.
나쁘지 않은데?
He's like, it's not that bad for me.
잡은데 잡은데?
Got
나이스.
him. Nice. He leveled up twice. Yeah. Actually crazy. Oh boy. Either that or he was holding his skill point, which I do not think was the case. And yeah, Faker's caught by the hijack Emperor's Divide. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. That one's pretty self-explanatory there in the mid lane. And Damwon Kia starting to get some big leads on carry champions.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, especially Faker, like in the Rift Herald fight, he wasn't able to do any damage. He dashed in, got knocked up immediately. Emperor's Divide hit nobody. So he, like, swiped a couple of people, like, once with his soldiers with no items, and that's it. Because, by the way, he did go for the Oblivion Orb as well, so that delays his build.
Yeah.
And the Neela basically went in and then did a little bit of damage, but then died. So that's the lack of the follow-up. And then now, we're getting picks across the board. T1 trying to be proactive, trying to get ahead of Damwon Kia and their Zeri Yuumi, but it's not looking like they're doing a great job of it so far.
Yeah, and the fact that Zeus doesn't get the lead that he wants, or he lost the lead that he had, is pretty huge for side lane potential as well here for T1. Now they're going to have to really force fights to
it's not pushed in.
control of the map and control of vision, which is going to be very difficult at this stage in time. And locking down the Zeri is the #1 priority for this Camille. And in the last Rift Herald fight, she didn't have ult because it was used previously. Keria used his ultimate as well previously, and so, you know, these big tools were gone at a critical juncture, and I think Damwon Kia identified so quickly and so clearly this is absolutely an angle for Deokdam to get some gold, and we'll fight for this. We'll take the Herald. We'll take a little bit more of that pressure. And I think Damwon has been much improved in that regard since the KT series in terms of making succinct calls, but making hard calls as well, and being ready to commit.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Oner's gonna face check this brush. He does have a lot of time to try to delay his death, but that is about all he'll be able to do.
Keria.
He's got a follow-up. Second Cyclone comes in. Keria has to use his stopwatch. Apotheosis does come in, but Exhaust is right there. Guma will save Keria's life, but this is huge for more gold for Deokdam.
Exactly, and this is still just going to be so many minions now going down, the turret plate going down. It's going to be Drake for Damwon Kia, and Flash was up for Canyon. He has the double Cyclone, makes the 2 impactful plays there. And Burdol, yeah, he's 3 kills to 1. Doesn't have his mythic yet. He's just happy to farm under turret. He is going to be an incredible long-range engage tool for Deokdam. Showmaker, medium-range engage tool. Canyon, medium-range engage tool. And this is what we were talking about for this comp. If you can get the Zeri accelerated early, she is 1,000 gold or so ahead, I believe, on that chart we just had open. Get her ahead early, then we don't have to wait as long for that second and third item spike for her. And when she has this much frontline, and the frontline is also ahead, you know, I think Phantom Dancer is a pretty big spike for her. When she can play around that longer damage, she avoids Emperor's Divide, avoids the Keria ult, Hextech Ultimatum, is even stealable for Showmaker. So
second Rift is not that good.
Camille looks very hopeful here for Damwon Kia.
He's going to get that nice. Burdol does pick that up. Looks like Damwon Kia do not want to fight over this. Otherwise, I believe they could have been in position. Maybe just, sitting bot, trying to get that turret, which they do get the entirety of it. So
and
not quite there on the back. And the Drake, which is very important. Infernal Drake here for your Zeri and the Oner and everything else, like literally everybody. It's not the AP Yuumi this time, but still going to be doing some damage and benefiting, as this is just unfortunate timing for Oner.
Yeah, walks right into the worst possible scenario. Pretty fortunate for T1 that they do end up escaping down here bottom side. Guma has his dash, Keria has stopwatch. Apotheosis here trying to turn this one around. It's really huge, the dodge that Guma had on the extendo beam. If he gets slowed there, he is probably done so. Zeus might get caught.
Ooh.
Sees this.
Yuumi's here. No longer sitting with the Zeri in mid. No need to. Can begin to make plays with the jungler.
Yeah, now they're trying to look for topside dives. You know, they're getting this control over these important carries that can dive, and they're saying, all right, well, we're just going to get, if you guys come and commit resources to top, we'll push mid. And at this point, Deokdam with shield bow is like, yeah, I dare you to all in me. I dare you to try to fight this. He has cleanse, and he's very happy to take fights into Neela in the mid lane, especially when the jungler is just one screen away. Showmaker playing respectfully here.
Take a look at the builds here from Faker. He went Crown.
Faker
might not be able to talk about it, as in he goes going to delay all that damage.
That prediction though.
Survived just fine, as in comes the Wukong. I don't think they're done with this one yet. It's the big wraparound.
Yeah, no turret here. That was such a beautiful flash attempt from Showmaker, predicting the angle, but the timing a little bit off. In terms of the Emperor's Divide, so he still gets caught by it, and looks like Faker will just narrowly
Are we gonna dive again?
Just quick enough to get out of there.
Yeah.
Are we doing this again?
Yes.
I hope not.
Is this the angle? Because it is. I mean, it is Camille, but
it looks like T1 is lost.
Too much. But yeah, the crown build for Faker just means that the damage will be even further delayed, and I mean, he goes Morello second.
Oner.
You know, you can understand with some of the
He's
champions he's going up against, but now he doesn't really do as much damage as he possibly could, going for something like Luden Shadow Flame or literally anything else. And that just means that by the time that he has damage, Zeri has 3 items.
Yeah, and I think that this build, and I was calling for the crown into Zhonya. See, Zhonya's third, probably very likely here, which further hurts his damage.
Hey, does Neela still have the EXP buff?
I think in a game state where you're very even as T1 or even slightly ahead.
It doesn't feel like it.
Like, oh, yeah,
it's one level ahead, I guess.
Here. But when
there's only EXP buff if there's
you don't feel great, unfortunately, about this itemization.
If there's allies nearby.
Somehow. Someone's gonna have to clear when she's Hextech ultimatumed.
If you're alone, you don't get the EXP buff.
To prevent the Camille from actually getting on top of this Zeri.
That basically forces her to be bot lane.
Every single moment that passes here for T1's composition, especially because this Camille is just crashing minions into top turret, which is, you know, basically not even under threat. It's like not even half health here. So she's not getting any side lane value. Yeah, you will get mid turret here. You will be able to get the Sun turret, and that's
K-ramming.
An extra charge, but you need to win team fights somehow. You need to speed this game up. You need to force Damwon Kia into an objective fight, and the Drake split being 1-to-1 here on Ocean Soul. Damwon Kia could take their sweet time. They don't need to force fights.
Yeah, just going to be hanging out. Like you did mention, which I think is a really important point, T1 do have insane lockdown onto the Zeri. Even if it does get into like an insane late game position, there is still a chance that, you know, you just press all your buttons, you go all in, and maybe you can just 100-0 her. And maybe that's the win condition if this game does go a bit longer than, you know, 3 item Zeri, which it's looking extremely likely that it will.
They don't want
to
get Dragon, they want to get Hawk.
You know, the Drakes aren't going to be huge and stuff like
Burdol
that.
gonna all in.
No, Faker is here.
Okay, Faker's coming on in for this one, looking for the sweep onto the... that
was nice
early,
block.
But still going in, sweeping back and forth, and he might just survive as Ingo everything, including the soldiers, and Zeus is going to be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, barely gets it there. Zeus is showing I think a really nice communication with Faker. I was going to say, I meant to say
Guma,
Burdol
Oner,
showing
everybody's
a little bit
top
of a potential spring
Faker
trap
catch bot
situation there. He wanted to actually go on to the Camille. He's a level up. And I think wanted to actually try to blow her up.
Wait, why is he going mid?
That was the angle he was looking to set up for, but unfortunately,
Camille's going bot.
He dies, and now this turret goes down, and now it's
a wave is gonna crash.
Wow, this dragon takes so damn long.
Kind of downplaying. This is Ocean Soul. Good for both comps.
That dragon takes so damn long.
Turret,
what the hell?
Expended. T1 definitely winning out on this
Took
exchange.
like 2 minutes or something.
They're not able to force a straight up fight, but extra kill going over to the
side. We're doing back.
Holy shit.
There's no vision.
Oh, Azir.
They have had total control
Azir and
of the
Nila.
top side of the map here. Only a blue ping on it so far. Showmaker might come over
Faker,
here.
Showmaker.
Moving in as
Oh
now
god.
the vision is there. But is it too little, too late? The Azir is doing
Canyon
tons.
is not here.
As well as Ingo Showmaker
Oh.
is gonna blow up Keria.
Flash out. Oh god. Azir.
At least as the crown.
Oh,
Nice
everyone
ult.
Oh, that's good.
Deokdam trying to make a little bit more of a play.
Oh,
Bit of
shit.
damage going in onto him. As the soldiers will try to zone them away. As
Burdol has ult.
I sense a dive coming in and a teleport.
Oh, nice out cancel.
Nice zone, yeah.
The T1, the apotheosis is big, but it's not.
Oh,
nearly
Camille's
enough
left.
as Zeus is trying to trade something back. He gets 2. And that is a pretty large Camille, but at the end of the day, Deokdam is skilled.
Yumi needs to get on Zeri.
I mean, you can just kill the turret, then kill the Camille. That's the plan. He's like, okay, you can zip around. I'll kill this turret. Bye-bye. Trying to get Burdol, but obviously can just hop back into that one. And now it's Zeri Yumi once again. Add 2 items.
Ooh,
Just
is there
yourself
a team
a
wipe?
3rd item with that fight.
Yep.
Yep. Then this is how you play around these early... Okay, not this, but that was how you play around these early skirmishes with the Zeri yet again at work. As Burdol, I think he was trying to set a trap here. Otherwise, the position doesn't make sense. He's seen, he's punished. Sand Soldiers go in. He goes to the Death Chamber. Nice try there on the ultimate, but it's a little bit early, as you mentioned. But Showmaker comes in here.
Showmaker
Sejuani
did this really
sets
well.
up for an insta blow up onto Keria. So support already down here. There's no peel. Look at where Burdol is. He is
Faker should have
over.
flashed
He's ready.
immediately
And look
instead
at
of...
where the enemy top laner is. Zeus
See, he's trying to
is
juke the laser. He should
not
have just
here.
flashed
He
immediately.
has his teleport in here, but it's so late.
If he flashed early, he should have enough health.
Have it immediately, because I think if you're going to try to make a stand here as T1, you have to teleport in way faster. I mean, they already got the outer turret mid.
That Oner flash, Oner cancelled
Or you come in a lot faster.
Silas E before he hit Faker.
Triple kill or anything, but he'll pick up 350.
Yeah, I saw that already.
And a lot of assist money. So, I mean, this is still huge for the Zeri, and she's already showing that with the Phantom Dancer in these kind of crazy skirmishes, taking risks like what T1 just did there can backfire immensely. And they were really just hoping that Damwon Kia wouldn't see it. They did. They punished.
Infinity Edge here for Burdol. Not sure if he had that on that last fight, but he's
Guma
got
is
it now.
0-3.
Big 2-item power spike here. We do have...
It's 0-3 versus 3 and 1.
He actually just
Bruh.
got that after a little bit more extra farming in
baby.
the lane, which for now on the inner turret is safe enough. You see they're pinging the side here just so they don't have much vision as he's farming this out, but it's still a very
Well,
strong
the shield is
series
down.
who does go for some armor penetration before we do get into that IE spike.
Hello.
Wow, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
won't necessarily need that poke in the game.
Zeri is
hit?
online
Damwon
already.
Kia, where they're just playing it out slow.
How did
Showmaker
that
looking for an
hit?
angle
What?
here. Burdol in a side lane, or rather Zeus in a side lane.
Showmaker going crown
It's like
himself.
Zoe, but worse.
Very interesting into Azir.
Isn't he a Lux up?
Azir. that can really proc that. It does make you very sticky, very difficult to really get rid of.
Yeah, and if you're looking just for hard engage from a distance away, you're going to, I mean, it's going to be procced as you're going in, and that's going to give you just that all the extra resistances, the extra hard engage, the damage reduction that you need to actually get the maximum value off. Because you're not looking to pick the back line as Showmaker, you're looking to just get into the front line and buy space for Deokdam. So I do like it in that regard, and as long as it's up, when you do decide to do that, it will be immense.
Looks like it's going to be a game 5.
For the stasis and the extra armor that's going to give him. He's a tank. He's just full tank Silas here, essentially.
Same with Faker, especially once he picks up his Zhonya's. Working on that at the moment. As T1 still grouping up here for this Ocean Drake. Been here for about 30 seconds, just waiting for DK to make a move. Which they have not just yet. Just trying to get prior around mid and then get into this one. T1 seemingly want to be very ready for this next fight. Stopwatch on Deokdam though. Gonna buy him a lot of time when we do see that Hextech ultimatum that will have his name on it.
Deokdam's positioning here is so critical. If he overextends, he will be vulnerable to the hard dive that T1 have with this Hextech ultimatum. His one job is not to die. Then the second job is to do damage as he survives. But step one, you know, if he fails that part, we don't even get to watch the rest of the fight. That will just end instantly. Now he can proc the crown very easily too on this area. Another thing to consider here, Faker less survival one that's broken.
Yeah. So now he doesn't have the crown. Doesn't have his Zhonya's finished yet, from what I can tell.
Yeah, not yet.
Is sitting on Crown and Morelos for damage.
Burdol.
Codex.
Yeah.
Okay, they're looking to actually collapse.
Deokdam is isolated.
But they don't have the damage without Deokdam. I think this could be something that could backfire. Deokdam's positioning here has to be so far away from Zeus, but that leaves him vulnerable to the left side.
Yeah. Zeus is you can see, he's like pretty tanky. He's level 15. He's
they're going for Zeus. Flash out.
Maybe I cursed him. He's trying to get out of here now with the hook shot.
First is Faker, now he dies there.
You can't burst strings like he used to. It's just not going to happen as Zeus goes
not even
down.
gonna
Does
try.
a bit of damage, but that is Damwon Kia's Drake.
I think T1 kind of left him out to dry there a little bit. I mean, he's backing off, he's backing off, he's backing off. T1 are starting the Drake. Like, he needs to leave, or T1 will have to, you know, commit further on top of the fight and actually try to turn it during that Hextech ultimatum. Deokdam's positioning was perfect. He just
Kenya was
right
decisive
he was like, yeah, you guys
for
start the
once.
Drake. My team is killing the Camille. And watch this one more time, you know, more zoomed out. Look at where Deokdam is in this fight. T1 are just so far away from him. I think he probably should have been kiting back away and trying to allow his team to then take the Drake aggro and then look to turn back around, but he stayed so long, and Deokdam was never going to be a target there because his positioning was so good. He played the long con game and paid for it. Does now pick up his hull breaker here, so a little bit more of a threat in a side lane, but
yeah, I mean, you've got double teleport, so does DK, but you know, there's some ways where you can make some crazy side lane plays happen. It does mean that in team fights, you know, he's already really tanky, so it doesn't really offer much by itself.
He will survive for a few seconds longer by himself.
By himself.
Yeah. Like when they find him, he'll live a little bit
He
longer.
built it because he died in that last fight the way he did, maybe. Probably not.
No, I don't think so, but
jokes aside,
Faker
does
can't
feel very
juke those
interesting choice.
lasers.
Would love to see him, you know, actually split
He
push.
keeps
We
getting
haven't seen
hit
that
by
in
the
a while.
lasers.
yeah, and he can be a split pushing win condition.
Yeah.
Obviously, if he's given enough.
Oh,
resources
Zeus is
like
playing a
that,
split
so.
push.
But
Look at that item.
he's really tanky, but
That
if he
beautiful
keeps
item.
up,
Yeah,
you know, he's not threatening.
Hey, it's a good item.
And this
No,
is
he's gonna
the
die.
low state that
Oh, he
Damwon
saw
are
someone.
Really loving, because this is the time where they have soul point. They can avoid the next fight if they want, but I don't think they
It was
will.
quite far.
They're
I
very
don't
close
think
to
we could
finishing
have
IE
chased.
for Deokdam, who has a stopwatch. So does Canyon. So does Burdol. Like, they're ramping up for one more decisive fight, and they want to end the game. And they have such a massive lead right now. In terms
Deokdam
of
is Zhonya.
function. On the other side, T1 will have to 100-0 this area somehow. The Neela is very behind in items, does not have any range, no staying power. She's not really a ranged champion. She's not really an AD carry. She's just another engage tool here. And since Faker didn't do damage, like
Guma-Uzi.
went for side lane utility tankiness. even if she gets a Hex Tech onto Deokdam, he could stopwatch and then they win the
Sunfire
fight.
for Oner. Everybody's just gone for these like kind of unique hybrid, you know, damage tank builds. It feels like maybe that's just the state of League of Legends nowadays. But either way,
Zeri's loving it. That's all we could say.
Definitely not a lot of boom boom on the side here at T1. And so they are controlling vision around the Baron pretty nicely. They have been sending Oner down to the bottom side of the map to potentially dive onto Burdol, but Burdol has been playing the weak side very nicely. Like, he got caught out the one time, which was a little bit rough.
Faker doesn't really have damage.
And ever since then, he's really just been farming under turret and sticking with the team, not getting out of position. He's level 16 now. And he will be that engage tool, essentially, for the Zeri, as you mentioned.
Zeus, he has so much power in this game, but he is also the focal point for Damwon Kia if he tries to use it too aggressively. We saw this for Faker on the Lissandra.
Zeus doesn't have damage.
The same sort of scenario is we need to kill somebody, we need to execute somebody.
They are not buying any damage.
Top, and it can be a double-edged sword, as we saw on that bottom Drake fight. The problem is that the damage for the Zeri is so immense that even if he's tanking, he just gets melted so quickly, and they have so much.
It's like everyone's semi-tanking.
Through, you know, Showmaker gets in there on top of him, and it just becomes so easy to get it to peel. There we go. We got there in the end.
Extra vision.
Double layered.
Yeah. Denying the wards over the wall. Gotta love it. There weren't any, but you know. Now you can drop
they want to start it again.
This Ocean Rift bush.
Ah shit, here we go again.
Zeri's in base. Zeri's in base.
Look, they're denying the vision, and nobody's here. So at the end of
Canyon?
the day, Damwon just not able to
Canyon is slow.
Really
get out, get out.
T1, they get the Baron, they get out. It's just nothing taken.
They can still take.
They're probably going to get this mid turret, but that's not the greatest trade for Baron.
It's a consolation
they
prize.
Can take still take
Baron
Dragon.
buff for this fight going to be pretty significant.
Baron won't matter if they get the Dragon Soul.
Also not as significant as the Baron. Damwon.
Engage is Showmaker. That's
damn. That's some damage.
Silas, right?
Level 16 Silas means he can get another one.
Yeah.
Just a second here, so it's a big slow. Gives them prio here and a little bit of extra damage. T1, look at that extended
come on.
It's like,
nobody.
Zeri's in this game.
And she has stopwatch.
Why does nobody juke that laser?
We've got support Sejuani. It's now Ocean Soul. Could be huge.
See, they keep getting hit.
From the side of DK. Crown is going to be punctured here on the side of Damwon Kia.
Burdol.
That is huge. It's now better Emperor's Divide. Underneath this one is can't even see the health bar. Zeus super tanky. He's going to go low. Guys, do they have the damage? They have Showmaker in this back line. And now Deokdam has the entire rift to himself. Where
Deokdam
go? He just disappeared.
Look at it go!
Like a game 5 angle now. Deokdam cannot be ran away from. He picks up the triple kill.
It's the end. They're gonna end topside.
I mean, there's just no vision of where Zeri is, and the second that the engage comes through from Burdol,
why would you out the
just goes over the wall? Emperor's Divide gets pulled out.
The Yone Faker.
Down. Full health Zeri again untouched. 6-1-9. And Damwon Kia will push to end.
It's a game 5 angle.
It was a great mid-game from them. They slowed the game down.
Oh, what happened, man?
Showmaker dancing on the Nexus.
Silver Scrapes, here we go. Game number 5. Damwon Kia bring us there against
imagine
Burdol is extremely happy.
Picking Renekton game 5 when you lost it on game 1 and team.
And they are able to win with him in the lineup.
T1
not able to make this work.
What does
I'm sure it starts
T1 look
for this one once again? The Zeriumi.
T1 looks so clueless in the mid to late game. It's like what?
By that Rift Herald fight, that was a beautiful call from Damwon.
DK just play late game, they win.
Hextech Ultimatum is so strong in the early parts where you're killing the Zeri repeatedly, and there isn't the frontline tankiness where Silas is level 16, he's getting ults all the time. Gets a lot
don't choke here.
Early parts of the late game where T1 were struggling to win those fights, super late on, into the
Keria
game.
looks
It's a little
tilted.
easier again, but we didn't get to that stage of the game. And Zarya's just untouched. Like, this story
Zeus keeps getting caught.
times. And
I think if they should let Faker play the flanker now.
the other way and pushing mid and avoiding
Every time Zeus flanks, she gets caught.
Taking fight after fight with Deokdam
But
here. Gumayusi,
but DK catch Faker
played
also.
Vila. He had an experience advantage. He had a few good apotheoses.
They
in the
both
early
got
game.
caught in the same
Well,
place.
otherwise,
It's
very
that bot.
invisible. This is why we
It's
don't
that
like
bot
the Neela pick.
bush.
I really don't like the Neela pick that much. I
Oh,
think
bro.
it's so sink or swim. And now you're going to a game 5. Now you were 2-0. You might get reverse swept. You might not go to a back-to-back finals here. I think the drafting has to improve for T1.
We'll see what they decide to do in Game 5, because certainly Game 4 was not it.
I'll take a small
But
break.
either way, guys, we will have a break and go to the analyst carpet space.
Ah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chess and Collaborative Cup Space. I'm Atlas, it's Chronicle, that is Cubby, and we are up to game number 5 of this series. So many of us predicting the 3-0. It is, of course, not going to come to pass. It all starts in the draft, gentlemen. Chronicle, what did you think?
All according to plan, I predicted the 3-2 for T1, but let's get it. Don't get reverse swept. Okay, I have no idea what is happening in this game. Everything from the draft with Burdol coming back after Nuguri gets a decisive win and actually does really well. Gets the R5 Yone and then actually smurfs on it. Sejuani support. I thought I was going to be Camille support for Keria. That's how far like slowly we dissolve into madness. And Zeri Yumi makes it through the draft in 2 parts. 2 parts. I know we have Vi. I know we pick up the Camille as well. It's like, oh, we're going to lock him back. But there's 3 other threats.
Yeah. Cubby, your thoughts? How did you feel about Tier 1's second round of bans?
I mean, keep in mind, too, that game 1, it was the Zeri plus Yumi that DK tried to answer and were not able to. So, feels like this combo should be taken away. I gotta say, taking away Gwen as well, that is something that we've seen be very strong. But yeah, I think you gotta deny the Zeri. It's way too much, and I think it really ended up biting them. As DK, hey, we asked for them to try some scaling. It's been big for them the last 2 games.
Yep, they absolutely did. They didn't try the crocodile scaling, they tried the real scaling. Let's hop into our first highlight, though. This is just some camping the Burdol.
Yeah, what we want to highlight here is that throughout this game and throughout the series, think back to game 1 on the Trundle, where Oner absolutely ran the map. And slowly, as we get deeper and deeper into this series, I think that Damwon slowly is getting a better read on where where T1 rather is going to strike. And if this top half for T1 doesn't work, the team doesn't work.
And Burdol played that really clean. The E to get out of the Vi queue was what enabled him to make that a 1 for 2. And I mean, what a game for Burdol. Because, I mean, we were looking at game 4 like, wow, they subbed Burdol back in, right? It looked great with Nuguri. In game 3, we haven't seen a ton of Burdol this year, this split. But for him to step up in game 4 against Zeus and T1, that's a huge, huge step for Burdol. And Yone was the one pick that when we were trying to figure out, you know, what's the champ pool difference, that is the one that really stuck out to us. It's one of Burdol's most played in solo queue. So great to see him really pointing out to good use here with that R5 pick.
Yeah, he was absolutely amazing. Let's jump into our second highlight here. We've got a few to get through. This is the Baron. The T1 were trying to sneak. This is a classic T1 play, and it bites them.
Yes, unfortunately, they get the Baron, but they do get caught, and even without a wave, Damwon are feeling more than confident at this point in time. They are incredibly strong, having generated many a lead throughout the rest of the game. And the coordination that was really, I think, a hallmark of T1 throughout the entirety of this series, not really anywhere to be found here. Zeus' teleport comes in very late, but gotta imagine that's a team call.
And I know that we're still learning a lot about Neela, but every time I saw Neela go in for a big ult, it felt like she was exhausted and ended up melting from there. So maybe as we see more adaptations with this champion, we start seeing more players take cleanse in order to get that big ult combo off. But was shut down by Damwon, and again, no answer to Zeri Yumi that we found that works so far in this series.
Yeah, maybe the ban list is a good way to do it. Let's jump into our final highlight, though. This is that last Drake battle, and this was, I mean, the bait at the beginning from Burdol, just fantastic.
Yeah, we don't really have the time to highlight it, but Burdol got
nobody aims the
at the beginning of
Zeri.
this fight, and this looks a little sus at the beginning for Damwon, but then you realize, as we do so often, Zeri Yumi untouched. Deokdam is full health, so this fight always going to go their way, and can't believe that we're actually going to a game number 5 here. Insane.
Yeah?
I can't believe
And
it.
it was kind of a wild draft from T1 that got us here. Like, it felt like they were triple flexing into support. So it's one of those head scratchers where I feel like T1's going to completely change their approach to the next draft. I highly doubt we see a Zeri Yumi And I am wondering if they stick with blue side. That has been the OP side, but maybe getting Zeus a counter pick in the top side could be what T1 needs in order to execute the top lane strategies we've seen them attempt so far tonight.
Well, let's have a look who picks up player of the game first before we get into that one. Canyon will collect it.
Freaking furry
on the Wukong. That was a difficult one for me as far as like working out who was going to get it.
That's how you know when you don't open with the X of the game. But Canyon has been the player that I think has grown the most, barring maybe Burdol in this Yone game, actually being able to match a lot of what Oner was doing early. Kellin also should deserve a shout out for this. Really nicely done, forcing the flash, making it dodgeable for Canyon. And then this is one of the plays that, to me, hallmarks a momentum swing in this series, because so often Oner has been making a play and Canyon is behind or is just farming. Not the case anymore.
And I really want to see what Canyon pulls out in this game 5. We've seen Canyon dig deep into the bag of tricks. I still really feel like Canyon is a different player when he's on a jungler that can clear quickly. And I'm really curious if he ends up going for something like a Karthus, Morgana, or stays standard with a Wukong. Definitely something to look out for this game.
That's what I was expecting. I was expecting the Karthus, Morgana, and Fiddlesticks shout out. Thank you very much, Cubby, for that one. It is time now, though, ladies and gentlemen.
It's game 5, baby.
Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, guys. We are going into Silver
It
Scrape.
feels
Game
like
number
T1
5
is
will
smoking
happen
weed
here.
the last
T1
two
against Damwon
games.
Kia. And a lot of us did not
They
believe
were so
that Damwon
decisive
would
in
get this far.
the first
I believe there
two,
were a couple
and then the
of votes
next
for
two
three,
is like they're
2 in favor
smoking
of
weed.
T1.
Like,
No, because the top side
They
was
made it.
non-existent the
They
first
earned
2
their way
games.
through the last couple of games to deserve this best of 5, this 5th game here, to go all the way.
It's crazy the impacts Canyon has made on their way here. I was talking to you in the break, like that one binding from Canyon in Game 3 sets the whole thing in motion. It's like the butterfly effect.
Now he's drinking the Kool-Aid.
Suddenly, you know, some over.
Wow, he hit it.
T1 fall behind. He picks up DOG twice. It's a pretty crazy turnaround for this player who's been so criticized this season for not living up to his own form, but when it matters most here, in a second 5-game series, he's coming up big.
T1 is on
Let's
blue
not forget
side.
Also, his Morgana at MSI was one
You
of
have
the
no
biggest champions.
excuse for
He
blue side
attacked
already,
Morgana
okay?
very well at MSI in 2021. Fast forward a year and a half later, and, you know, pulls it out here in a semifinal match when they are down.
I mean,
against the
you have no
wall. So
excuse that you are playing
just
red
love
side
how
now.
Damwon Kia have shaped their drafts in the series. But I agree with Cubby. I do think that T1 will draft more standard this time. They won't flex as much. They won't proving they could beat the Zeri in draft with something else. I think they'll probably just take it away.
I sure hope so, Wolf, because they looked great in Game 1.
Can T1 just play smart and just pick Zeri?
And to go back to that,
GEN.G is the first place team, and they don't.
They have been trying to go for different stuff.
They just take
Different drafts
Zeri
that have left us a little bit confused
whenever they can.
as the Lucian, the Renata
Can
Aries
T1 just
are
play
all
smart
banned
and
once
just pick
again.
Zeri?
Kalista again.
Is the truck
Same as
outside
Game
yet?
4.
The truck is already parked and ready, baby.
They will. I think that's not
Renekton ban
the issue
again.
here. The problem is you have the Yuumi. They could also just pick Yuumi instead, which I think is the expectation. That's what we thought was going to happen. Has not.
Say Johnny first pick, let's go.
But
No, Wukong still.
Wukong.
All right.
We had a
No.
lot of
Zeri Yuumi.
gasps
Zeri Yuumi.
from the crowd. They were like, "Whoa, Wukong, interesting."
Burdol.
And if DK really wanted to throw the gauntlet, they could just go Zeri Yuumi right here and say, "Well, you couldn't figure it out in Game 4. What makes you think you can figure it out in Game 5?"
At least
think
pick
that
one
grab
Yuumi.
Yuumi
At least
here.
pick Yuumi.
And Azir is also.
It's okay, Yuumi
here.
Yuumi
Azir
here.
Yuumi.
Cryo here as Damwon Kia.
Azir Yuumi.
Not necessarily need to lock in the Zeri just yet, but if you do want that combo, you have to pick one piece of it up here, and then we'll have to do it, I think, before the second ban.
For some reason, or if they pick Yuumi or the other team don't want to pick
Even if it
Zeri,
is an Azir comp here,
so
not
they
the
get
silent
Zeri
frontline
Yuumi
style
anyway.
that we saw in the previous
Poppy is interesting.
Poppy can stop
Draven
Wukong.
is still available.
Canyon?
One of the picks
Poppy,
that can push
yeah.
the Yumi in, and I think one of the reasons why it hasn't.
Oh, now T1 has it.
Damwon Kia.
Zeri Yumi.
And T1 are like, thank you for giving me your draft from the previous game.
Yasuo. The immediate response, by the way, is Zeryumi once
Don't
again.
really know how to feel about this.
Crowd, big cheer from them.
It feels like
That
DK
one was
planned
locked in
this.
for T1. I wonder why.
Poppy can stop Zeri's dash.
Yeah, the Yasuo's
And then
gonna be
Yasuo
coming out
can
here.
stop-
Did not work for them in game number 1 when they went for Senna Yasuo.
Poppy already locked in, you know, and this draft is pretty face up for
That
Damwon
insta
Kia.
lock
Is
though,
there
it feels
no
like they
sort
planned
of
this.
Angle to go for Diana here.
Whether the plan works is
So
another
Yasuo,
question.
you know, pretty clear cut at this moment in time, and we'll see what gets banned away next year.
Showmaker needs to have the best Azir game of his life.
This has been a consistent trend throughout this series, and just trying to choke out the champion.
Who
pool for
beats
Faker here.
Azir again? I forgot.
Ari already gone, Silas already gone, so two of the
Cocky
trifecta
Azir.
Ari.
And I mean,
Cocky
which
Azir.
one would he pick next? And they decide to go for a top.
I think
ban.
Faker's gonna default into Ari.
You know,
Ari's
Azir,
banned.
which has been such a strong
Wait, what?
declining champion for.
Oh, it's the first one banned. I couldn't see it.
Fiona ban. No brothers
Cocky
here in
maybe.
game 5.
Cocky Azir.
And
Lishandra.
now, a couple more picks to
Ah,
have
Lissandra's
fully
not good, I think.
realize this Damwon Kia draft and see
Lissandra
exactly
is
what
not
they wanna
good.
go for.
Lissandra
So
is not
Senna
good.
Yasuo again.
Senna
Don't-
Yasuo again.
This is
Don't
very
Lissandra. Lissandra is not
risky as
good.
it was before. Here for Damwon Kia, we don't yet know what that top pick is going to be. Or sorry, the extra
LeBlanc
pick
is
to go
countered
with.
by
We still
Poppy,
don't
so
know, like, it could
LeBlanc
be
also cannot
Yasuo
play.
in the top lane, but I don't think that's the case. But let's see what T1 lock in first. Damwon Kia has some extra flexibility in that regard, but I think we can expect the Yasuo of Senna lane is what I'm trying to get at here. Is Galio will be
Okay,
locked in
I
here
think
for
this is
Faker.
good. Galio is
Nice
good.
response to the Yasuo Poppy engage style.
It's definitely a favorite
Camille?
He's gonna pull it out here. In game
Camille
5.
Galio.
Was banned earlier.
No, no,
in the
yeah,
series,
yes,
so-
yes. No, no,
Okay.
no.
Blind
Ah,
Aatrox
shit.
here. No.
Yes,
Zeus had a fantastic game on the Gnar. Was able to.
yes.
Okay.
That's his
Duck up
safe pick.
repeatedly. And I
That's
voted
his
for
best
him.
pick.
Chronicler voted for him. He didn't end up
I wanna
doing
see
good.
the electric
Performance
mouse.
for him. There's a lot of combos here.
But I don't think Burdol plays him.
In T1's draft. Let's find out where this
Nobody
Yasuo is
plays
going.
Cannon
It's
anymore,
gonna be
I
a
think.
counter pick for the Gnar. Camille for Burdol would be so classic.
The shit.
for Aurelia.
Oh, what?
Oh.
What am I? What?
Alrighty, so is this
It's
in
the
bottom lane
dog.
with Senna?
Oh,
Is
it's a
Yasuo going top or is it top?
It's the Dong bot.
Azir top.
No, Yasuo top.
Okay,
Yasuo
here we
top,
go.
Yasuo
Is
top.
Yasuo
Showmaker
going
still
to
mid.
be in the mid lane?
That means technically it's a
Or is
mid
Yasuo going to be in the top
melee
lane?
matchup.
Probably expect the Azir to go up against the Galio.
Yeah, that's my expectation,
But-
considering how much extra power the Azir has with the range.
Yo, let's go. This is a
It's,
banger.
melee champion, the Galio.
This is
But
crazy.
it is going to be Yasuo.
This
mid.
means
Looks like
Zeri
they're
cannot
gonna
push, I think.
They're pulling this out right now.
Yo.
We will.
In game 5.
I mean, I could see people locking in runes. This is real. This is legit.
This
Where
is
T1
good
side.
shit,
I
man.
mean,
Burdol Azir, that means he wants to
seems
fight
legit.
Faker.
The coaches are walking, man.
He
It's
takes
happening.
Showmaker top
As far
side,
as
I
can
think.
tell.
I think Showmaker's
Well,
going
this still
top.
doesn't believe it.
He
He's
wants
like,
to fight
"I don't believe
Zeus.
it." I'm looking at back. He's looking back. He's like, it's not real. I'm like, this is the reality we're living in. Did you see Danny nod?
Hey,
when
there,
he
I
nodded?
see
He
Pure
said
Sick.
yes.
I see Pure
It's
Sick.
happening.
you know, Azir and Tanar, like, you can see it, but, like,
Pure shit?
oh, man.
Yeah, it was in the crowd. Pure
This is
Sick.
going to be a fun one, guys.
And the gank potential top side is actually insane with this
Nice.
setup. Obviously,
You're not
maybe
gonna show him back.
as much power for the Yasuo there, but I think Canyon has quite a lot of agency in this game around. And Brandon still doesn't believe it. Do you believe it now? It's on the walls. It's written on the walls. The
Yeah.
writing is on the walls, Valdez. Game 5, we thought we would see crazy picks like this from Damwon Kia in the KT series. We thought they'd struggle there. They struggled. They brought it through in Game 5, but this time in the 5th game against T1, that's when the real craziness starts.
Here we go, guys.
Let me
Silver
see
Strings
that big dong.
on the wrist.
Just
Oh
wanted
boy.
to make sure
Oh, it's
we're
a
not
level
going
1
to be
cheese.
Showmaker playing Yasuo top.
Look at that cheese.
Because that was also a possibility, but it does not appear to be the case here.
Oh, 3
Oh,
wards.
oh, there's a ward there. There's a ward there.
And now a little turret spot. Ooh, combat value.
Yeah.
Pretty bundling.
This is very interesting from Damwon. Like, we expected this with the amount of power that Blue
Wait,
Side
Burdol's
has
top.
for
Yep.
crazy picks to come out on red
What?
5 specifically. And also for an answer into Zeriyumi. So I wonder if this kind of fulfills both columns. You know, like, is this DK's, like, genius 5-head answer to both? Is this how you do it?
I mean, the burst damage that Heimerdinger has. So let's break down Heimerdinger for a second here too, because we might not realize that it's going to be Heimerdinger, not Heimerdinger support, but Heimerdinger getting items here in the Senna lane. So we've seen Heimerdinger support from Barrel when that was the Damwon Kia support quite a few times. That was something that we saw in 2021 as an answer to different styles of composition. Nothing like what we're seeing here. But you're going to have really strong pushing power with this, first of all. Yeah. Turrets are going to push, so you're basically negating the Zeri-Yumi push power, and the heal that the Zeri gets from the Yumi is going to be less impactful here because you're basically going to be catching waves. Very difficult to gank a Heimerdinger lane as well for this reason, as long as he has his turrets up and is well positioned around them. They have heal and sustain with his...
Oh, Canyon's invading.
Nice steal.
Yeah, little invade here from Canyon, getting on in there. As
Conqueror.
Canyon still on the run with that phase rush.
Conqueror proccing. But he's okay, gets out. Good trade for him, grabs some extra camp control. And the burst damage that Heimerdinger can have with his ultimate and actual...
This is the first time I see a Zeri getting pushed in.
Yeah, and I guess the idea here potentially is Heimer burst, Senna burst on top of it, like all that extra damage onto the Zeri.
Oh, he
Might be enough
blocked
to just
the
blow her up
Yumi
and still win the
Q.
fight. Consider the Emperor's Divide as well as a setup for this.
He can also block projecting, prowling projectiles with his turrets.
Can the Senna heal the turret?
It's very annoying to send anything towards that. Remember Barrel?
Yeah,
Oh.
There you
I
go.
do. Yeah. And he actually lost versus Kellin. So funny the way it all comes back to that. As level 3 Zeus here going to be annoying against Burdol. This is gonna
Zeus looks more comfortable now.
The Azir should be
He's on his most comfortable champ.
as the levels do come around. As now actually getting in here as
Hello.
Zeus is very far down the lane. He is going to flash, but the chase is on. Canyon. No
That
flash
slow didn't
himself.
hit, nice.
Still on the chase, but will not be able to
Okay.
extend.
Yeah, unfortunate that there's no kill going down.
If that Q slow hit, he's
He
dead.
will escape here. We'll have to use his teleport to get back.
Canyon
to
did.
the lane.
Oh, he's a Hexman.
Freeze the lane closer to his turret. Showmaker has played the Yasuo mid 6 times. Played a lot with the Yasuo Diana combo when that was meta. So, okay, this is a nice bait.
Yeah, looking for it. Hex Flash comes in as
Oh,
Faker don't feel shit.
happen in the early game.
That was
Possible.
weird
Not the first time he's done
push.
this in the series on the Poppy. As in goes Oner.
He has to
with
flash
his own
out, I
red
think.
buff. Steadfast presence, pretty good.
Oh.
It's a very nice ability.
Canyon making an impact in 2 lanes here early, neither leading to a kill, and the second one not being as good of a trade as the first, but Canyon has played, I think, some of the best games of League of Legends that he's played this season in this best of 5. It's crazy what a impact he has made for this team in this series. The Morgana pick was beautiful, has a great game on the Wukong. Now playing Poppy here, making an impact topside in a very unusual lane setup here that T1 have to deal with. And it's also testing
Wukong there to gank bot.
the rookie player who's playing against his kind of rival, quote-unquote, in Burdol in terms of the top prospects in 2021.
Ooh.
Baker will get the knock up here. Got to respect that Yasuo damage, though.
Baker, not his first rodeo.
They're all going top. Shit.
Poppy's taking Grom again.
Yeah, on both sides. And you'll see if Zeus ends up, staving off the pressure here. He does have to flash early, but is laning still extremely well into Burdol here on the top side of the map. Has a CS lead. And is building into his Merc Treads early here, so picks up the early magic resist, which will make the lane a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, actually relying on Burdol to use a huge out.
Like, everything you mentioned about the Heimerdinger is very true. I think especially the pushing power is going to be very nice, much in the way that the Sivir interacts into the Zeri.
This game is all
Burdol.
Burdol.
It's just another good Senna
There's no other knockouts.
And it's not going to make
Like
like
Kenyon's out maybe, but
I think it's T1 you kind of just say
No, Kenya's
you know,
out
it's
doesn't
a little bit
count.
weird. We haven't seen this in a while, probably haven't played against it much, but we know what it does.
Canyons,
First time
that
Heimerdinger's been
dash
played.
cancel
Let's,
thing counts.
Player game, you know, we have Zerayumi and just
That one has a small bounce.
The
The
ability
out doesn't
for
count.
Zeri to skate around those turrets in a team fight is also, you know, something that can be somewhat frustrating. But if the team is trying to chase you with this Yasuo comp that, you know, has a melee mid laner and they use the Azir early, you'll be away from the turrets anyways, Zeri, so it depends on the way the team fight pans out.
early drag?
But if you're trying to skate in and be aggressive into these turrets, it can be very
they have cryo.
against the Zeri player. Not going to be dodging those. Those will stick to you.
And they have an AD mid, so they have they got another damage source.
Drake cryo, so first Drake,
Oh
which
damn!
is an Infernal.
This was actually an early game dragon comp.
So
What the fuck?
a great start here for Damwon Kia in terms of this draft cryo setup. That's a check in that box. First Drake, that's a check. So things going very well here. Now Guma, like you mentioned, knows that he's just going to be kind of farming it out. Knows how this lane plays. Let's play our own game. Let's try to scale up on the Zeri. Starts Cull. Is 60 stacks in. Might lose a plate here, but not the end of the world. Question is, will they be able to take control of the Rift Herald fight? Because they have a really nice level 6 fight, obviously with the Galio, with Gnar, and they have Wukong's Cyclone, which is something that Poppy, you know, she can knock people away, but not the same sort of power there.
See the trading on the top side. The Azir matches the Gnar.
Kellin needs to go mid lane, soak some EXP for level 6.
As much damage, if not more, than you're giving.
Before the
He's
Rift
going.
one.
So
He's going.
Yep,
not
yep,
like
yep.
you have that normal Gnar into melee X Bruiser in the top.
And then after Deokdam gets 6, he will come top.
Burdol here does have flash.
May have to use it as Emperor's Divide as well, of course. Gets slowed.
It might just be blown up 100 to 0, as there it is.
Oh,
Oh, he didn't.
6, so Emperor's Divide.
Oh, they
He's
saved
level-
their out.
Close call there. The Merc
Okay.
Tread's value here for Zeus has been pretty huge in terms of that trading.
So Burdol has no Emperor's Divide for the Herald fight.
Oh, yeah.
They buy that first. Gets a little
The
bit of
Canyon
movement
is
speed
here.
too, so we can close the gap.
Oh, Yasuo is going.
Here, but no Emperor's Divide. Be risky to stick around. The Herald is spawning. Deokdam is down here alone. Senna doesn't have 6, and T1 we can have full control.
DK can give it, they don't need to fight this. Yep, they shouldn't fight, they shouldn't fight.
Long range Faker engage. I think Damwon Kia would do well to avoid this fight.
Yeah, they're pushing bot low.
Plays bottom side here since Zeri actually rotates over. And we might even see a lane swap
This is
here,
fine.
potentially.
Both are
Zeri
doing
goes
correct
top
moves.
side. Otherwise, wasn't
He's so
really
tense, man.
necessary to go up there. Will just be a free plate. She
It's
comes
only
back
one
down,
plate.
so-
Oh, it's not
What do you
even
know about
one
this two-plate
plate.
exchange as Damwon?
Oh,
Oh, it's still good.
It came in a little late there, but they got the job done. Looks
Was
like
worried.
I think Kellin got all of it, by the way.
they
Yeah.
saw.
Oh, they
Deokdam
saw him.
vision. Not going to be unspotted here. And yeah, that threat of the insane pushing power that they do have is very annoying. It's just another way to get Sivir's pushing power into your comp, I suppose. Obviously in a very different manner. There's a lot of poke from the Heimerdinger, especially as the levels come around, but I think Yumi can do pretty well to deny
There's
lot of
a
that.
control ward here.
We'll see if Keria does in fact go into some sustain items this time around, or will it just be Shirelius?
Yeah, that's the question. I like the way you think on that, though.
Oner
I
is
hadn't
behind
actually
his
considered
CS again.
Moonstone
What?
As an option here. And it could definitely really help against, obviously, the...
Even when Canyon's on the slow farming, quote-unquote, champions, he's still faster than Oner sometimes.
Seems like they know.
Yeah.
Like last time, Canyon played Poppy, right? And he keep ganking every lane, but somehow he's still ahead in CS.
See you later, Wukong.
But I don't know if Wukong farm slower than Poppy.
Hasn't really been a heavy commitment outside of that top play to anything big or real. And both these comps scale very well in terms of what they want to do. The Zeri versus the Heimer and the Azir. So it's really just right now, small edge to Damwon Kia in terms of that first Drake and a very small gold lead. But we just have to wait and see. Like that's the kind of game 5 we've been gifted here, is like the most hype draft, the most crazy. And I just kind of want to bask in it for a second, you know?
Yeah.
You and I got
mean,
2 in a row.
We certainly have the time. That's
Guma finished
not really
call.
gonna change too much.
Oh, damn, that's
now,
quick.
as the levels start coming through, you know, summoners up for pretty much everybody.
So he has a
Ocean
kill's
Drake
worth of
next.
gold.
I think as a singular Drake is pretty nice, especially for Damwon if they want to start stacking them, trying to get that early.
1 minute kill dragon.
It is going to be a focal point for them, but now, it will be pretty natural because they do have, again, all of these pushing things that we've mentioned many times.
Yeah, so the Heimer also, he pushes for Drake setup like you talk about, then he can
Oh!
the Drake. Burdol!
Oh, damn, son.
Oh! That's a trade of flashes.
Nice flash from Burdol, though. You have to be quick on that trigger. If he gets hit by that, he is dead.
That was an insanely quick reaction from him, and if you guys are falling asleep in this lull state, maybe that'll wake you up a little bit. It's going to be a TP coming through here after that exchange. Zeus is laying this out so beautifully. And we do see Faker.
Yeah, oh, they might be giving
Guma mid. They're going to drop the Herald.
the second dragon.
This is perfectly timed to set up for Bryo. On this Drake, no turret set up here whatsoever for Deokdam.
OTP Zeus.
From Deokdam, he has a Leandries now already. So this poke is going to begin.
Yeah, they have to give the bot dragon.
See how much Keria can do to
No,
mitigate
Canyon is
that
still here.
damage, as I was talking about before. No
Azir
teleport
is
for
not
Burdol.
coming.
He's tough.
It's a no TP.
He's just sticking it out. Damwon wants to set up for a play.
Oh, damn.
Is the Wukong though? That's really difficult to
Wukong
get on. Can he has to
out.
find his way? Faker just going.
Faker
into the
again.
cross. He's going to take a huge amount of damage from just the Heimerdinger. As the rest of his team is coming in, Faker does not have.
They have a
teleport.
way
He
to
could
fight
potentially jump
this,
into this fight.
but
And meanwhile, Burdol is getting value.
Nah, they're not
going to
do it.
He might get the whole turret, and you could trade second Drake for this. Okay, I thought there was the place were covered. I was like, how many did he get? No, he's only caught
Canyon
one.
use ulti.
He's been sitting under turret most of this game, but still gets a lot of value here. Topside will force a teleport.
Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul.
It's perfect.
Of course.
Oh, memes don't always have to be dreams, in fact. And yeah, I mean, we had a Cloud Soul in the KT Damwon Kia series as well. The topic of
If the Poppy has Cloud Soul, it's
as,
actually over.
This is going to be the one Ocean Drake inside T1,
And if
Damwon
Zeri gets the
Burdol.
Cloud Soul, it's also
it's only the
over.
one plate Burdol picks up. Doesn't quite get the second one there.
Azir is getting the Everfrost, what?
One left. But no,
This is everything.
It's actually just only one thing, and it's very small, but still a nice advantage for him since he didn't have teleport. They didn't force this.
I don't think. Okay, he's backing away now. I was like, did Zeus not see that? Okay, he's going to play it safe.
The Leandri's variation here is part of why Faker is able to survive without flashing or anything like that when the Heimerdinger ult did hit him. You can see that burst damage is there. This is something I was talking about earlier in terms of the potential of killing the Zeri.
No, the Sand Soldiers deal no damage.
With this variation, it's going to be a much slower team
What
fight
the heck?
than what Keria are looking for, with the Leandri's damage ticks up over.
He's going
Faker's
Conqueror.
going
He's not even going
on objective. So
Comet
Keria
or
decided
First
not
Strike.
to force that without their Azir.
Wow.
Take a plate there on the top side of the map. Excuse me, and still we're at a 0-0 kill score game. 13 minutes as the plates fall off, and iconic game 5.
Yeah, we're just farming it out, and you know, this time you say again, like, yes, there is the Zeri once again, very obvious from the draft until now.
Zeri is like
And
30
Guma's
CS up
just
though.
Farming ahead, like about 23 CS ahead right now of the Heimerdinger. He's doing very well for himself. He's going to get a free 2 items, does not have to really miss anything. I think maybe he only got half of one plate mid or something. You know, he didn't get a lot of tower gold or plate gold, but he's living his best Zeri life, you know? And on the side of DK, they do have an immense amount of scaling as well, right?
Yeah.
With the Azir, with the Yasuo, the Heimerdinger even. You could even say Senna, even though it hasn't had a lot of success nowadays. So everybody seems to be kind of on board the lull state train right now.
Certainly does look that way.
But only one team can take the train to Kong.
Yeah.
Sorry, had to
Bring it all back. All right, Showmaker's got an angle here.
Oh, this is going to be a nice
no.
poppy.
Oh!
It's going to knock away the enemy
Faker.
jungler as
Oh,
Oner is now out
nice,
of this fight.
Zhonya's.
And the token
Oh, he still got caught.
entirely
Oh.
by the Heimerdinger. Nobody can get in here. That is the
Oh, that was
rip
clean,
down to the
man.
side of Damwon Kia.
Really
Showmaker
nice.
will pick it up.
Really nice stun there from Deokdam as well.
But they have area control so
Faker's
badly,
stun
man.
is now broken, and they can't turn at all. There's just too much range here on Damwon Kia's side there with the Heimerdinger alone, and Kellin is just sitting back freely. Showmaker just goes, okay, I'll just go straight back to lane here.
Oner needs to run into 3 turrets, man.
And Damwon Kia, you know, winning this fight here will lead to potentially that first turret going down here, so a little bit of extra gold for them. But what I'm really trying to say here is significant advantage, but no team fight win, and we're back to square one. As the pushing power of this Heimerdinger and the Yasuo obviously right now makes this look a lot easier, but this is really just a Canyon highlight play. They don't know where he is. He has the Hex Flash, goes over.
He's falling at the entire
Yo, that was
I
blind.
want to see who I can get. Goes over there, gets a double knockup, has a choke point controlled. There's the grenade. Look at the damage on the Faker. And that's just a guaranteed Herald for them. Get out.
Yeah, he's calling for the team to get out. Showmaker.
I remember when Deokdam wasn't in
See, they weren't even
DK, he was really good on AP bot laner.
They just wanted to make sure they could
I remember his previous team, what was it again?
Not really taking big
Oh,
amount
shill?
of chances.
Yeah, he used to play like Zeus all the time.
Something that we're happy to see. He's been, I think, pretty vocal, generally speaking, in the past, but we've been a little bit worried about Damwon Kia's shot calling throughout the end of the regular season and early parts of playoffs. That's why we were calling for potentially Bible coming through.
DK is 1k up already.
That fight, controlling the choke point, looking for something there with the Poppy ult, just knowing the exact way in which T1 would operate this fight, even without really strong vision there, using Hex Flash correctly. These things make it feel like Canyon's just having
Zeus needs to buy
when it matters the most.
Force of Nature like right now.
The series has kind of been all about him. 4 stopwatches up for Damwon Kia. They want to get the second Drake or bust.
Yeah, that's a massive advantage. You know,
DK don't need to fight. Their team comp is forcing you to get out.
Cloud Drake will be theirs. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just a Cloud
they
Drake.
push everyone away.
It's not the biggest deal in the world. You see that T1 Zeus is going top. He doesn't have TP. They're just letting this one go. It's probably the right call.
Burdol TP top.
Essentially, just hold on tight
I mean,
to the Zeriyumi carry bus, and everybody else.
They're giving it.
Supporting them.
Yeah.
Guess that's safer.
This is definitely
They want to put the Rift Herald mid.
especially considering Damwon Kia
Okay.
better setup prio for this. Like, they cannot really lose the fight.
Well, Zeus is
T1
forced
just
to
ramming their head
rotate.
on a solo Cloud. It's not even soul point. Let it go.
Okay, so Zeus is mini Gnar, but it still looks like T1 are grouping up at least for the defense.
Look at the turret, though.
It's going to be the defense.
Yeah, they can't actually find an angle here. I mean, the setup here is so obnoxious with the Heimerdinger. Umbral Glaive is up for Kellin.
Yeah.
And he didn't rush that. Like, it wasn't a huge lead he had or anything like that. Sometimes we see it faster, but it can be very oppressive in terms of vision control.
DK is rotating faster than T1.
Sorelia's, by the way, the eventual pickup here for Keria.
Zeus is not pushing fast enough. They're already top lane.
Zeri's going to be really fast.
Also good for the
Galio.
Galio.
Ghosts and Sorelia's. Yeah, and the Galio and the Wukong and the Gnar. Like, it's good. And, I mean, you already have Sustain, right?
T1 is slowly losing the map.
It really just depends on how Damwon Kia play these fights. And how
DK is fighting by not fighting.
T1's health bars, because T1 does have so much hard engage that it's very difficult for Damwon to do it, but I'm like, well, it's Heimerdinger, you know, and Poppy and Azir, so it's like difficult, but it's not impossible. It's kind of realistic. You know, it feels like an unstoppable force versus an immovable object kind of situation. T1 being the unstoppable force with Azeri behind it, and Damwon Kia being the immovable object with these turrets, the Senna heals, Yasuo engage, or rather,
walls,
Yasuo
steadfast
walls,
presence,
exactly.
Emperor's
Wait, Showmaker's not. It's actually a defensive unit. Showmaker's not gonna go in with Yasuo. It's just playing W wall.
Vision control and faster setup on objectives makes it harder for T1. So T1 will
I
have
forgot about that. It's also a broken skill.
to control vision or get to these objectives first. The Baron spawns in 40 seconds here, but it's Azeri on 1.5 items. You know, she's not going to be killing that one too fast. Don't think you could start that one up. And Damwon Kia just playing more around bottom side here, where they know their Drakes are going to be their win condition for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're totally fine to just stack Cloud Drakes. You know, they're not amazing, but they're not bad. You know, if you can just get them for free, it's still good, right? It's still going to be nice. And what was that matchup that we had? It was Damwon Kia against Fred and Brion, right? Where we went to
Zeus is buying Stera's Gates, I think.
We're getting there.
I don't want to say it's going to happen again, but
I don't think it's going to happen again.
The evidence is, you know, we're already at 20 minutes.
We are in that type of game, aren't we?
Yeah. Nobody wants to fight. We're both scaling up.
Well, also in that game, I think there were several fights, but nobody could kill each other. This game, it's like, we're not fighting. at all. There was that one time we tried to kill Burdol and it didn't work, and you know that's kind of it. But I think the reason why it won't happen this time until 34 minutes, I think it will probably happen on Baron fairly soon, is because Baron is
I think they're just gonna fight for dragon fights.
Drakes and inevitably getting that extra money for the Zeri so that she can hit her third item, because she has Phantom Dancer now, which you naturally want to get second. It's going to speed you up. If you guys don't know what Phantom Dancer does.
Is Heimerdinger actually the counter pick?
You're still, the turrets are still going to be shooting at you.
Who knows?
Azir still can wall you off, and you need your front line to actually win the fight, or else you will just be blown up.
It just feels like T1 now is like suffocated.
So it's not actually a huge spike for her. The same way the Zhonya's here for Deokdam makes him unkillable, but they probably weren't going to try to kill him anyways, so it's not really a huge spike for him either. Just deters fighting.
Oh, sing.
The only way for T1 to force a fight is if they get enough vision control on Baron and start it up and force Damwon to
Zeus needs to jump in and then Faker ulti in. Or either Oner jump in and then Faker ulti in.
He'll have to set up turrets in the interim as he's kind of like leapfrogging them forward.
That's the thing, right? They need to go in.
Extendo beam going to be good in the neutral. Really just theory crafting and
theorizing
this one out, because we're just not seeing fights so far.
Yeah, it's true, and I think because of that, T1 will never opt into doing that until Zeri has her spike, right? Like you were talking about.
They're going
they might
top?
be here for a bit.
Showmaker is
waiting for the Drakes. I wonder if T1 is ever going to fight over.
Hey, for some reason they are going back to the shield bow infinity right now.
Showmaker has teleport here.
The bot and Sunfire Cape build is not here anymore.
Those of Damwon Kia have a little bit of
It's never good. What are you talking about?
What is
there first, and if they get stuck trying to enter choke points,
it's overrated as shit.
Not a fight worth taking for them either. Like they don't need to force it.
For me, it's basically like you choose to buy your like tank items early or late, depends on what you want. Like if you buy Sunfire, you can buy it on second. But if you like buy the shield bow, you can buy like the Death Dance and Wit's End like on your third and fourth item.
As Canyon, nope, he's got a buckler.
It's really funny how... Okay, hold that thought. There's the vision coming.
Yes.
I think you're good. I think...
Zeus wants to get an R-bar. Still available. The healing there from the Senna. DK group up once again as a team.
Gumayushit doesn't hit his Ws.
Controlling that brush very nicely.
He doesn't hit his poke.
And choke point goes over to Damwon.
Just
turret value in longer exchanges like this, you know? T1 are going to have to group up a little bit more closely here. The poke is real. Even Comet poke coming through when we're doing this little damage. Adds up, I guess.
Guma doesn't hit anyone, what?
And Damwon are like, I'm going to get
Ruler and Deokdam keeps hitting it and he doesn't hit anybody.
That would be a silly thing.
This is insane. I mean, come on. Alright, Oner's in the pit. He's gotten in the back here. He should have been spotted. He will now if he wasn't.
No.
Yeah. Oner's clone now in the pit. They're going to try to pull this out once again. No vision here for T1 as a enlarged
finally he
will
hit.
go in there.
No Narbar. He can't engage.
Oh,
no away from the Poppy. We might actually have it.
Oh.
Comes out from Oner. As now he's looking to get over the wall, and nobody will fight.
Deokdam's like, get out of there, Canyon. We're not allowed to kill any champions. We have to break the record.
24
oh
minutes
no, it's
and
30-minute no-kill game.
What I was going to say before that
It's gonna be a
40-minute
first blood, baby.
It's kind of funny how the changes to Drakes and them being more healthy, but also like larger health pool, but also larger impact, is that it meant that we were fighting for Drakes all the time for most of our teams. And then we go into this best of 5, and these teams are like, never. The first Drakes are like at 12. We're not actually. We're not going to be fighting over these. We're going to
hit the wall.
Fighting, I don't know, Cloud Soul. Not that interesting. It's kind of an insult to Atlas for both of these guys, I think, at some point.
It's okay. KT did him a solid.
So this this reset on the Drake where it gets a little bit healthier gives Faker.
Canyon was doing a blind out.
The Extendo beam on 2 items not massive, but the Scry is pretty huge. And Canyon
It was
missed.
so close
So
though.
at this point, Oner just says,
Oh, that flash
Flash
tornado.
steal does not actually get the smite steal. It's just his Q. It looks like that actually steals that one away. The extended auto. And if he doesn't get that, his flash is wasted. But you know, at the end of the day,
I see Deokdam and Ruler keep hitting W's, and then here's Guma.
Threatening lethal objectives, Valdez. We're back to the Bob Ross game 5.
Bruh.
This happy little
Hit someone.
This smite, it was a happy little accident.
Yeah.
Hit someone.
Happy little CSing right now. I feel like you know,
hit someone with your damn laser.
A little bit. We can do that. Showmaker is really huge right now. As Guma, that as he flashes away and gets over the wall, and that is
nice.
Deokdam of Zeriumi, as now Showmaker is huge, like I was saying, trying to get in that backline, but he can't.
Oh, finally.
Is going to be put up there to try to
that
save
counter
him.
engage is good.
Overzealous from the side of DK, and they're going to lose 2 of their members, as T1 now could look at this Baron.
Yeah, there's a lot of turrets set up here to defend the turret push, but they won't be able to come over here and wrestle away Baron control. They can zone Burdol out, or rather Faker out, but this is T1 just saying this belongs to me. Deokdam doesn't have ult here.
DK made a mistake.
Burdol still has ult. Deokdam still has ult.
He has an Asher's Tooth. And the crown.
Faker.
Oner is not healthy. Oh, Faker. Burdol. Guma.
So many zone, yes.
Guma.
The turrets are getting huge value as Deokdam just runs away, but eventually the Senna goes down, but they deny the Baron.
I love the Deokdam zoom. It's like he's carrying while walking away. He's carrying the fight. And he does get away with his life, gets a bit of extra money in his pocket here, but this is the moment where you realize why these two teams don't.
But they were all there.
You fight, you pay for it. As Guma is like, I'm Seri. What? You guys thought you could go on top of me? Look at how fast I am. Look at me go over the wall, and Showmaker's fed. Well, there's just not enough damage.
Showmaker EQ, and then he cannot catch Gumayusi anymore.
Showmaker's forced away. And this buys a lot of time for the mid turret to go down and allows Damwon to kind of slowly rotate over here. They leapfrog these turrets forward. And look at Deokdam as they chase. He gets taunted, stopwatches here. The Azir ult is a little bit disjointed in the fight, but he's like, I stopwatch. Buying a lot of time, buying a lot of time.
Another turret, waddles away.
Yep. Don't chase me. Don't chase the Heimerdinger. And Izonia's got insane value, but they stopped the Baron temporarily. T1 already looking to group up again.
2 kills on Guma, 2 kills on Zeus. This is good.
We don't break the record for first blood, but I think that's probably a good thing here for Game 5. T1 versus DK. And yeah, I mean, Deokdam able to
you missed the cannon.
But not nearly as much as Gumayusi, who has completed 3 items plus stopwatch. It's just the power of exhaust.
You see 3 items already.
As well, like immediate exhaust heal is just saying no.
Oh, they're doing the T1. Oh.
They don't clear this. They want to start this without showing T1. It's about to time out.
Oh, Zeus is coming.
Come over here and manually check.
One ping, yeah.
So why start it with turrets over the wall? Zeus is like maybe calling like I can hold this aggro. We can actually come over here and take it away from them, but his Narbar fades. And it looks like the lack of fighting will continue.
They're gonna get Dragon.
Yeah, so
they
definitely
have to set up for Dragon.
Specifically for the Yumi and the Zeri. Or not the Yumi, the Zeri, obviously. The Yumi
Why is Faker...
Yeah, nice. Really big spike, yeah. We all know about that.
Why is Faker over there?
Spike. And Void Staff just now completed for Deokdam.
Faker can always just out-aim.
Doing some insane damage in these fights, especially if the turrets do not get cleared.
He absolutely will. Faker very far away has well. And I mean, this is not Soul for either of these teams. It's Soul Point. So I don't think Damwon Kia should force this, but they can slowly try to put their turrets up here and collapse in. The problem
Guma
is
doesn't
Faker
hit
has a really
anybody.
long-range taunt angle here into a very low-range
Best ADC my ass.
outside of the Azir.
I didn't say it.
Doesn't hit. Damwon win the war of attrition here, and they will be able to push this wave through. I mean, Azir and Yasuo will clear these so fast.
Bruh.
Yeah, they have kind of shuffled T1 away from the river.
And now turrets starting to get set up here for Deokdam.
A little bit. The vision is still there. They can spot Canyon. That is going to be scanned now.
Oh, finally.
To take that damage.
I mean, both these teams are so tested in this final game. This is a crazy game.
Oh, Faker.
It is actually still pretty close, even with the Zeri in this position. Could definitely just have another Zeri montage, highlight reel. As the
Zeus wants to flash out.
Zeus.
Is in, and he knocks
he got it.
To the wall. Burdol is just 100 to 0.
Oh, he is just...
immediately before the fight
He is
even
just
truly
bursting.
breaks out. No more Azir.
Beautifully played from him, even with the Emperor's Divide.
Burdol's gonna be...
Drake. Now Damwon Kia not able to contest this. Deokdam will do a little bit of damage to passerbys. Could they try to trade it for Baron? I don't think so. T1 have vision here.
I'm gonna go downstairs.
With the mid push coming
Just
through, the turret in mid is also now under threat. Deokdam says, no, it's not. Look at my turrets. But T1 just make sure there's no way to rotate over without a huge cost to Damwon Kia. And with all this vision they have to clear, there's no sneak available. Now, they could just put some turrets up in these choke points and hope for the best here. I think that's exactly what they are looking to try to threaten the idea of. T1 sitting on Soul Point right now. No wraparounds, but no ults outside of Cyclone expended there. Zeus still has his, and an Arbar.
Looks like 83 souls stacks right now for the Senna. It's not really that much, actually, for 31 minutes into the game.
This is so well played from Zeus. He's got the speed up from Yuumi, and even with the Emperor's Divide, gets 100 to 0, like you said, on the Azir. And, I mean, T1 are passing the test. Like,
I'm back.
Oh, yeah, game 5. Emotions are high, tensions are high. You guys might get reverse swept. We're bringing out the Heimerdinger, top Azir. And T1 are handling this so incredibly well. Under pressure, it's just beautiful to watch how...
Yeah, boy, Zeus bought Force of Nature.
Really too many turret fights. They've avoided Damwon Kia, set up their own set of engage options here. And they're like happy to say, yeah, you know what? You guys don't want a high kill game. You guys want to play slow and play around your defensive setups. We'll find value elsewhere. We won't take those fights. And T1 have a gold deficit, but the way these compositions are starting to look here in terms of Galio becoming more fed, the Zeri has GA now, her 4th item complete. Starting to favor T1 here, especially because they have Soul Point to buffer.
Guma is one whole item ahead of
hard, but he only hits where his turrets are. And as a result, T1 can
where is
that, and
DK's money going into?
Just push a single lane and look
Yasuo?
for side lane win conditions here as well, because the punish
Yasuo's the only one farming well.
Here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I mean, you consider
Yasuo's not the carry.
For just a moment, the Yasuo is incredibly fed, but it's not like we're playing Yasuo, Diana, Lee Sin, Senna, you know?
Oh, here comes the
Azir
point.
has to flash just like that. They do go in,
He's
a nice amount of poke damage, but again, the Yasuo's not going to be unlocked. There's a bit of poke damage, but is it effective from Deokdam? Not really.
They're forcing Baron now.
Choke point control. Where are those turrets?
Not a lot of vision here for T1 as they move in. Stun going to land on the Zeus. He is
Burdol,
not
they see Burdol behind.
Turrets go down so fast here too, even from Faker's Q.
Showmaker pretty powerful, but he's just gonna have to flash away himself. Still get taunted at the Canyon.
Canyon got stunned.
He's not gonna have the knockaway, and it's
Oh,
Yuumi!
Oh,
Yuumi!
What?
Are you kidding me? As Damwon Kia will not be able to go.
Oh my god. Just FF15 then I don't want to see anymore.
Once again in this one.
Keria gets MVP.
Focus down. Damwon Kia said, I could just put up another one, and Deokdam was just holding the line there, and T1 were like, I cannot actually hard engage, I cannot walk into this, I will not do it. Showmaker flashes the Galio taunt here from Faker, which is beautiful.
Canyon got stunned by Baron, oh my god.
He gets taunted, but he's alone, there's no follow-up.
He got stunned by that pentacle.
It's crazy.
Even the game doesn't want them to win. Get out of here right now, man.
Extremely low, has to smite to survive and make sure that he at least gets
this is paying for their sins for playing Renekton.
Another bloodless fight here, but T1 get a massive.
The map is like you don't deserve to win.
The map here is massive, especially
Baron
with
been like
nope.
nope.
On Cloud Soul, pondering Yuumi there.
Yeah. And
I think we all know what it means.
Yeah, Yuumi is a wonderful being here in the League of Legends universe. And yeah, I mean, this push is going to be huge. You look at the side of DK, yeah, they do have a nice amount of wave clear, but
Guma
a little bit
has
too little too late at this point.
Flame Horizon.
Can the Azir even get in range? I think the answer to that is absolutely no.
There's the Poppy ult.
Yeet.
Oh!
He hit a range minion.
Here it is.
He hit no one.
We all did see that.
It's been a bit of a long one, you know. Sorry, like you didn't have that much.
Canyon's tilted already.
Everybody stand in the same pixel and nobody gets hit. What the hell?
I was so confused.
Staff of flowing water here coming through for Keria.
They stand like a ball and they still didn't get hit.
The The Yuumi is going to become a big problem later on in this game, even without the Moonstone build here. The sustain is pretty big, and Damwon Kia have a huge front line they have to chunk through. And yeah, Void Staff's up for Deokdam, but Force of Nature, Maul of Malmortius, Banshee's Veil, like the turret damage seems to be going for a really long time.
Guma is already online. As long as he don't do the Guma slide, we will be good.
Zeus also has GA. So you have to kill
That's where you're wrong.
twice.
If Guma don't do the Guma slide, we will be good.
Who does damage? You do have the top damage dealer, but like Showmaker feels like a utility pick.
It's gonna be like Cha-Cha real smooth and then slide in and
Hasn't had big knockups like
Dragon Soul.
It's like the
Hey,
knockups
Cloud
here
Soul.
are not too much.
Cloud Soul is good
It
for
just seems like an
Zeri.
overcomplicated flex. I mean, Burdol on the Azir has been.
Didn't they say like Cloud Soul is 90% win rate or
He's
something?
playing, like maybe he's practiced this, but he's kind of just been sitting around getting killed by a Meganar, to be honest. That's not really having much play. And yeah, I mean, they're playing a very defensive comp with this, but it also means that T1 essentially gets to do
look
whatever
at
they
that
want
black
and engage
pancake.
whenever they want, and so far the defensive comp has not worked out in any manner.
Yeah, eventually you'll just get worn down. I mean, you could defend these waves incredibly well too with Deokdam. Like, look at how quickly it goes down, but eventually you do get caught. You eventually will. Those turrets will lose their
Zeus
health,
don't give a
will
damn.
go down, and if you can't get prio for this Elder fight in 5 minutes, like that's your timer. Like I think this game probably ends in 5 minutes.
I think killing Burdol is actually
if you win it
the
as
best
Kia, you have a chance to
target.
take it all, you know, and go to the finals.
Because he's the
but
only one with the big CC.
evidence hasn't been there for Damwon Kia's 5v5s through the last few fights.
Even though T1 doesn't have copy, they somehow have good interrupt for him.
Anyways, but he got some extra damage done and got a kill. It has not really looked like Damwon Kia has been able to control any of the map. Baron came up, Deep Vision goes down for T1, and I think we will have to witness another miracle here for Damwon. Like we use this term in casting a lot.
What is
when it's
Guma's last
Doom, and I
item?
think there's still a chance. I'm telling you guys, there is still a chance, but
Oh, it's the
Zeri
Bloodthirster, I think.
angle is real. The Heimerdinger angle.
I think it's a Bloodthirster. I think that's the only last BF sword item.
Magic resistance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Showmaker did pick up a QSS.
Bloodthirster doesn't give magic resist.
Not get hit by
This is not TFT, man.
He has Flame Horizon technically, but you would have to imagine that a lot of the minions have just gone to the Zeri, which is.
He got a lot of healing lah.
Zeri full build here. Did go BT. Note that there is no LDR on this build because, you know, there is.
I mean, I
some
don't think
armor,
you need
actually, you know, like
Wit's
Zonia's
End since
obviously Poppy
Deokdam
as well,
and
but,
Burdol doesn't
you know,
do
just wanting to
damage.
sustain through everything, I think it's totally fine, and just to make
They
sure
get
that you don't
popped.
get 100 to 0'd.
She will, with a Bloodthirster, just live through the turret damage, basically, if she is autoing repeatedly, and she'll just never die. And so then who kills her? It has to be the Azir, who's very vulnerable.
No,
Like
it's not going to be the burn damage.
The
Imagine
fight
after
for
all this
Damwon
DK
Kia
gets the Elder and
has to be
then
won
lose the
by
game.
The Nashor's Tooth Burdol. Like, Burdol has to win a game 5 on Nashor's Tooth Azir, basically by killing the Zeri with the
Boom!
That's,
Oh!
Got it.
that's what she does. Zeus is like, what the hell, man? But, good for and, like, I think that it is possible. And what his story would be if he
It's almost time for you to eat.
Cannon splits the team
Yeah,
in
it's
half,
almost-
5v2 fight, 5v3 fight.
Just kill them,
Like,
T1.
I feel like I'm Angels in the outfield right now. It could happen.
Oh, you deal no
Happen,
damage.
and,
Like what?
It could occur.
Zeus almost got
Damwon
stunned.
fans are praying. And I don't think.
Oh,
even if an
finally
angel comes
he
behind Showmaker's
hits.
like, get the hell away from me! Like, I'm one of the best League of Legends players in the
Yeah.
world. No angels up there are gonna be telling me how to play this game, but.
Canyon just back.
Baron is
He
being taken.
gives
You are
up.
just like, I have all the vision you guys can't approach.
Yeah.
Elder's not for 230. Guess what the timer on Baron is? 230 gonna coming through here, and that's gonna be them having play over
GG.
Elder. Look at the timing of this. It's just so great for them.
They're gonna push top. They're pushing top now.
They knew this was happening. They know they can't get into the pit right now. They're just not going to do it. They're just going to hold up the wall and say, do not come through into our base.
Burdol and crew are just going to say, Baron's for 3. You're going to have the extra buffer of time for that Elder Drake, but we have to somehow just defend this and hope we don't lose any inhibs. You're putting all your hopes and dreams on.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Oh, Canyon.
T1, they're just gonna,
Canyon.
They have so many ways. They have so many front lines.
No.
Too. Their comp is very well balanced.
They can just push
they have so
in.
many ways to poke as well. So DK, at the end of the day, I mean, they're essentially saying we are going to fight on the Nexus and only the Nexus, because Elder Drake is kind of a dream for them
can
right
get
now. Unless
two
they have to run
turrets.
through, you know, I mean, I guess I should say they did set up some vision around the Drake. So maybe that will be their last stand instead.
EP.
I mean, the
That's
problem
Baker.
is T1 will just be able to kite this back. And
Oh, wait, that's
in
Zeus.
a world where Damwon Kia can consistently protect all 3 of their inhibitors. They have a lot of wave clear. So maybe it does happen. Your
EP
team
again.
through
This
with
is
Baker,
faker.
and
Bruh. Oh, Death Cap. Okay, yeah, some damage.
I meant to say that
He
other
got that
2 that
cross.
I think they're gonna have at least
Yeah,
2 hits
baby.
down here.
Hallelujah.
Hanging onto the ward behind.
It's not Ari, so I have no comment.
Look.
But I don't.
I mean, who flanks? Who flanks?
Showmaker, but like.
What is that zoom
I don't
in?
think that's gonna really do anything at this point.
I'm gonna just turn on him and kill him probably.
And like,
They
oh.
could just literally T1
Oh,
could take their hands off the keyboard and sit on Baron for 45 or on Elder for 45 seconds. If Damwon Kia show up, they put their hands back on. If they don't show up, they take Elder and push to win the game. Like, that's the kind of state we're in right now.
All right. Well, Wits
La,
End
la, la,
completed
la.
here for Guma.
Yeah.
No more boots.
Oh, Wits
Guma.
End. Wits End.
Boots.
He doesn't
He's
need
so
those.
fast anyway. Like.
Wait, they changed something
has
from
Cloud Soul.
Wits End. What?
No, it's the boots. The boots.
Cloud Soul and
Oh,
PD
the boots.
and Yumi
Those
and
6
everything,
items.
Like, it's just shouldn't have built boots in the first.
Don't think they can kill Zeus like even if they wanted to.
No, they just backed away.
Zeus has that
You know,
tank
5 people
potion, I think.
Maybe you could try to burst down the.
It looks like he has the tank potion.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like DK want to fight over this Elder Drake.
I mean,
Canyon is too slow.
what
Oh,
do they do if they don't fight over it? They eventually just lose the game. They're like hoping to take a fight on Nexus turrets.
Maybe they'll. Okay. Well, it does have a lot of health.
No, it's the
Optimistic
last
for their chances.
stand.
Trying to force it.
Forgive me for not really believing this, but let's see. I mean, they've gotten in. As
Oh!
my god, that damage.
He's basically not.
Finally.
He's trying to heal this one up as Faker.
Oh,
Faker is gonna
Faker's
end the
gonna
game.
He's gonna join his team eventually. As now,
Oh,
we do have the
shit,
Zeri.
that
Take
is
a
a
look at
nice-
Guma on the top side. They're not able to
Guma.
get
Faker,
the
GG.
GG.
The Zeri lives.
Holy.
The 5 members of T1 will live as well. And
Finally.
that's gonna do it. T1 are
GG,
going to the
well
Summer
played.
LCK Finals.
It was Damwon Kia
They
who
choked
prevented
them out
the
of the
reverse
game.
sweep from KT Rolster, but they will have their reverse sweep
Proper
prevented by
macro.
T1 here in this 5th and final game. T1
Zeri is
they
undefeated.
draft around the Zeri Yumi. They draft more standard here.
Zeri
and they
Yumi
prevent
is
the reverse
undefeated.
sweep. Calm and collected under high pressure here in the 5th game against top Azir. And the
They're so
Hyper
relieved.
Dinger that Deokdam pulls out in the final game.
Guma is like,
Just insane composure from T1. No choke.
Time for dinner.
No mess
Thanks
up
for
here.
watching.
A clean 5th game. And it was won by them really 15 minutes ago, but they were not going to lose.